be good, and then she let him play some of his own music, modifying it to the new instrument. He finally, reluctantly, stopped. His hands were shaking, not from exertion but from excitement. That's what you want me to play? And you'll pay me to do it? Certainly. Well, that one is mine, but there's another one waiting for you, in Germania. I hope you like to travel. Chapter 117, Hands Across the Water. Atlantic Ocean. As it turned out, the fastest reasonable comfortable ship actually was one of the recently commissioned container ships. The design was much simpler than a standard ship, and they were designed for efficiency. One accidental feature was there was more than the usual amount of space for the crew and passengers. Luxurious it wasn't, but there was plenty of room, and the cook was willing to let Tanya's maids have access to the kitchen to prepare coffee and snacks between meals. She spent her time planning her mini tour of Europa and feeding Johnson song after song from her repertoire that only lacked the instrument and performer to bring them to life. He seemed to be a man driven, barely eating and having to be forced to sleep. Only years of hard-earned calluses kept his fingers from being torn apart, though Tanya gave him a handful of new guitar picks that they planned to sell at the same time as the new guitars. Felite's skills on the drums advanced as well, possibly making her the first female drummer that Tanya had met or even heard about in this new life. The flighty maid had become quite focused on her new skills, though rather less than Robert. Like the guitarist, Tanya gave her tips and drum riffs she remembered so that she could help introduce countless rock songs that only lived in her head right now. She couldn't spend all her time making music, however, there was the Germanian situation to think about. But, to the untrained eye, she was simply relaxing. She sipped a fresh cup of coffee while Mercedes was carefully brushing her hair. Perhaps something more daring? 2 side braids with a natural fall. As long as it's professional, she won't care, yes? Then, the answer is yes. Mercedes chatted while she worked, her hands and eyes completely separate from her mind and voice. I do not understand all the law details, but you don't seem concerned, so it is a small matter, she asked in Ispignan. Tanya responded similarly, as she was using this trip to firm up her usage of the language. I wouldn't call it small. Likely it is the most significant legislation in Germanian history since the surrender, and for decades before that. One of the advantages of a monarchy run by someone who doesn't like radical changes is stability. People were used to that, and even those who weren't supporters of the Kaiser are unsettled by this. And yet you are not nervous at all. Ribbons? No, not yet. It's too soon. She shrugged. What's to be afraid of? It's just money in the end. 2 years ago or even a year ago it might have stopped my plans, but now it's just a matter of how bloody is it going to get. Bloody? Dios mío. Will there be another war? Figuratively, mesh. In this case, the blood spilled will be gold, and the one who bleeds out first, loses. She smiled in a way that had been known to make strong men blanch. I'm quite good at making the other guy bleed more. Mercedes nodded, satisfied that her employer had the situation under control. Braids for now, and then a decorative hair clip, perhaps a ribbon weave for days off? Soon, yes, soon. *****. Robert was playing a soulful version of Papa Was a Rolling Stone without accompaniment. Wherever he lay his hat was home. And when he died, all he left us was alone. Sitting next to him were 2 large stacks of musical scores, one considerably larger than the other, though neither was insignificant. He had been pulling pieces off of the smaller stack and playing them like a drunk with an endless supply of his favorite drink. A not quite off-duty German sailor had been listening to him in the makeshift studio, delighted to hear so many new songs. His English was spotty, but he had a nice voice and joined along on some of the songs. Wie ist, wie hattest. He patted the smaller stack. Small, ja. The musician had learned to speak slowly, and the sailor was usually able to pick up on his meaning. Yeah, this pile here? It's mostly blues and jazz, my kinda music. Some fun stuff in there, let me tell you. He looked at the folders of music. Each folder had a code name on it, probably to just keep things organized. One was Charlie, the next was Dizzy, and the one after that had the oddball name, Thelonious. She called this bebop, and it does have a bouncier beat. He sat back and grinned. She likes her music fast, and she likes it hard. Oh, yeah. I like it, too. He started singing rock around the clock through phonetic memory. Robert joined him on the guitar and sang along. Before they had hit even the 3rd song, half of the sailors on the ship were joining in. What they lacked in musical talent, they more than made up for in enthusiasm and volume. A long hallway away, Tanya was looking over the latest radio telegrams from Germania. Her ships always had the latest communications technology so that she could coordinate their logistics to the minute if necessary. Container ships, especially before the industry had fully converted, counted on having an open berth to unload and then load the proper cargo in the most efficient manner possible. Everything's going as expected. But this is just the first shoe, it all depends on how they are going to throw it. Honestly, I'd rather take the hit now so I can choose the proper response. She paused and put down her paperwork. What is that I'm hearing? Is that Heartbreak Hotel? Come with me, Feelite, I'm curious. They followed the sound until they found a squad of sailors surrounding Mr. Johnson belting out an enthusiastic version of the Presley classic. She listened, unseen, and was impressed that Robert had managed to interpret both the piano and bass sections to rhythm guitar. Well, improv is part of why I hired him. Finally, one of the sailors noticed her and he snapped to attention. Ma'am. The others quickly followed though, it has to be said, not Robert. At ease. I apologize for interrupting your jam session but it was hard to miss. The abashed sailor scratched his head. That's good of you to say. We're just passing time, as it were. The rest looked rather uncomfortable as well. Whether. The guitarist strummed an A chord and, attention gotten said, since you're here, why not join in, Miss Digirekov? There's one I wouldn't mind trying. Just since I'm here. She flipped through the second stack and came up with a score. Feelite and you. She pointed at two sailors who had better voices and could read English. Let's try this one. The harmony is important and I'll sing the soprano, of course. After a little practice with the guitarist, they started to sing. All the leaves are brown, all the leaves are brown. And the sky is grey, and the sky is grey. I've been for a walk, I've been for a walk. On a winter's day, on a winter's day. I'd be safe and warm, I'd be safe and warm. If I was in LA. If I was in LA. California dreamin', California dreamin'. On such a winter's day. The harmony wasn't perfect, none of the other three were professionals, but it was enough so that the rest could feel the magic in the song. The sailors had only today ever heard of rock music, even folk rock like this, but they were instantly enraptured. Tanya smiled, which the others took as pleasure over the performance. Oh, yeah, the world is ready for rock and roll. Asterisk. Ispigna. They arrived at Santander in record time. It was no coincidence that this port was chosen as the Salini line had made it that city. The particular combination of ship and destination were carefully selected to minimize the length of the journey. Of course, there was someone waiting for her. At the dock was a solitary figure waiting with several cabs to take them to the train station. Barely suppressing a squeal of pleasure, she waved to them and hugged Tanya as soon as she disembarked. Tanya. You're here at last. That I am, Visha, that I am. She found hugging her former adjutant back surprisingly natural. Shall we be off? There's much to do and less time every second. Of course. The two took the first cab while the others piled into the second with the luggage. Tanya glanced at the driver and recognized him as one of her Ispignan employees. Any news from Berun? Visha shook her head. No, not yet. But they are certainly planning to start something soon. They've called in agents from around the empire, so whatever they are going to do, they are going out in force. To her surprise, Tanya smiled. Oh, that's excellent. Really? I mean, why is that? Surely it would be better if we could prepare longer and if they didn't try something overwhelming. Tanya sat back in the comfortable seat as they were going down the docks in the cab. Under other circumstances, that would be true. The essence here is that they need our money, but they have to make seem legitimate. Much of our wealth is overseas, so if we just pulled up stakes, we could just abandon Germania for the Unified States, Idola, or even Francois. It would hurt a lot, but it's possible. She tapped on the shaft of her cane. But if they take hold of our businesses and either bleed us, they can pull our international funds back to Berun. Cripple our operations. Perhaps even install their own people to run them if they can convince a judge we are non-compliant with the new law. This is what we need to avoid if at all possible. How will we avoid it, though? The fact that they are going to flood our businesses with auditors, tax agents, and the like means they are going to be punitive. But they need a casus belli or they could lose popular support for their actions. The reason I need them to be so extreme is simple, and that's why your news has delighted me. She laid out her reasons in a few quick sentences. Visha inhaled sharply. Ah. And Krieg. It makes perfect sense now. Indeed. The political office is going to have a very, very bad time soon. Berun the Bundesrat. To many, the Bundesrat seemed simultaneously less powerful and removed from the gritty struggles of the Bundestag. The latter hammered out new legislation and spending bills, sometimes in an entertainingly contentious way, but then they would eventually pass those potential plans up to the Bundesrat. At that point, the political and practical issues would have been mostly worked out, so many were approved immediately, though, occasionally, they would reject the potential laws or request revisions. This allowed them to maintain a distance from the process while still being involved. To the public, though, since they were only part of the process and couldn't generate new bills themselves, they seemed less important, and certainly less interesting. Still, sometimes they would put a finger down and say stop. Such as in the current case. One legislator was the first to object and his finger was literally holding down the paperwork. This fairness in taxation bill is interesting. But why the unseemly urgency? While the reparations are pressing, goodness knows we talk about little else these days, it hardly rises to the level of an emergency. It has international implications, after all. The representative from the Bundestag responded strongly. Isn't the matter urgent? The reparations are bleeding us dry and the hungry fill the streets. Public aid is stretched to the breaking point, and beyond. Another man interrupted mildly. Not to minimize those issues, but to my observation, hasn't that lessened recently? More people are working, new orphanages are taking care of the parentless, and there are even new aid groups to help both the crippled and able-bodied survive these times. Isn't that part of the issue, though? Everything takes gold, and where is the gold coming from? Wouldn't it be better if a public organization, without any suspicious ulterior motives, handles this for the good of all? He tapped his own copy of the legislation. The fatherland needs help now and not at the whims of these ultra-rich corporations. After several hours of debate disguised as discussion, a soft-spoken member of the Bundesrat who rarely spoke interceded. Perhaps a compromise is in order? The problem facing us all devolves to a single issue, does it not? The reparations, of course, but how does that lead to a compromise? The legislator was sorely tired and in ill humor. He seemed to be barely holding his temper after such a long time. Emergencies are by their nature temporary things. If not temporary, then they are simply a fact of life. We have been treating these reparations as something eternal, but aren't they supposed to be paid off eventually? The other man just scowled. Even keeping up the current payments was crippling the government, and there was a cumulative effect of the draining that was cascading through the entire economy. So what are you suggesting? We will insert a sunset clause in the law. Once the reparations are paid off, the emergency is over and the law will cease to be enforced. Since the A and B bonds are mandated and the C bonds can be put off since they are interest-free and have no payment deadline, we can just have the law lapse once we've paid the required first two types. At that time, there will be no emergency to justify the law and the sunset provision will make the revocation automatic. Another man chimed in, oh, that seems reasonable. Even if a bit unfair to the companies this will affect, as a temporary measure, there won't be the same resistance to it. Certainly, anyone objecting to helping when they themselves are doing well will seem unreasonable at best. One of the older men tapped a cigar ash into a jade ashtray. Perhaps a provision that allows anyone to submit additional funds toward the reparation debt. Call it a prepayment on their future taxes or some such. That way it seems like this is more, how shall we say, voluntary. Bruning's proxy in deliberation thought quickly. This was outside of the original proposal, but doesn't it work better for us? The consensus is moving in that direction. And if we don't agree, then it will go back to the Bundestag and that could take weeks of renegotiations. Plus that would give them time to perhaps block it there rather than the surprise enactment we planned. Mind made up, he cleared his throat. That seems like a wonderful compromise. It's truly heartening how many minds, coming together, can product such wisdom. ******. Francois Republic. The train ride was smooth and on time, and heavens help the ones responsible if the president herself had a less than stellar experience. Tanya and Visha spent the entire time catching up on things they had each experienced. Tanya's were far more varied and interesting while Visha mostly stuck to business matters that were difficult to encapsulate in rather terse reports to the consulate. She did, however, have something else to relate. Oh, I forgot to mention. Your hobby has inspired me. I have been visiting all the eateries back in the city. I'm hoping to have visited all of them someday. Does that really count as a hobby? Visha, unoffended, just nodded vigorously. Certainly. If one is spending time doing something you love, doesn't that meet the definition? Tanya thought briefly and decided her friend was correct. That does sound entertaining. I wouldn't mind joining you to see if we can ferret out a few gems in Berun. Certainly it will take time to wash out the memories of years of K-brat and moldy potatoes. She clapped her hands together. Excellent. I'll tell Zollinger that we will have another joining us. Who's she? Oh, it's a he. Ignaz Zollinger. He's an officer in one of the finance houses we do business with, but he shares a love for fine dining. Tanya almost spit out her drink. You're dating? Visha laughed. Oh, no. He just enjoys fine dining like we do. There's no way we are dating. Like hell they aren't. No matter what Visha thinks, that Wolf is dating her. I'm going to have to investigate this gustatory Lothario and make sure he not up to no good. I'm looking forward to it. She sipped her wine, plotting while letting the sweet sauternes mellow her mood again. But first, we need to finish our business in the Republic. So we are finally finishing that. Tanya nodded. Indeed. It's time for us to go back to Arene. Notes. California Dreaming has to be one of the best examples of harmony in rock history. It's an absolutely beautiful song and I never get tired of it. True story, the version you've likely heard with lines like "the preacher likes the cold and I pretend to pray" were actually mistakes by the performers. The original had "lights the coal and I begin to pray." Naturally, Tanya wouldn't use the more religious lyrics. Chapter 118, Waiting. Ispatna. The party was using several private cars, easy enough to arrange when you literally owned the company and the rails under them, but no fanfare. Tanya remained on board during stops, choosing to focus on getting up to speed on the state of the company and of Europa in general. Fuehrer sighed as she served coffee. "Oh, I miss LE train to Tanya. These are nice enough, but the luxurious touches, the convenience, the comfort. Those cannot be replaced." Visha took a sip of the drink. 8 points out of 10. Maybe 8.5? I can do better and I'll make a nice pot later. It's actually being updated to the new standards and we'll pick it up at a Francois switching station and take it all the way to Berun. It wouldn't do to have old technology on our nice, new rails. Well, this train is smoother and quieter, but the amenities. The style. The panache. These are important, too. Tanya soothed the troubled waters. I'm sure the new train will combine form and function commendably. It would be embarrassing to have a train named after me not able to run on the tracks that I built. She sipped her coffee. Not bad, but I hope Visha has a little time to make a pot later. Still, she's a major executive these days and probably doesn't have time for secretarial tasks. Will we be stopping along the way? No, this isn't about me this time. Not directly, at any rate. No musical stops, but there may be some reporters. In fact, I'd be surprised if there weren't any. Visha said, I've set up a few interviews. They know your time is limited so that there'll be at most one per stop. That should be fine. Enough to get the word out that I'm back on the continent. She pointed a fresh biscotti at the two. There are plenty of people that won't want to celebrate my arrival, so I need a wave of public acknowledgement and yet not too much. Still, any amount can be useful and we can adjust things after entering Germania. Fuehrer didn't understand the details but decided that such things weren't important as long as she did her job. What does an interview with a newspaper have to do with traveling? That sounds complicated. The trick to writing an avalanche is timing. And I intend we will be the only ones that know when it's going to hit. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Excerpts from an article published in Francois periodical Le Temps. This reporter was also present during the Inquisition of years ago, and the differences between the criminal Digirekov then and Ambassador Digirekov now were striking. She had grown from an obvious child, no matter how military her uniform, to a delightful young woman dressed more properly as both a woman and a mogul, much less a high government official. Due to her busy schedule, the interview was held on Le train to Tanya, the rather famous conveyance that had ushered the future ambassador back to her home country. We on the continent were quite amused by how you handled the temperance situation in the Unified States. Was it a problem dealing with such backward ideas? TVD that highlights the potential problems with unbridled democracy. But recall that the law was passed following the proper constitutional methods and it will be repealed via the same processes. You seem so certain of that. TVD Americans are an interesting mix of morality and utter practicality. To paraphrase their president, the business of America is business. The pendulum has swung too far to one side and I don't envision the public to allow such an unpopular decision to last long. Of course, until then, we're quite content to slake the thirsts of those who vote dry but drink wet, as it were. How do you explain your unprecedented success? After all, you came from the humblest of backgrounds. TVD to be utterly truthful, I'm not doing anything that others haven't suggested or even implemented before, just not to the degree we have. No one, before now, has really trusted the theory, but I had no choice but to believe and gamble. That's rather vague. Surely you have a small hint for our readers? TVD My team looked for things that were undervalued or underutilized and bought them. Then we used them better and made a profit. Buy low, sell high? TVD laughing. It's a bit more complex than that. For example, if you see someone hammering nails with a shovel and you buy that shovel to dig holes, then something that was nearly worthless now has a valuable use. Moreover, if the shovel had just been abandoned on the side of the road, then picking it up immediately turns into profit for us. The special trick I bring to that simple idea? I guess it's just the ability to see the possibilities in even the humblest of things. In a more concrete example, every country has cripples and beggars. Most people don't bother to see them or, if they do, try their best to put it out of their mind. Perhaps they will give out a few coins to assuage their conscience, convince themselves that they are a good person and quickly forget the misery they left behind them. When I see that, I get angry at the horrible waste of it all. Good bodies, good minds, simply rotting there. You are upset at those who don't do more? TVD Not at all. That's merely laziness or stupidity, but people should be allowed to do what they want. It's the waste itself, the insanity of it all. There. Now your readers can become as successful as I am. Laughing. I hope they do. LT, we understand that you intend to visit Irene on this trip. Although exonerated, surely this is an inflammatory action on your part. TVD, hesitating. What happened there was terrible, but trying to deny that it happened would just compound tragedy of that day. If there's a festering wound, then what it needs is sunshine and care, not neglect. I hope to start that healing process with my visit. LT, so you have specific plans to begin this process? TVD, oh yes. I've been given carte blanche in handling the matters of the city. My company has been the primary contributor in rebuilding the city and infrastructure, so the Francois government and local leaders have been very welcoming. We are working closely with them to bring this beautiful city back to its full glory. Francois, Irene. They arrived at the new Irene train station smoothly. The industrial switching station and yard were already updated and in full usage, but this commercial passenger area was freshly minted in anticipation of the return of the populace. While the Fuehrer had not completely destroyed the city, the vast majority of all neighborhoods had enough damage as to make the safety of the structures problematic at best and impossible at worst. Tanya and Visha were familiar with the changes to the city, at least by plans and reports, but Fuehrer had nothing other than news reports to base her expectations on. And those reports showed nothing but utter devastation, ruined buildings devoid of life. What she saw, now, was worlds different. Monday 2. The city, it is so pretty. The architecture of the rebuilt city was drawn from the styles that originally comprised the destroyed buildings, but with everything updated to thoroughly modern standards. Wider streets, tree-lined avenues, though the trees were still small, of course, clean and picturesque buildings frequently with flower boxes blooming outside the windows were everywhere. The charm of the old city was preserved without sacrificing functionality, and, arguably, that charm was increased as there were no slums or bad parts of town. Even the century-old sewers were thoroughly hidden along with the power lines that now fully electrified the town. Tanya was nodding. Yes, they did a great job. I think Irene will be very popular, very soon. We own all this land because reparations covered all the damages and the Francois government granted it to us as long as we got the rails working again and handled all the reconstruction. I don't think they knew exactly how valuable even a destroyed city on a major transport hub could be. Visha was all smiles as she had been the chief organizer for this project while Digirekov was occupied overseas. We have started to take bids for businesses and residents to buy houses and land, and there is a lot of interest. Given just the inquiries we've received, we could already occupy 70% of the residential and 50% of the business parcels, and more are coming every day. Is that including the set-asides? She shook her head. No, just the remaining spots. As they walked through the mostly empty streets, Tanya commented, it'll be good when the people finally arrive. Go ahead and expedite that. Essential businesses, employees, and government workers first so that the infrastructure is ready for the remaining residents. Make sure to vet those businesses to make sure they have a plan that will let them hit the ground running. We've been requiring they use our logistics team to stock their stores. Good idea. Given that we have to fill an entire city efficiently, having everyone do their own shipping would be a nightmare. And this lets them pay their freight charges along with their leases. She looked over her vice president. I don't think I'm paying you enough. Some organizations are already here, mostly on the government side. She giggled a bit. They are a bit annoyed that such a pretty-looking city has no places to eat yet. And I make more money than I know what to do with. It's just kind of piling up right now. Let it pile up. Someday, you'll want to buy a mansion or something. Fuehrer chimed in after listening the two talk rapidly in Germanian for a while. She had mostly followed along but still was a little confused. Pardon, but what are set-asides? Tanya looked up at the clear skies as if seeing something no one else could. Every survivor of Irene, even if they've been compensated by the Francois government, will be given a home in the new Irene. It's been quite an effort to find them all, but we're going to put ads in the Parisien newspapers and some other ones near here to see if we can find the rest. We still haven't gotten the ads written yet, but we have purchased the spots. Visha said after thinking for a second. Let's call it, It's Time to Go Home. Let the lawyers write the text with that theme and I'll approve it, but that's the title. The Francois have agreed to grant amnesty for past attacks if they put aside their weapons. Makes sure that's included. Fuehrer, as a citizen of the Republic, had been on all sides of the story. Though insulated from the full extent of the war, she had been horrified by the fate of Irene, had seen the trial, and had come to know Tanya the person. When she heard this plan, she teared up and had to dab her eyes to keep them from ruining her makeup. Oh my. She is reaching out to those poor people and helping them to heal, giving them homes. Who even does that to people who tried to hurt her? Right then, she vowed to always support Tanya. Tanya lowered her eyes and smiled. Let's continue our tour. I believe Miss Claudel is waiting for us. This should shake out the last of the Irene partisans and forestall any lawsuits about compensation. It's great publicity for a small cost and, if any of them try anything, we'll be more than ready for them. *****. Francois. All across the Republic, people were talking about the full-page ads placed by TVD. Even the papers that didn't carry the ad, still reported on it, having had a press release given to them with plenty of time so they can write their articles. The ad was brief, almost stark. Other than the details at the bottom, the message was simple and clear. It's time to go home. The long, weary, bloody war is done. The echoes of artillery have faded. Factories have stopped making tanks and guns. The battlefields have given over to flowers. Your beloved home, Irene, awaits you. Two of the remaining free Irene members, as it turns out the oldest and youngest met in an abandoned house outside of Paris. It was a little risky as it was owned by a dead relative of the older man, but police has stopped looking for them recently, as far as their contacts would tell them. Are we all that's left? Whispered the boy. His eyes, haunted years ago, were sunken into his head now as if he were barely among the living. Most of the rest are arrested or missing. A few, he spat on the dusty floor, have told me they are accepting the amnesty. Bridget was crying as she begged me to come with her. How dare she? How dare she? His voice rose to a shriek, scaring the boy. What should we do then? We have no money, no supporters anymore. It's just us. We take this last chance. Even the most wicked witch will let down her guard down now and then. She can't block us this time. He slapped the paper. Even she said it, Irene, he broke down in dry sobs before getting control of himself. Irene is waiting for us. And justice will be riding at our side. Chapter 119, Flowers, reprised. François, Irene. Irene was beautiful on the morning of the grand opening. Unlike what one might expect, there were no banners or special decorations. Like a fresh-faced maiden, she was just showing her natural charm, unadorned by jewelry or makeup. Both Irene and maidens enjoyed flowers here and there, though. Many of the chimerical businesses were open, so there were many cafes and shops open to cater to the throngs of reporters, dignitaries, and tourists. Many of latter group were curious to see what Digirikov would do with a natural city after her success with the happiest place on earth. Certainly, TVD's experience in Chicago gave them plenty of experience in creating a living area from scratch. In some ways, they had an even freer hand in Irene as the safest option, for most of the city, was completely demolishing what remained and starting over. So the sidewalks were pleasant, the architecture easy on the eyes and green spaces were plentiful. Embedded in this beauty were other things, however. Dark things. Sad things. Shocking things. Certain buildings, or what remained of them, had been reinforced and preserved. The raw ferocity of that day frozen in time for all to see. Broken, blackened walls, twisted steel, and glassless windows were mute witnesses to the horrors of the past. There were no plagues or commentary. The remains of structures just existed, leaving observers to their own thoughts. That was the least of what was presented, though. Knots of people gathered here and there, even quieter than around the other monuments. Two men, one young, one old, gently pushed their way through the small crowd near the edge of town. What they were looking at was a sculpture. Behind it was a bas-relief carved into a wall, all grey stone and deep shadows. Seemingly made of ash and soot, a line of haggard figures, heads bowed, trudged out of the city. The detail was minimal, as if a camera wasn't focused on them, but their posture and shapes spoke volumes. A procession of the weary and haggard survivors slouching toward an uncertain future. The statue, however, drew all the eyes. It featured a boy, too old to be a child but too young to be a man. He stared outward, his face stained by tears and hatred. His fists were clenched as if he wanted to attack someone and was looking for them with restless eyes. The tense, youthful body ready to strike out at someone, anyone, to relieve his pain. The work was so realistic that every curve of his clothes and line on his face were like life captured in time. The younger man looked at the sculpture, stunned. The sight had stolen his voice and only a strangled, croaking sound could squeeze out. Worried about him, the older man tried to pull him away but found him impossible to move easily. Come on, we need to go. Here. Hush. Don't speak here. He was able to drag the youngster away and then whispered harshly. Not my real name, fool. Across the street, he finally found his voice. That's me. She made that damned statue of me. How dare she? He was quivering with rage and if anyone had looked back, they could have seen its similarity with a glance. Get hold of yourself, lad. She's done worse than that. He grinned a hard, humorless grin. After we deal with her, that can be your monument. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A young couple were touring the new city and, like many, that also visited the exhibits scattered around. They weren't conveniently placed and required a bit of walking. The woman grimaced a bit. I should have worn my flats. If need be, my dear, I will sweep you off your feet, he responded gallantly. You've already done that, dearest John. She kissed him on the cheek after taking his arm. But I will settle for a little break after lunch and swapping footwear at the hotel. Your slightest wish is my command, dear Marion. I wish, to look at that building. She pointed down the street. I think they have another statue, there. Judging by the others, I dare say you're right. They walked slowly over and John made sure that his arm was available for his wife to hold onto. Remains of brick walls stood up like broken teeth and as they peered over them, they could look down into a basement. A statue of a woman looked up at them. She was kneeling on a rubble-strewn floor below, holding two children against her body so they couldn't see what she could. She was past terror and there was only a resignation on her face as she saw their fate approaching. Marion held tighter to her husband as she looked at the trio, together forever in death. She felt a tear trickle down her cheek as she stared at the woman who was staring up through the hole those years ago. The mother's hands were clenched and the wrinkles of her children's clothes were as exquisitely detailed as her expression. Marion felt like she could feel her last moments even years later, a wordless message of loss and pain. John, she said faintly. I think I need to sit down. He cleared his throat. Yes, that would be for the best. This way, my dear. He led her to the cafe they saw earlier and ordered drinks for the both of them. Brandy? It's so early, she asked when she saw what was served. Some things require strong drink, love. He held her hand as they sat together, each lost in thought for some time afterward. ******. In an intersection, a sculpture depicted a Germanian soldier with a bloody gash across one eye, his helmet on the ground beside him. He was facing another man holding a shovel, his bayonet stabbing into the chest of the Francois native. Both young men were kneeling, obviously close to their last breaths, mirrored in death. Their ages were so similar that it was impossible to tell who was the younger and who the elder, though neither had seen even 2 full decades of life. *****. 4 townsfolk manned a barricade while one young girl crouched behind it with her hands over her ears trying to shut out sounds that had faded years ago. A closer inspection would reveal the 3 of the 4 men were already dead, their bodies propped up to give the resemblance of resistance. *****. A pair of lovers were caught under a collapsed building, only half of their nude bodies visible as they shared their last embrace. *****. And in the center of it all, the cathedral. Somehow it had escaped total destruction. Bullets, bombs, and fire had somehow managed to leave the first floor mostly intact. Careful restoration had preserved the ruin for the final tableau. *****. Several days after their arrival, Tanya and her retinue finally visited the cathedral. Certainly they could have gone sooner, but there were so many things to do, this was left to the end. Tanya was running down the last-minute checks, mostly from a list in her head. The bishop abandoned the place. Visha nodded. He seemed quite anxious to, actually. The money and land we provided will allow them to rebuild at their leisure. Oh, what convinced him? He seemed a stubborn sort. The vice president dimpled. Well, we described exactly how the building had been used during the battle and made sure he knew we would do nothing to disguise that. He sent people to deconsecrate it within 48 hours. The young colonel laughed. You are getting so good at this, I can retire soon. Serebriakov rolled her eyes. As if you'd ever quit working. Why wouldn't I? I'm young, I have some money, wouldn't it be natural? She ignored the nonsense she was hearing and continued. The speakers and lights are ready. We have permanent fixtures set up around the plaza and there are feeds hardwired to where the stage will be. Tanya nodded. That should be sufficient. We don't want anything too elaborate. The most powerful messages are simple ones, repeated often. Visha finished for her. Ha! Apparently I have lectured too often if you can parrot them back to me. Repeated often, right? They shared a smile, while the others trailed behind them. Miss Claudel was waiting by the first sculpture. She had had her first good rest in the last week and the dark circles around her eyes had faded and she looked significantly more chipper. Ah, Miss von Digerekov. Miss Serebriakov. She shook hands with them both, her calloused hands out of place when compared to her elegant demeanor and dress. What do you think? She asked without preamble. Tanya smiled. Better than I could have expected. I'm no artist, but I know what I like and these are powerful. Beautiful. Terrible. The magical videos were a great resource, though I did take some liberties. Of course, this is art, not a newsreel. Having seen what we have, you have our complete trust and I look forward to seeing the rest. The first was a sculpture of a man in mid-flight away from the cathedral. One foot was raised and he seemed impossibly poised at a 45-degree angle. He was dressed in a Germanian uniform, shirt torn open, but his hands were bound. There were bruises on his face and it was twisted in a rictus of pain. His position caused their eyes to be drawn to the building. In the ruined doorway stood 2 townsmen, rifles raised and pointed directly at them. They walked to the building, the gunman getting progressively clearer. One's face was a mask of hatred, shouting something forever lost. The other seemed horrified by his own actions. Both of the triggers were fully pulled, fingers tightened, the tendons on their hands clear. Inside was an even grimmer tableau, the largest of any in the city. One man was holding onto a radio microphone, yelling into it. There were prisoners on the floor, but most were already dead. The last was being held by two men while a third pressed a pistol barrel against his forehead. Visha, having seen early images, was still impressed. Tanya walked around the figures, staring into their faces, examining them from all sides. Camille stood by nervously, but only somewhat so. She knew she did a good job, no, a masterful job, but still, the ultimate judge was this blonde girl who wasn't quite an adult yet. Miss Claudel, there was a pregnant pause, this is perfect. The woman flushed with the praise and merely nodded. I'm pleased that you're pleased. It's the least I could do for my saviors. Don't be modest. This is a great work that will be talked about and studied for at least the next century. You say that we saved you, but this far exceeds what small effort we spent to help you. She looked around and cocked her head to one side. There seems to be an addition, though. I didn't think the building was so complete toward the back. Visha grinned. It's a bit of a late Christmas or perhaps an early birthday present, but the general staff got you a congratulatory gift for your ambassadorship. With a flourish, she pulled large sections of destroyed wall aside to reveal a cleverly hidden pipe organ. The protective covers swung smoothly open on clever cantilevered mechanisms. Tanya stepped forward almost tentatively and then ran her hand over the keys. This is amazing. I don't think I could do it credit without some practice. Certainly not Bach's toccata and fugue, but maybe his little fugue? Do you have the sheet music for that? We have quite a few. She dug through a cabinet that had also been revealed and managed to find what she was looking for. Tanya read over it quickly. I had heard that this a relatively easy one, but even so, it looks tricky. She arranged the stops according to the music and then familiarized herself with the multi-keyboard arrangement. After testing the waters with a few chords and then a showy glissando, she started to play. And, for a few precious minutes, everyone forgot about the ruins and the horrors of war immortalized in metal around them. The statues were silent and neither the Germanians nor the Francois complained as they bore mute witness. ******. A few days later, nearly everyone in the small city were gathered around the wide courtyard circling the cathedral. In fact, the area had been significantly widened to provide for exactly this venue and to provide a natural point for gatherings and celebrations. A small stage had been set up. It was just large enough to let someone speak to a crowd easily. Perhaps 4 people could stand upon it comfortably, and there was a microphone set up for use. After many years of speaking in front of people, in 2 lives, Tanya was quite comfortable on the stage. While her recent growth hadn't been without challenges, the increased height was quite welcome. That, combined with her boots, prevented her from needing a much taller platform. The city wasn't nearly repopulated yet, so the wide plaza was able to accommodate everyone. Due to the speakers, all could hear her clearly. No doubt you are braced for a series of long, boring speeches, but you'll be glad to know that you have escaped that fate. I've found that such things make bad times worse and good times less good, so we'll eschew that today. The crowd laughed lightly. Even the food and drink vendors had temporarily stopped hawking their wares to listen. Everyone seemed receptive and in good spirits. Most of them, that is. I'm afraid to spoil the mood, but let's talk about history, if only briefly. The philosopher Santayana said, those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it. No one should ever forget what happened here on that terrible day. There wasn't a person who didn't know the history of Irene, who could they? The statues and ruins scattered around the city would make that quite impossible, even if weren't for the ruined cathedral behind her. I'm not here to justify nor apologize for my part in that fight. We will simply lay out the facts and allow you, and those who follow, to decide for themselves. Suddenly a voice rang out in the plaza. It carried the timbre of a radio transmission, mild hisses and static overlaid on everything. Release unaffiliated members of the general population immediately. We can't allow your slaughter to continue. We demand the release of imperial citizens according to Article 26, Paragraph 3 of the Rules of War on Land. The voice of a younger Tanya filled the area. It was higher, younger, and yet harsher as well. There were a few seconds of silence, and then the sounds of gunfire came from several directions. Silence again, and then many shots from inside the cathedral, with the last 2 in the plaza. Again, Tanya's voice. This is a warning for the irregular combatants of the armed revolt. In accordance with Article 8, Paragraph 5, of the Rules of War on Land, I demand someone meet with our representative to discuss the subjects of the empire you so unjustly imprison. For the first time, a voice responded to her. It was more of a shout, filled with hatred, and lacked the calmness that Tanya displayed. It was clearer, with less static, as if it were closer. We are the citizens of Irene. There are no prisoners. We are just people asking to be free. Much more quietly, Tanya's voice came to them, almost conversationally as she spoke so someone close to her. According to the rules of war on land, there are no prisoners. All civilians were given the opportunity to withdraw, so there are only unlawful combatants remaining. Commence the bombardment. There was a long silence, and then came the sound of many bombers, droning over the city. There was a whining sound as bombs were released, and then silence. The silence carried on to the crowd, nor did the current Tanya break it. Finally, she spoke in an almost academic fashion. The initial bombardment used high explosives to break the flammable roofs and open the interiors to the sky. This was followed by incendiary bombs that set much of the city on fire. The immense heat threw a fire into the sky and drew air from the sides, making the heat from the fires increase to a degree never before seen by the hand of man over such a wide area. It was so unprecedented, it was given a new name, Fuehrer. This, she raised her voice, startling all of them. This is what we must never forget. I want to live in a world where such a firestorm is never created ever again. As long as good people never forget, we, together, can stop its repetition. Tanya scanned the crowd and there were tears in more than a few eyes. But, even if we remember, the future is always before us and we must nurture it as well instead of simply wallowing in the past. I'd like to share some music with you if I might. Eager to escape the tragedies of the past, there was a general consensus in favor. Tanya was joined by Robert with old acoustic guitar and Feelite with a small drum set. They had practiced the songs over the past week and Robert had picked things up very quickly. Feelite struggled a bit, but her part was relatively simple compared to songs that Tanya could have chosen. Still, she had a sweet voice and helped provide backup vocals on some songs. They started with Teach Your Children by CSNNY. Their harmony wasn't perfect, but the crowd enjoyed the simple, clear lyrics and the blending of their voices. They segued into What the World Needs Now is Love. A bit hippie, but since it's complaining about the ignorance of the Lord, I guess it's fine. Now let's move into the second series. I'm sittin' in the railway station, got a ticket to my destination. Homeward bound. I wish I was, homeward bound. Son, he said, grab your things, I've come to take you home. Tanya was able to keep an eye out as folk songs were rather simple as they were designed to performed by people playing instruments and for audiences to sing along easily. Even while singing, she hadn't completely lost the instincts that had kept her alive for years in a war-torn world. Asymmetric warfare is more advanced in my old world, but some things are universal, I guess. She had spotted a figure that seemed to be more interested in the stage than listening to the music. Overly bulky clothing, a long coat despite the clear weather, all of these things pointed to one conclusion. A suicide bomber, hey? Invented a few decades earlier than I recall, but humans are endlessly inventive. Shit, there are too many people around and I can't attack him without risking setting off the explosives. I guess I don't have a choice. She stepped down from the stage as she started the next song. A glance told the others to stay on the stage despite this change of plans. Confused but amenable, the people parted for her. Her voice, even unamplified, was easily heard by all. She sang a cappella, but this songs didn't lose anything for it. How many roads must a man walk down before you call him a man? How many seas must a white dove sail before she sleeps in the sand? Yes, and how many times must the cannonballs fly before they're forever banned? The answer, my friend, is blowin' in the wind. The answer is blowin' in the wind. Slowly walking through the audience, she smiled at the people around her, trying not to spook the man into detonating the explosives early. Yes, and how many years must a mountain exist before it is washed to the sea? And how many years can some people exist before they're allowed to be free? Yes, and how many times can a man turn his head and pretend that he just doesn't see? The answer, my friend, is blowin' in the wind. The answer is blowin' in the wind. Finally, she got close to the man, no, the boy who seemed frozen to the spot. She looked him in the eyes and started on the final stanza. Yes, and how many times must a man look up before he can see the sky? And how many ears must one man have before he can hear people cry? His eyes dilated and it was like his whole body was listening to her. He tried to swallow, but his mouth was dry, too dry. He knew that the detonator in his pocket could destroy the devil once and for all. But his hand wouldn't move. It was as if it belonged to someone else, someone who wanted to hear her song. She put a hand on his cheek and he shuddered but didn't move. Yes, and how many deaths will it take till he knows that too many people have died? The answer, my friend, is blowin' in the wind. The answer is blowin' in the wind. The last notes trailed off like a breeze that, having come through the area, had finally left. He broke down and cried while Tanya held him tightly. There. You were the boy that left Irene that day, yes? I saw you go, then. Truly, I'm glad you survived and were able to come today. Finally got close enough. That trigger is nothing but scrap now with its wires cut. She wiped his tears with her white-gloved hands while he sobbed. Irene has become beautiful again, are you ready to come home? Yes, he whispered, feeling a huge weight lift from him. He hadn't even realized it was there, but he felt that, if she let go of him, he would suddenly start to fly with the lightness of spirit. Suddenly a harsh voice broke their reverie. I knew you'd be too weak in the end. You were useless to our dead comrades then, and you are useless now. An older man, all grey hair and wrinkles stood there. He laughed like a sickly crow. Or should I say, mostly useless. He suddenly pulled out a gun and shot at the boy in his jacket full of explosives. Only to stare in dismay as the bullet ricocheted into the air due to the sloped shield Tanya had placed around her and the boy. These amateur fools always think a gun makes them omnipotent. Before anyone else could move, there was a loud clang. And the man slumped forward, dropping the gun. Behind him was Visha with a shovel in her hand and a satisfied look on her face. Our people have scanned the crowd, Colonel. We think there's only these two. Tanya smiled, her calm voice likewise calming the about to panic crowd. Don't worry everyone. This was just a small hiccup here today. And I have one more song for you, you wouldn't want to miss that. She kept hugging the boy that still was festooned with high explosives so she could shield herself and him in case they went off. I've only sung this song for those who had lose loved ones in Germania but doesn't equally belong to you as well. She and the others started to sing Where Have All the Flowers Gone while Visha carefully removed the ordnance as quickly as caution would allow. Notes. Tanya comes across as very new age, touchy-feely, hippie, etc. in this chapter, doesn't she? But really, she's just using the weapons of the peace movement to her own ends, right? Chapter 120, There and Back Again. François Parisy at the end of the Great War. General de Lugo stared out of the hotel window looking over Parisy. With the signing of the Articles of Surrender, this was, once again, the capital of François. That stroke of the pen turned him from the leader of the resistance in exile to the head of the military and the de facto head of the government until elections could be held. Frankly, he wasn't enthused about that, those useless parasites were as much the enemy as the empire. No, let's right the ship of state before we open those doors again. We'll bring Germania to heel and clean our own house as well. With the threat of the Russie Federation, few nations will block our growth. There will be a hegemon, it just won't be the empire. His aide, who had learned long ago not to interrupt the general, stood to one side. The man, though a driving force in preserving the republic, had become hyper-focused during the war. Prone to violent outbursts and refusing to listen to anyone, several of his staff had been dismissed and at least one executed for insubordination. Still, there were times where one could interject and the glass of wine in his hand indicated one of those times. It's pleasant that the great city escaped the horrors of war, General. Escaped you say? No. The buildings survived and works of art not looted but the heart of the city was shaken to its core. Their pride as a nation was stripped from them and we need to rein still that. Give them back the spirit that was stolen from them even if not a single franc was taken. How do you bring life back to that which is nearly dead? I don't know, sir. You need blood. Give them a taste of what they lost and they will recover. We won but they don't feel like winners. He sipped his Bordeaux. We'll feed them a fountain of blood and they will be ready to face the future. His aide swallowed heavily and feared to ask any more questions. François Parisy. De Lugo felt both clear-headed and paradoxically more lost since the end of the Great War. Since the precise day of the surrender, the driving force behind him had vanished. It was as if a red haze had dropped from his eyes, from his mind. Now it was just him, a ruined country, and a long road to recovery. The table was surrounded by angry men, all with different ideas. Filthy lickspittles. Lapdogs pretending to be wolves now that the fighting is over. Even the execrable devil was more man this crowd. He pounded on the table with a decommissioned grenade to get everyone's attention. At least most of the assumed that it had been neutralized, a fact that had never been confirmed by de Lugo. Enough. They instantly silenced, looking to the general. We'll amend the reparations. Cut them a few concessions that won't matter in the long run. No matter what else, we need to have the tribunal held here and we need to pull Digirekov's teeth no matter what her final punishment. But these cuts are too generous, General. The reductions to Tier 2 and 3 are outrageous. DuPont. Yes. Shut up while adults are talking. Why you? Do any of you honestly think the reparations will ever be fully paid? Are you that stupid? There was an uncomfortable silence around the room. This is taking them to the brink of destruction. It's not recompense our losses, it's to cripple their country for a generation or 3. Have no illusions. We aren't trying to be fair. We are trying to bleed them until they rebel. Until they, what? Said one of the younger men. De Lugo snorted. They won't suffer under these reparations forever. Sooner or later, they'll decide that another war, even a desperate one, would be better than paying us and the Allies further. And that's why you want to lessen their burden. Don't be stupider than DuPont. There's no way to reduce the reparations enough to give them any real relief, nor would I want to. We are doing it to force concessions by punching them less and making them thank us for it. He stood and dominated the room immediately with his presence. Make no mistake, gentlemen, our goal is to force them into a corner, make them break the treaty. That's madness, Delugo, said a counselor with a stricken look on his face. The last war was a disaster, millions died. Of course they did. Because we weren't ready to fight a war, and they were. How do you think it would have turned out if those roles were reversed? What if the world cheers us on as we finally bring the Germanian menace to heel? We almost witnessed the birth of a continent-spanning empire, so why can't we take that mantle for ourselves? He paused to let that sink in. As long as they break the treaty, and we are ready when they are at their weakest, it will be faster than their vaunted blitzkrieg tactics. Their military will be muzzled, locations known to us by this very treaty, and we'll be able to sweep them into the dusty bookshelves of history. What about the devil of the Rhine? Have you been asleep? How could any tribunal let that monster run free? No, we have a very careful plan for her. He gave them a smile that seemed quite, there was no better word, devilish. Our friends in the Russie Federation will make sure that she won't be a threat. And, once they have tired of her, she will have no safe haven even in her beloved empire. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. What are those idiots doing? Delugo yelled at his aide who carefully stood out of arm's reach without making it obvious. The colonel's performance is unexpectedly competent. It seems the prosecutors were counting on her having a poor lawyer with no support and didn't think they'd face her personally. That's not the point. They are being led by the nose by a little girl. Are we sure she's not getting outside help? Yes, General. She's under 24/7 surveillance and every scrap of material sent to her is thoroughly monitored. She hasn't even received anything in Germanian, newspapers included. The only places she goes is her cell, the courthouse, and her lawyer's office. Has he been compromised? The aide dismissed this thought. I can't see how. He's a third-tier lawyer working alone. We've monitored him almost as closely as Digirekov and he lives a rather simple life. He doesn't even have a phone at home, just the one in his office. He grimaced. Plus he doesn't seem very bright. That was one of the reasons he was chosen. You get word out, quietly, that any judges that fail to. Just then, a corporal burst in. General. Urgent news. How dare you burst in here? General, please. Fuehrer has tried to assassinate Digirekov. Multiple dead in the courtroom. How is she? He didn't bother to clarify, there was only one she. Colonel Digirekov is mobile and has been escorted out. We're waiting for more news now. Of course. There's no way that would kill her. He waved off his assistants. Go. Find out what's going on. Once left alone, he cracked open a bottle of the strongest brandy he owned and swallowed a tall glass of it, hardly taking a breath during the drink. It feels like she is directing all of this, but how? How? This attack is at the worst time, it gives the wavering an excuse to take the coward's route. The long day provided him no answers, nor the long night afterward. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Delugo wasn't terribly surprised when there was another attack in the prison. And he absolutely wasn't surprised that she had survived handily. His intelligence agency, even after a brutal investigation, had no luck finding her allies but the ruthless hunt continued. I will find them. I will eliminate them. And then we'll finally get rid of that monster. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The meeting was secret as, even though it was a semi-open secret that the trial was a farce, they had to preserve the illusion of propriety. The Albion judge shook his head. I understand your position, but it's out of my hands. How can it be out of your hands? Delugo looked red-eyed, restless, as if he was barely keeping his temper under control. You're one of the judges. Just vote the right way. He sighed and tapped the ash off of his cigar before indulging in another puff. At this point, there's nothing I can do. Not only do I have a suggestion from back home, the prosecution's case is in a shambles. I have to admit, I'm shocked by their incompetence. Frankly, I assumed this would be a simple matter but those fools your fools have made it hard for me. You dare say there are no options? Now, she's far too sympathetic a figure. Damn it, man, it was handed to the Francois on a silver platter. To kill her now would be like burning a modern Joan of Arc and I adamantly refuse to wear that label for the rest of my life. She's a monster. She's no hero. Yes. She is. You made her a hero. I don't know how those Fuehrer fools, the crooked guards, and the dime store prosecutors were involved, but they ruined the narrative and thus I have no choice. Delugo clenched his fist. It's not a story, it's about justice. That's where you're wrong. It has always been a story. A very, very sad story with a twist ending. Whether it's a tragedy or a triumph depends on your point of view, I suppose. To the world, and even to many of your countrymen, she is no longer the devil of the Rhine. She is just a persecuted little girl, used by her own country, bearing the ire from the rest of the world, and hounded every step of the way. Forgive me if I choose not to throw myself on the fire you've built for her. There was a half-minute silence before the judge continued. When she gets back from her little vacation, you probably know how the vote will go. Otherwise, you wouldn't have visited me in the dead of night. I've made my decision, as have my peers. This delay is simple window dressing to make it look like we are deliberating, but surely you realize that we are done. He shook his head. You're known for coming up with clever plans, bold plans, but in this case I'm advising you to give up. If you want to do something, try something new in the future. Your part in this story is done and you either stay in and become another villain or you bow out and become a footnote. The general left quietly and the judge remained awake just until his cigar was done. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. As predicted, the judgment ended in acquittal. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Despite the Digirekov situation, Delugo still had his work. He saw Tanya being championed and remained silent. He heard about the attack and made no action. He signed the papers that officially handed her back to Germania, now a republic and no longer an empire. He oversaw the maintenance of the surrender terms and the strict adherence to the reparations schedule. While guiding Francois toward recovery, he watched as TVD became ever more integrated into his country, both economically and culturally. He saw, and did nothing. Carefully, Francois rebuilt their military, but Delugo found less and less support for the expense. Perhaps it was because they didn't want to think about war during this new peace, but for the most part, they didn't see the need that he saw all too clearly. Finally, with little fanfare, he left his position. Frankly, the civilian governors were glad to see him go. He was too much the warmonger, too insistent on military spending and, most of all, far too powerful in the government both in the military and civic matters. He was on the cusp of becoming a dictator in their eyes and many sighs of relief were heard in Paris after his resignation. Oh, of course they gave him every military honor imaginable but he barely paid them any attention. Beyond giving a few last orders to his subordinates, it was as if he had vanished. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A ship heading to Africa. A man who had once led a mighty army looked out over the ocean. The driving force of the past decade was missing. Some spirit was gone from him, vanished like dew when the hot morning sun came over the horizon. He had lost something and perhaps he was looking to find it again in Africa. He wasn't sure why he needed it and, frankly, he wasn't sure if he really wanted it. But lacking a path, though this was as good a course as any. He had found his way in the dark continent before and perhaps it held more answers for him now. The endless waves stretched before, hiding everything, and promising nothing. He was satisfied with that as he no longer trusted promises, even those he made to himself. Chapter 121, Quiet Wheels. Francois, Irene. With the perpetrators in custody, fortunately the police department was one of the essential services and so was ready to handle the task. The rest of the day was much more peaceful. Unlike some public figures, Digirekov had no problems mingling with the crowd, chatting about her music or the new Irene. An ardent music fan gushed, "Those songs, are they all new?" She smiled, "It's the first time being performed except for one of them. A lot more people will hear them in the future, though." "Oh, why is that? If I may ask." "I'm setting up a foundation for Irene and orphans of the war. There will be a largish orphanage in Irene and all the profits of the album from these songs will be donated to that cause. I'm also allowing anyone to make their own versions of the song free of royalty payments." "Goodness. That's rather generous as these songs are superb." "Oh, I'm going to suggest that they donate a portion of their proceeds to the foundation or at least mention it if they play it live. There may be quite the cumulative effect if everyone is mentioning the plight of those children. I won't enforce anything, however." A reporter interjected. "What are your plans for Irene in general?" "Plans? No, it's more like I have a vision for Irene. If you squint your eyes, there's not much difference between Germania and Francois, or the Commonwealth, or Idola." Her eyes twinkled. "I have more in common with a Francois private than the Germanian nobility despite my title. The experiences, the hopes, the complaints about field rations, oh, yes, we are far more alike than different." She pointed at the town. "The reason so many fought over this little city is because it's ideally placed as a rail hub. Can't you also see it as a hub of commerce? With peace in Europa, it should become an economic powerhouse right here in Francois. And since we own over half the town and all the rail yard, it will be our powerhouse. Much better than ordnance and fires, we'll conquer with logistics and mortgages." She gave them a smile that no one interpreted properly. And, truth be told, the report and the other people listening could easily imagine the vision she described. They saw streets full of happy people, thriving businesses and visitors from all over the continent. "My word," the reporter thought. "She's single-handedly bringing this ruined city back to life, even better than before. Perhaps the good rumors about her are true. If I can't trust my own eyes, what can I trust?" He felt ashamed of the decidedly anti-Tanya stories he had written before, during, and after the trial. He vowed to balance the scales with his future articles. After about an hour of chatting, Tanya said, I was going to play on the organ for a bit, if you would like to hear. It's not my preferred instrument but I practiced for a few days and I have some passable songs. A bit surprised, but pleased, crowd followed her for the mini concert. The playing wasn't perfect but everyone generally enjoyed the impromptu performance. Someone who could hear the music was a woman in a pleasant apartment overlooking the Grand Plaza. The furniture was new but there was a lack of personal touches. Her heavily lined face traced a story of grief but there was, perhaps, a slight lightening of her features, a modicum of peace there. Unexpectedly, there was a knock at her door. She continued to sit at her window, hands folded on a lap blanket. Not bothering to move, she just said, Enter, please. A young man entered quietly and closed the door behind him. Hello. Ah, Adrian. Come, have a seat. You can hear the organ from here. Should you use my real name? All secrets have been revealed, now. Why maintain the pretense? He sat down and listened with her for a while. She good, isn't she, Sophie? I'm no judge but I think so. The woman nodded. She is. With some practice, she could be truly great at it. She looked at her hands. Once they had been used for music but she forced herself to stop thinking about that. I'm surprised you are not imprisoned. Didn't they catch you? Dmitry von Digirekov called and convinced the authorities that I had accepted the amnesty and had been forced to work with peers. I spent maybe 12 hours in the jail. He thought back. It was a rather pleasant place other than him yelling at all hours. For an old man, he has a lot of energy. They shared a laugh about that and then were silent again. So what are your plans now? Adrian shook his head. I don't know. I have no real skills and I feel broken inside. What should I do? Sophie looked out the window and said, all I can give is the advice that someone told when I first came here, when you can't help yourself, help someone else. Do that enough and you might find your own salvation. Help someone else. He thought about this deeply while they listened, enjoying the sweet-smelling and slightly warm breeze coming in from the window. I'm not sure how to do that, either. You should look around. You have your voucher, yes? So have a place to live and your expenses covered for a year. Take the time you've been given and use it well. Thank you, Sophie, I'll do that. He left and closed the door quietly behind him. Adrian spent several days looking at the city with fresh eyes. It was almost familiar and, if he didn't look too closely, he could almost lose himself in the fantasy that the city had never fallen. The buildings had a familiar style but the people were different. The old spirit was just gone. There was a new spirit, a younger one, hopeful and bright, but still not the same. He wandered away from the main streets to the areas under construction. Obviously, the engineers had focused on the essential areas first while completing the rest off to the side in preparation for new immigrants and businesses. Even while the opening events were occurring several blocks away, construction continued just out of sight. Still, the streets were navigable and there were no restrictions on him walking down them, watching the activity. Near the transition to a thin suburban zone, there were some businesses that required cheaper, more plentiful land before it went to the industrial and agricultural areas. Adrian saw a young woman sweeping the stoop in front of a dust-covered nondescript building. She was garbed in a shapeless dress with a large kerchief over her hair and a cloth across her mouth. Curious, he went over to her and said, "Hello, ma'am." She seemed surprised by the greeting. "Oh. Sorry, we aren't ready to accept visitors yet." "Visitors for, what?" He looked around, puzzled. She put a hand on her hip. "Isn't it obvious?" "Well, no, I'm afraid not." The woman pointed at a sign that was a uniform grey color. "Well, the name is, oh, goodness." She took her broom and brushed the dust off to reveal the name beneath, Elikal Avansita Tanya. Dmitry von Digirekov, named this school after herself. The woman's eyes twinkled as she laughed. "Oh, no, no, no. She merely provided the land and building. We staff named the school after her. The primary school is named Tanya and the upper grade school will be called Digirekov." "Cute, hey." "Yes, I guess so. It seems like a lot of work." She sighed and nodded. "The others are doing errands now and all the construction has coating the entire area with dust. One good rain would help but this dry spell," she shrugged helplessly. "Would you like some help? I'm no teacher but I can use a broom at least." "Oh, I couldn't ask you to do that." "No need to ask, I'm volunteering. Besides, I'm between jobs right now and could use something to do." She removed her mask and shook his hand, after wiping it on her already dusty dress. "Welcome aboard, then. I'm Beatrice. She's pretty cute. I'm Adrian. Pleased to meet you. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Germania Baron." A man in a plush office asked his subordinate, "We have confirmation they are both out of the country." "Yes, sir." "Arena of all places." He steepled his fingers together as a smile crossed his face. That should have been her grave back then, but I guess this works just as well. Tell them to begin the plan. Now, sir, the man asked, startled. Of course. There's more than one way to bleed and we need to start cutting. Herr Bruning smiled widely as if imaging the knives coming out. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Germania. Even with both Digirякov and Serebryakov gone, the wheels of TVD continued to turn. Researchers came up with new inventions, crops were grown, deals were organized and items were made as if they were still there. By design, the divisions of the business, and the individuals working there were almost completely independent. Years ago, Tanya was asked about this business model and she just laughed and said, ideally, if someone were to come along and break up the company, then each piece would grow into its own company. Like an earthworm or starfish, the more it's cut apart, the more of them you get. Or, if you want to be more dramatic, like the mythical Hydra, each head cut off will grow two more. Visha didn't bother asking why, as there was always a reason. Instead, she asked, how does this help? It's like the modern staff military, giving your subordinates more leeway, but with clear goals, is the same as multiplying yourself. There isn't one Digirякov, there are dozens. There isn't one Serebryakov, but hundreds. You can't attack a cloud with a bullet, or an idea with a sword. When you get down to it, we are spreading ideas of a better world and how to implement it. So the wheels continued to turn and plans laid continued to advance quietly, out of sight, and with nary a ripple detected anywhere. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Germania, many places. All over Germania, police officers approached many businesses armed with a new law in hand. Most of them were wooden-faced and those who weren't had conflicted expressions. Certainly the officer walking up to his local Tanya mark seemed uneasy. Oh, Jürgen, the clerk said as he came in. Did you get off early today? Your shift ends at 4, right? I'm sorry to say that I'm here on work, Marta. He pulled out a piece of paper and said, this store is hereby closed for business until the charges laid forth in these charges are resolved by the parent company, TVD. He looked tired just after reading that simple sentence. She patted his hand. Poor thing. I know that was hard for you. Can you help close the shutters? You'll need to post that notice, yes. I do, but how did you know that? Oh, we got a memo a few weeks ago about this so we could get ready. The storm shutters were thick, wooden things but they could be maneuvered into place with some help and hung down over the windows using hidden latches. Make sure the red side is out. Why is that? He turned around the shutter and saw a big announcement. This marked shut down by greedy politicians, see notice below. There was a rectangle the perfect size to hold his official notice and there was even a frame to keep it protected from the weather. You are uncommonly prepared, Marta. She laughed. Not me. We have our instructions. It'll be hard but... As they were talking, a woman with a large basket came up and looked at the sign. She suddenly started crying and staggered backward. Jürgen managed to catch her before she fell and supported her while she sobbed. Oh, what will I do? Her voice was heartrending. I can't afford to buy food anywhere else. What will I do? What will I do? Marta hugged the woman. Don't worry, we'll help. She looked up with reddened eyes with a trace of hope. How? Come, let's fill your basket. Looking very reluctant, Officer Jürgen interrupted. I'm afraid I can't allow you to conduct business. I'm giving away the food, not conducting business. Surely that is within the law. He pushed up his cap and nodded. Of course it is. Please, do what you can for her. As the ladies went in the store, he called out. Oh, what were you about to say? Say? Oh. I was going to say it'll all work out in the end, it always does, right? Chapter 122, Editorial. Chapter Text. Germania. A press release had been sent to every major paper, government office, and certain others outside of Germania. It was quite lengthy and certain publishers had been encouraged to print it in its entirety and without commentary. Our beloved fatherland has suffered greatly, both from the Great War and the burden of reparations. To meet these challenges, we need to pull together, each doing their part to support the country that has birthed and nurtured us. And in the period of bitter peace, there have been many issues to deal with and chief among them are the scourge of war profiteers and how they are draining the very lifeblood of our nation. No person and no company can be allowed, or will be allowed to profit on the backs of the suffering people of Germania, hoarding blood-soaked gold in secret vaults. As a people, as a country, as a proud nation we must stand against the parasites that are stopping us from achieving the greatness we deserve. This legislation is the first, and best, step to righting the wrongs of the past few years and bringing prosperity, once again, to the fatherland. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Germania. Shielded from both the war and the downturn in the economy, former nobles still got together in their homes and salons to discuss the affairs of the day. If there were somewhat fewer of them than a decade ago, no one made mention of it. A lady whose name would be recognized easily in Germania was speaking to her equally high-born friends. The men were also there but in a separate room talking amongst themselves. Both were discussing the same thing, however. So, they are finally progressing against von Degurikov legally. I wonder that they have the courage as she has some popularity. One of her friends, who was fond of taking the contrary side, said, oh perhaps a few years ago when she was a war hero or a little girl under fire, but now? The world is her oyster while people live on the streets. She creates businesses every week while century-old firms fail. Envy is the watchword for the day. Another woman countered. She still has deep ties to the military, however. Not a force to be trifled with, all things considered. Are they really, though? They were rather gutted by the surrender and treaty. Smaller, but never powerless if they chose to use that power. One of the younger women said, won't this cause fear among industrialists and magnates? Surely they fear they would be next. The High Lady raised a gloved finger. Yes, they want her gold, they want it like a wolf thirsts for live meat. They think she has enough to satisfy their ambitions and needs for long enough they don't have to dip into this particular well again. But perhaps more than that, they hate her. She makes them look incompetent, or worse for such prideful men, foolish. No, they'll gut her companies but what they will celebrate is her destruction. ****. Germania. A trio of out-of-work workers were spending what little they had on the cheapest beer they could find. As per their habit, they were complaining, about the lack of jobs, about the government, even about the weather when nothing else came to mind. Did you hear they shut down TVD? Hey? What part? All of it. A third man just grunted. Serves them right. Greedy bastards. I'm not sure what you mean. He pointed at the others with a dirty finger. How long has it been since the war? How does a girl go from a tiny pension to richest person in Germania? She has businesses all over the world. She maneuvered her way to become ambassador and is living the high life in the United States. I better she drinks champagne with millionaires and presidents every day. Mark my words. He slammed his mug on the table only to curse as some of it splashed out. His friend rubbed the stubble on his chin. That makes some sense. It's odd that they are doing so well when times are hard. Exactly. No one gets that rich without being dirty, really goddamn dirty. It's a shame, it is. He took a swallow, nursing the rest of his beer. Where are you looking for work next? I dunno. I might have to go overseas. Rumley, Idola, maybe even America. You can't drink in the United States anymore, you know. What? Well, that's off the list. ****. Germania's art factory. The factory head was holding an all-staff meeting. The women around were nervous, some bordering on panic. This job was the only thing keep most of them from poverty and food on their tables. First, I want to tell every to be assured that no one is getting fired, no one is being laid off, we are not even reducing hours. We might need to be more flexible in what we do but we take of our own and I don't want any headless hens running around. They chuckled a bit at that, even if a bit nervously. One woman raised her hand. She had been with Zart from the beginning and was steady as a rock as befitting her graying hair. Can we ask how that's even possible? TVD undoubtedly has reserves but a company cannot continue without being able to sell product. That makes good sense and thank you for asking that. We are in an interesting place and we will be more circumspect for a while until the situation is resolved. First, we cannot allow conversion of credits to marks until we can actually get marks once the company is fully open again. But, thankfully, our production facilities are diverse enough now. You can buy food, clothes, housing, and pretty much all necessities through TVD with those credits. What about other things, though? Can we pay for a doctor or a hairdresser? Actually, that's what I wanted to talk to you all about. What we can't do now, we can do in the future. For example, Olga, you are pretty good at doing hair, right? So, as we need fewer people on the product line but we do need another service, why not do that instead? As for doctoring, wouldn't just hiring a physician to be part of TVD be sufficient? Is there much difference between being a freelance doctor and a company doctor except that you'll use your company account rather than regular money? One of the younger workers tilted her head to one side. So it's just like normal, but we can only go to other TVD employees. It will take time to grow enough but, basically, we aren't bound anymore. She smiled with a tiny bit of malice that she hid well. In fact, you might say we have been freed. ****. Germania, Baron. Professor Wagner, Professor Heidel, and many graduate students were working long hours as they desperately compiled their data. Men that had previous only thought they were tired before were dragging their weary bodies around the room. The two in charge were blissfully unaffected by the organized chaos around them as they sipped coffee to one side of the room while the rest worked. As compiled data was presented to them, they related it to theories and formulas that they had created but never had the chance to use. In fact, they rather prayed to never have the need to use. Working separately, they would check each other's work and discuss about how they matched the models they had created. Wagner was looking at the master list. So we agree that models A, B, D, F1, F2 and Z are all incompatible with the data. Heidel nodded. Alas, yes. I had high hopes for F2. Hopes aren't reality, my friend. Of the remaining ones, maybe E1, E2 or G seem the closest. Let's rework the teams and set up models for testing the current data. Wagner clapped his hands. Everyone, take an hour break. We will continue after that. He had expected that they might get food or perhaps go for a smoke break, but most of them simply collapsed in place and the room was soon filled with snoring students. Perhaps 3 hours might be better. Bah, they are young. But 2 hours isn't entirely unreasonable. They ordered food and made a fresh pot of coffee. 120 minutes later, the professor called out, "Okay, up, you lazy things. Eat and get back to work." They broke the students into 3 teams so they could analyze the data in parallel. Many more cups of coffee later, and they had their answer. Heidel addressed the exhausted students, "First, good job, all. It's been a long 3 days but well worth it. For now, we will move ahead with Model F2. The second team gave a ragged cheer as their work was accepted. We've input the numbers and, by our estimations, the overall productivity of the nation has reduced 18% and is continuing to decline. TVD has captured 46% of the Germanian market. This is partially through growth, international trade, and the unfortunate contraction of the other sectors. While gathering the data was lengthy and some of the calculations were esoteric, all of them were able to draw conclusions at this point. One student broke the reverie. That means TVD is entirely self-sustaining, isn't it? Even if you exclude the foreign trade, they can grow internally. What of the rest of Germania, then? The silence stretched for far longer this time as they considered the story the numbers told. *****. Germania. Walter was reading a local paper as this wasn't a publishing day for Digerekov's newspaper. The announcement from the government was odd. He hadn't heard about any big criminal cases or scandals recently. Had he missed something? Honey? Where are my old issues of Die Wahrheit? He called out to his wife. I think they are in the study. Look to the left of the bookshelf. Her voice floated in from the garden, barely audible inside the house. He levered himself out of his reading chair and ambled over to the old newspapers. He didn't keep old papers as a matter of habit, but the quality of Die Wahrheit and the pictures it features made him reluctant to just throw it away. He was satisfied with this justification as he started looking through the news sections, starting with the most recent. Ah, is this it? He was rereading an opinion editorial from a few weeks ago, possibly penned by Digerekov herself. The editorial opinions were never signed. The current administration is notoriously incompetent. They are mostly holdovers from the war years where their poor decisions turned a hard-won, albeit painful, victory into a terrible rout and humiliating defeat that we are still paying for to this very day. To compound their terrible policies, they acceded to reparations that are literally destroying this country, one mark at a time. A nation cannot function without gold just as a person cannot function without air. And those reparations are steel hands around our throat, only to allow a gasp every now and then, only to allow us to suffer just long enough to ship them another crate of confiscated family treasures or trainload of coal torn from Germanian mines. We at Die Wahrheit predict that, having failed in their essential duty of protecting the country and working toward the common good, will resort to drastic measure. They will specifically target companies and people that have managed to recover and grow and will rob them of their treasure just as they've taken the heirlooms of your families in exchange for worthless paper. Once they rob the richest, at the point of a gun if necessary, they will go for the not quite as rich, and then at the not all rich, and then to the destitute. Their friends and cronies will escape this robbery, but not so the common man. Look soon for the laws, the shackles, and the theft to begin. They will try to silence us, and you, and it is incumbent on all free Germanians to stand against tyranny even if comes with the mask of the fatherland. Is this what she was talking about? It seems to line up. As he looked for more clues, Gustav came into the room. Walter, did you hear? Since I don't know what you are speaking about, how can I tell? The government, they've shut down TVD. All over the country. Walter silently handed his friend the editorial he held. Gustav scanned the paper and then looked up. So, this is it. This is it. Mein Gott. ****. Germania. All over the fatherland, doors were closed, windows were shuttered and lights were turned out. The notice from the government, however, was lit at every TVD business for everyone to see. And, behind those closed doors, business proceeded. Perhaps not as usual, but proceed it did. Chapter 123, Foundation. Chapter Text. Germania Baron. Chancellor Muller barked at his aide, at least that's what he intended. From him, it sounded more than a little strained. Like a small dog trying to act fierce but, unlike that small dog, not even believing his own bluster. What was that? Say that again. His aide almost shrugged but decided on the better part of valor. They are doing nothing, Chancellor. They closed their stores to the public and are not conducting any business that can be detected. What about those trucks and vehicles? They are still on the road whenever I go out. Inventory transfers. They are moving things between locations they own. Their businesses, while not engaged in commerce, are still functioning. Food being grown, bread being made, and so on. We have informants and police monitoring most of these locations and we are almost certain none of it leaving the company. Do you mean to tell me they growing food for no one? Cobbling shoes for no one? Making those stupid pens for no one at all? They do consume their own products, Chancellor. But not for anyone else. Frankly, it's puzzling. There's no way they can stockpile the sheer amount they can produce, there isn't enough warehouse space in all of Germania for that. And none leaves their property. He shook his head slowly. We would have noticed, we're trying to catch them, after all, but not a thing leaves. People go in, supplies go in, the people work, and then they leave again. Could the workers be smuggling things out a bit at a time? Perhaps a few pence but nothing of substance. It's difficult to sneak pallets of clothes or tons of agricultural supplies out in a handbag, sir. We need a casus belli and we need it now, man. Otherwise we have to wait for their annual returns to get any gold out of them. Perhaps we can instigate something. Their people are too loyal. We haven't been able to shake loose a spy or get any extra information. Not that, it's too hard as you say. But if have a legitimate reason to go onto their property, then all manner of things might be discovered that you can't find out from just observation. He went on to explain his idea after he made sure no one was listening. The Chancellor gritted his teeth and said, go ahead and do it but make sure to only people you trust explicitly. *****. Germania, Munich. Herr Aiken, and his restaurant, had survived the war. It had survived the recession afterwards. And, for a few years, it had done more than survive, it was growing again, recovering and even thriving. Their customers came to enjoy their food again and he had briefly seen a bright future on the horizon. That was all gone now, though. He was sitting outside his restaurant, alone, with nothing but a bottle of wine to keep him company that night. His neighbor walked up and said, Aiken? Why are you out here? Why aren't you open? He sighed. I'm closing down, Rossi. I can't do it anymore. The neighbor sat down on the other chair at the table. Tell me. There were hard times but we were recovering. Prices were coming down so we could make a small profit even if our customers and then I lost most of my suppliers. What? All at once? Are you being targeted by someone? No, not precisely. Prices were getting insane with inflation and my customers aren't getting richer by any means. But, before things got too bad, TVD started offering raw ingredients and even some prepared products at massively lower prices. Sure, you had to accept that their prices would change from day to day because it was tracked against gold, but it was still so much cheaper than anyone else, with higher quality. He scowled. Then those damned politicos shut them down. Even if I had other suppliers, I couldn't afford their prices. You have a good place here, even your Eidolon dishes are worthwhile. I have an idea, if I can ask a few questions first. Rossi was an Eidolon expat, second generation. He was clever in both business and food so his advice was likely cogent. A tiny glimmer of hope lit in Herr Aiken's heart. Ask. Ask whatever you need to. What percentage of your customers are TVD employees right now? He thought back. The people were mostly the same but where they work had changed. He was a personable person and talked to them, knew about their lives. 70%, give or take. Hey better than I thought. Question 2, can you survive on just those customers? Yes, definitely. I wouldn't become rich, but survival wouldn't be a problem. What is he getting at? These questions don't seem to be leading anywhere. Lastly, are you willing to take a different path, something you would have never tried if not for desperation? I'm about to go bankrupt, what do I have to lose? Before your business goes under, you should sell it to TVD. He stood up abruptly. Sell it? This is my legacy to my kids. It's been in the family for 4 generations. I misspoke, calm down, sit. If you merge with TVD then you are part of their company, JA? So you can only sell to their employees but you are allowed to get your supplies like you used to from TVD. The government has made a wall between Germania and Igerekov. What you do is hop over that wall. He mimicked with his fingers hopping the basket of breadsticks on the table. That will work. Of course. If it's all inside the company, it's just moving things from one pocket to another. He closed one eye wisely and held up a finger. And, even better, there are no taxes. Aiken sat up straighter. No. Surely that can't be the case. Remember, it's all one company. That's like taking money from your till and putting back in your safe. How can you be sure? This seems fantastic, impossible. He laughed. How? I did it myself 6 months ago, before all this nonsense began. Just not having to pay taxes has made it all worthwhile. My vineyard and winery are doing better than ever. He leaned forward. You say that 70% of your business is from TVD employees? Doesn't it make sense that 70% of everything in this town is in the company? Something to think about, Aiken did think about it, and hard. Removing taxes will make it so that I'm just as profitable as before and not even have to worry about that annoying paperwork. And if he's right, and the whole town joins, won't I have a better business than ever? I won't be able to convert my profits to marks, but no one wants marks these days. One thing Digirekov's people always had was money, hard money. Why not? What do I have to do? Rossi slapped him on the shoulder. Leave it to me. We'll set up the meeting tomorrow and the paperwork will be done before dark. Go ahead and make your orders to TVD, but tell them to deliver after the merger. He got up and continued his walk with a smile and a wave. The restaurateur reached out to pour himself another drink but stopped and reinserted the cork. No time for this, I have a business to run. The other man glanced a list of struggling businesses that had stopped buying his wine as he walked. 4 more today, I think. He looked at the streets of Munich and smiled. 70% is good, but 100 is better, *****. François, Irene. Naturally, Tanya was kept up to date wherever she was but wasn't overly concerned. Plans had been long laid and she trusted her people to follow them, improvising as necessary. That being the case, she spent her time chatting with the people of François, practicing the organ and, in short order, talking to reporters about the new law. The last time when she met a roomful of reporters to talk, it was about the failures of the Germanian government, and so it was this time. One major difference was that there was an international bent to the room and that their stature was several notches above the past. Another difference was that this was a suite in one of the newest, and best, hotels in Irene rather than the more utilitarian choice they had used in Berun. Please, I'm sure you have questions. For simplicity, and as a nod to our hosts, I'll speak in François as much as possible. She glanced over the room, but if you have problems, I think I can manage. English, François, Espagnan. I apologize but my Eidolon is rather rudimentary. They mutually agreed that François was fine. To save time, I'll lay down the facts. Yes, the Germanian government passed something they laughably call the Fairness in Taxation Law. She shook her head. It's a name that has a Machiavellian bent that could only be crafted by a government agency. At any rate, they have blocked my company from doing business until their imagined crimes have been adjudicated and the blood money extracted. The Berun correspondent raised his eyebrows. Your rhetoric is more inflammatory than last time. Back then, I was more restricted as an officer of the empire. As a free citizen, I'm quite a bit more free to speak. As an ambassador, though, aren't you under similar constraints? The reporter from the Unified States asked. I'm an agent of the government, yes, but I'm speaking as a business owner. One does not forego this identity as an ambassador the same way a soldier does. So, if you ask my opinion on tariffs between Germanian and the Unified States, I would say one thing and would not contradict that in my private life. Her voice lowered and took on ominous tone. But this is a matter of my company and I say this without qualification. A rabidly corrupt and greedy government has taken hold in Berun and they will drive the country to ruin. The Albion report harumphed. This sounds like a complaint rather than statement of fact. She nodded. Oh, it's a complaint, no doubt. But that doesn't mean it isn't grounded in reality. First, this action against TVD was done with no evidence. Not a single fact was posited, just vague claims that I've been cheating somehow. She smiled sardonically. Apparently the definition of cheating is simply being successful. Even the savvy reporters were surprised by this. They shut down your entire company with no specific claims. She shrugged. I haven't heard any. Apparently this new law has very broad powers of enforcement, actual evidence is unnecessary. She paused. I mean that literally. If you read it, it basically states just the suspicion of illicit activity is enough to punish. Oh, they call it as an investigative measure to prevent wrongdoers from sneaking off in the middle of the night with bags of gold, one assumes. But the vast majority of our assets are land, or buildings, or businesses. Do they think I'm going to hide that somehow? That would be quite the bag. The reporters chuckled, and not out of obligation. The Ildoan chimed in with a rather strong accent but proper pronunciation. How has this affected your businesses? Well, it's hurt us, obviously. But we are a very large company designed to handle adversity and privation. Basically, if we grow food, we eat the food and, unfortunately, we can't sell it our hungry countrymen. The Germanian asked, there have been reports that your marks and some farms have been giving away surplus food. What else could we do with it? Our canning division has ramped up a lot to stockpile some of the food we can't eat, and we've funneled some of the remainder to our orphanages and charities, but we still had too much to use, so we gave it away. We try to focus on those that are the neediest, and there's no lack of those in my country. You only mentioned Germania. Ah, yes, the law has no effect in other countries. Even my American holdings are a separate division and the consulate is borrowing the land. So, overseas, it's business as usual. Obviously. In fact, expansion plans are proceeding apace in all the countries we have established a presence. Not España, however, said a droll reporter from that country. Actually, the Salini line will be reaching a port in your country within the next 2 months. Roughly that time frame, at any rate. We acquired a failing port and are installing container ship docks there that will connect it to both Europa and the rest of the world. The reporter looked surprised and jotted some notes to research after this interview. This seems improbable as I live in that country and haven't heard this. Haha. Well, all I can say is we build very, very fast. Long project times are time not spent making money. Extensive use of mages, new construction techniques, and high vertical integration make us the fastest operators in this industry. She shook her head. Mostly connected, that is. I'm not sure how far they will stretch this new law, and I wouldn't put it past them to confiscate cargo even belonging to other countries simply because the train cars say TVD on the side. Most of the reporters look shocked by this prediction. Surely not. That's practically an act of war, said the François. I think that as well. But stupid decisions are in the blood of this administration and reasonable choices are few and far between. Mark my words, when their plan to cripple us into submission by shutting our operations fails, they will get desperate. Sensing an exciting scoop, they leaned forward. Desperate, can you elaborate? Tanya thought and said, violence is the last refuge of the incompetent. This quote was about to be printed all over the world. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Visha said cheerfully, I think the interview went well. Tanya sipped her coffee with obvious pleasure. It did indeed. Now it's a matter of timing and the competency of the central office. Competency. Specifically, the level of competency we've predicted. Low, obviously, but there might be an issue if someone has an ounce of sense in their ranks. What if they are even less intelligent than you've guessed? That would be rather stunning considering how little credit I give them. She put down her cup. You have made me nervous, Visha. I made a classic error of overestimating my foes. Let's head back to Baron in case they get overly stupid. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Norden. Astrid and Nova looked at the shores they had left years ago as they were on their mission of death, unsuccessfully as it turned out. They were quite pleased with the outcome, having worked hard to ride the razor edge between their promises and their souls. Nova looked at the snowy rocks of the fjord and shivered. I would like to say it's good to be home, but somehow I can't muster up that feeling. Come, sister. You delighted in skiing, ice skating, and snow forts. Keep that in mind. She hugged her with a little laugh. Oh, I still like all those things. Just, I also like wearing less than 3 layers of clothes, swimming in seawater that isn't trying to kill me, and fresh fruit and fancy drinks. We worked hard for this reward and it's long past time to collect. For the first time, her normal unflappable expression turned hard. How dare they use us like that? There will be a reckoning and I intend to collect. So how are we doing this? She smiled with brilliant white teeth that looked like fangs to those who knew the young woman well. We've spent a long time not killing a certain someone, so we might be a bit rusty. Oh, I doubt it will come to that. The Council of 10 can be fairly reasonable if they have no other choice and you've made the options quite clear. And if they aren't reasonable, then we do it your way and see if a new council is more flexible. Chapter 124, Easy Answers. Earth. Dross, drivel, drab, drafty, dregs, dreary. I'm sure there was at least one more. Oh, yes, dreadful. A creature with no real name looked at a terrible night. To anyone else, it would be an average evening, perhaps a little rainy, just enough that you would debate between using an umbrella or simply air drying afterward while hanging up your hat and coat. To it, however, it was just one more in an endless series of equally horrible evenings, separated by equally horrible days. This damned place wore away at it like the patient scratching of a bird sharpening his beak on a rocky mountaintop. Day after day after day after day. It never really distinguished between one day and another. All were the same. All were awful. All loathsome in comparison to the ideal state it had once enjoyed. The fact that it had made this choice really made no difference. It lacked the self-awareness to understand when it had made a mistake or to assign blame to itself. One could say that was its fundamental flaw among others. Still, its plans were moving forward, one plodding inescapable step at a time, but, for now, it simply waited for the next act to begin. Deceit, demise, destruction, defiance, desecration. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Germania. Unused lands existed amidst a hilly region where the most significant feature were miles-distant farms and forests on land too irregular for easy logging. Several years ago, an investor had purchased hundreds of acres around for a pittance. Many of the previous owners were unaware that they had the rights to the lands and were happy to get a return on assets they didn't know about the previous day. The Great War caused many properties to pass down 2 or 3 generations. After the area was acquired, the purchasers had gone to work quickly. Roads were laid down but surprisingly little changed, where it could be observed. Beneath the land were a series of caverns that were known to locals but few others. The unnamed caves had, once, been completely unassuming. They weren't fancy like those of Carlsbad, or archaeologically significant like the painted caves in Altamira, nor were they convenient to spelunkers, either amateur or professional. In fact, it was the lack of any of these things that made them ideal for the purpose they were being put to. Beneath the bland exterior lay a series of underground rooms, both natural and artificial. A worker, here for the first time, was amazed. I would think that these cavern rooms would be damp, and certainly quite cold, and yet it's quite comfortable. He shrugged off his jacket, well suited to the early morning chill above ground but unnecessary here. His colleague grinned and slapped his shoulder. Ah, that's the joy of efficient heat pumps, my friend. We can finally control the temperatures and humidity down here. You mentioned something about that, but I didn't understand. Ah, how to explain it? Under the earth, the temperature is very consistent. So it's easier to cool things down from that temperature or to heat them up. In our case, both, since the living areas need the heat and refrigerated rooms need to be kept cool. Oh, that makes sense. Like my grand's root cellar was always nicely cool even during the summer. He nodded. I'll show you a storage room. Give you an idea how things work. The two shrugged into clothes better suited to the Arctic and not Germania, at least not outside of the coldest winter months. To maximize efficiency, there's no direct air opening between inside and outside. The product is shuttled in through an air wall and also flexible barriers while will go in through an airlock system. Such complication, surely there's an important reason. It's about efficiency. The easiest way to keep things cold is to not let them get warm, right? This facility operates with minimal requirements as it would be inconvenient to pull too much power from public sources. He smiled. All our chilling power requirements are less than what's used by a small house in its entirety. They passed through a thick door while they were talking and moved into a small room. After shutting the outer door, then they opened an inner door and then closed it with a firm but muffled thud. The thick glass of the door window barely illuminated the area around them. Wait, let me turn on a light. Line after line of lights came on in the high-ceilinged room. A massive warehouse lay before them with seemingly endless rows of shelves. Main got. You've gathered so much so soon. The more experienced man laughed. He tapped the door, highlighting a sign there, room number 17. This is just the one that isn't full yet. I heard the boss liked to be prepared but this. You'll get used to it. Come in, I'll show you the dormitory and mess. ****. New York. 2 boys, nearly young men, were waiting impatiently by a newsstand. Other boys, much like themselves, were also waiting but perhaps with less patience. Is that the truck? Joe pointed at the vehicle coming up. Jerry nodded. I think so. The vehicle pulled up and shuddered to a halt as the driver turned off the engine. With little fanfare, he started tossing down bundles of newspapers and other periodicals only to be stopped by Joe. Hey, Mac, not so rough. What do you want, kid? It's just some comics. Not just some comics, the two said simultaneously. Geez, all right. He mockingly handed them a string-bound bundle. There, satisfied. Sure, thanks. Not paying attention to his attitude, they carefully brought it to the newsie to inventory and put out. To make sure they got theirs first, they had taken the step of prepaying the man ahead of time to cut out even at the few seconds the transaction would take. Soon enough, they each had a copy of every comic they helped create. They looked lovingly at the covers with their bold, colorful designs and high production values. Things that made theirs stand out from all the rest. Joe tapped the cover. Look there, Jerry, our name's right up front. Sure, but what else is new? We saw that from the complimentary copies we received. Ironically, the carefully framed number 1 editions of the comics had been sent to them several days ago by courier but they were loath to remove them from the beautiful frames they had been sealed in. No, you don't get it. Look at all those other covers, you see any names from the guys who made the things? What, not even one? Nah, I checked. Jerry thought about this a minute, the revelation even keeping him from opening his comics for the first time. You know what this means, right? Hey. Look, they could have just hidden us away, not giving us any attention. We'd be happy for a paycheck doing something we'd probably do anyway just for fun. But this is more than that. The president is give us credit. The pay is nice, and the royalties, he carefully pronounced the word they had learned just recently, might add up to a few dollars someday. But this. He waved toward the cover, this means we're celebrities too, in a way. Famous painters sign their works and, famous authors have their name on their books, and this is what we are now. Famous. The two looked at the boys at the stand, most of whom had decided to sit right where they were and start reading. They knew most of the lads as they all lived in the same neighborhood. Suddenly one of them flipped to the front cover and his eyes grew wide. He pointed at Joe and Jerry and then said something to the other kids. Before long, they were coming over to them with many questions. Germania TVD Research Lab. Insulated, but not unaware of the chaos in the rest of the company, the researchers and engineers continued their work, confident that order would be resolved any day. In some ways, it was somewhat easier as they could focus on fewer projects as some were put on hold because of the interference by the central government. Mila and Yui were continuing work even through their lunch. Red and green were so easy, why is blue so hard? Yui sighed. Because trees are different from bears? Honestly, I'm just barely keeping up with learning all the chemistry and physics, and that's only so I can understand the chatter in the laboratory. To put it at its bluntest, there were chemicals that seemed tailor-made for red and green light. We had results almost immediately. The engineering of the two are almost the same, frankly. So, everything was super easy at first and you're frustrated because blue is hard. He laughed and stabbed his worst with his fork as if it had hidden the secrets from him. Something like that. Why not explain it to me? Maybe that will shake some ideas loose. Okay, the color of light depends on how far an electron, falls, so to speak. If we can get it to fall the exact right distance, we get the color we want. So we are producing wells but they are too deep. They get us close but the light is too far into the violet and we can't get the well to the right depth. The notes the president left gave us a hint on the red and green ones, but her suggestions for the blue were more just materials and didn't involve exact ideas. He shook his head. I have no idea how her mind works, it's like genius ideas are bouncing around in there all the time and occasionally she sends them to us to work on. I should show you what we have planned 50 years down the road. Mila had been ignoring him, imagining the electrons jumping into a well. So, you need the distance to be smaller, can't you make a little hill of some sort to offset the depth of the well? He was about to say that it was just an analogy but paused. Wait, that's not exactly a crazy idea. We could adjust the band gap by adding a layer. His mind traveled down esoteric pathways, not realizing that Mila was finishing her lunch, and his, while watching him mumble under his breath. She was starting in on his dessert when he finally snapped out of it. Yes. I think that might work. He glanced down and saw his plate was empty. Good, we're done with lunch, let's go to the lab. I think we'll have white LEDs out by the end of the year with any luck. As they walked briskly down the hall, they passed labs researching coherent light emission, cyanoacrylates, photovoltaics, polymerized hydrocarbons, and the oddly titled Velcro, to name just a few. Between Arene and Berun. LE train to Tanya moved efficiently down the new tracks back to Berun. The omnipresent clatter of old rail gone, leaving just the muted sounds of the wheels, some gentle mechanical creaking and the rush of the wind. Tanya noted each element and compared it to the Shinkansen she had ridden so many times in the past. Not there yet, but getting closer. A more aerodynamic design would be ideal, and we have the problem with the engine running on coal and steam. Still, it's enough to make the ride significantly more pleasant, so all is going well. She glanced at the ripples in her cup of coffee, noting they were minimal, as it should be. Whereas some had pushed for her to extend the lines with single tracks so they could go twice as far, she insisted on double tracks everywhere, even if not immediately economical. Single tracks were a hazard no matter how good you were at shunting trains to avoid each other, and they were definitely an impediment to efficiency. She noted with pleasure that the trains ran with near modern efficiency. For a moment she paused and examined herself, gathering her thoughts. Why am I so concerned about making things more like my old Japan? Is it more convenient for me? Will it make me more money? Will it make more comfortable? Yes, yes, and yes. But why do I feel there's something more to it than that? She bit her thumbnail as she pondered. I can't feel that bastard, being X influencing me, so this is all me. But then I'm back to Y. Visha came in with some reports, and a small tray of pastries. You seem to be concentrating, should I come back later? No, no. Please sit down. She did so with the alacrity of a soldier not yet used to her civilian life. She put down the tray and stared at her friend, boss, and, by circumstances, daughter without speaking, knowing Tanya well enough to stay quiet for now. Visha, let me ask you, do I seem too domineering? As if I'm driving everything and everyone toward a goal invisible to everyone else, something only I can see? That only I want. Tanya closed her eyes and looked inside more than outside for the first time in a long time, but saw no solutions there. I hate how people try to dominate other people, break their wills, remove their agency. Killing someone is one thing. It's usually wasteful, and usually unnecessary, but sometimes you have no choice. It doesn't demean someone if you happen to end their life. That's one of the reasons I hate communism so much. It reduces human beings to just cogs in the red machine, each replaceable as a blade of grass amongst an endless manicured field. No one allowed to do what they want or even think what they want. Most commies are deluded fools being ridden by masters they call comrades. The ones who know that it's full of excrement are too afraid to break free from the system out of fear. Visha tilted her head to one side, simply listening. The question I've been asking myself is if I'm doing the same thing? Twisting and pushing events to match my desire? Am I doing what those bastards are doing but with a capitalist label instead? Visha gently held Tanya's clenched fist until she relaxed her hand slightly. It's not easy to see yourself, but let me tell you what everyone around you can see so clearly about you. She held up a finger and said, just to preface my answer, have you ever forced anyone to buy TVD products, lied to them, or used any sort of trickery to support your goals? Tanya shook her head slowly. Outside of active warfare, I don't believe so. The essence of a free market is that all parties have accurate information with which to make informed decisions. This is the only way to maximize net wealth for everyone efficiently. Are you not one of the biggest supports of orphanages and hospitals for crippled veterans? Yes, of course. It makes no sense to let perfectly capable and motivated people lie idle or suffer privation when they could be, or grow up to be, productive members of society. And do you not encourage technological and magical advances with a portion of our budget that would shock most accountants? Increased efficiency and inventions are a resource and effort multiplier. Without pushing basic research, we'd all still be living in caves and wondering how to keep warm. In fact, every leap of technology, no matter what short-term detrimental effects, has advanced humanity's wealth and prosperity many times over. This was all basic economics, and Tanya was wondering why Visha was recounting it now. And there's your answer. Simply put, you are trying to make a better world and you are inviting everyone to join you. That's it. No coercion, no trickery. Just a torch in the darkness, showing the way. She squeezed Tanya's hand more firmly. Perhaps you are leading us to a future we can't see and know nothing about, but I can't think of anyone better suited to the task, and we follow willingly and with our eyes open. Tanya sat stock still, absorbing this without speaking. Then, hesitantly, she said, it's just that easy. Her friend nodded. Yes. Sometimes hard questions have easy answers in the end. Chapter 125, Fuehrer. Germania Berun. Sir. We've received word that Digirekov and Serebriakov are on their way to Berun. Then start the plan. He paused upon seeing the other man's consternation. Surely you're ready. Yes, of course, but shouldn't we tell the Chancellor? The aide shook his head. It's best this way. He can honestly say that he didn't know about the plan, who did it, or any of the details. Our goal is plausible deniability, he said firmly. Ah, interesting phrase that, but I understand what you mean. I'll inform our people to start immediately. We will coordinate so it will be impossible to block what we are doing or react in any way. Excellent. Make it so. *****. Germania. Since Digirekov's train had a certain amount of celebrity of its own, riding in it was the same as simply announcing one's presence. While much more familiar in François, it was unmistakable even in Germania. Tanya, uncharacteristically, told the crew to take their time on the trip. No rush, gentlemen, I'm an ambassador of the fatherland. These people are, in a sense, our employers, and if they want to talk to me, I have no objections. At the station, townsfolk, both music lovers and others, had gathered quickly when they saw the train approaching. She disembarked and was quickly surrounded. A woman asked worriedly, Miss Digirekov, are you okay? She scoffed. Why wouldn't I be in good health? Another man answered her. They've closed down all of your businesses. Well, they may have done more than that. Hardly. Please understand, if anyone were attacking me physically it would be very, very obvious, and they would certainly come out the worse for it. I may not have wanted to ever be involved in the Great War, but at least it has not left me defenseless. The woman put a hand on her chest in relief. Ah, that's good. So you weren't forced to return to the fatherland? Not at all. Mind you, I did come back because of this blatantly unfair and ill-advised law. It's harming me, just not in a way that would leave scars. Moreover, it's harming countless employees of TVD who want nothing more than to do their jobs, serve their customers, and earn a fair wage. She looked at those around, and more were gathering by the minute. But, tell me, how has it affected you? It's been terrible. We can barely buy food, much less things like clothes. If I didn't know how to sew, my children would be in rags already, she said grimly. It may be getting close to that soon, there's only so many times you can patch a shirt and even then the supply of cloth is growing scarce. Another woman chimed in. The prices change every day, they go up. My husband works in the coal mines so at least he has a job but they refuse to raise his wage even when they know it doesn't go as far. How is that fair? What does your husband do at the mine? Has he been there long? He started as a common miner when he was a teenager but has worked his way up to shift boss. He was about to become an engineer because he had a good eye for new veins but something happened with shifts and how they were working. The woman blinked with surprise. Yes exactly. Tanya pulled out one of her anodized aluminum tokens. This one was green and resembled the TVD logo on one side and the marked name on the other. She put it in the woman's hand and then folded her fingers closed over it and held her hands. I'm going to send someone to help but, for now, take this voucher to the nearest market and feed your family. She teared up, thank you. Bless you. She bent over and kissed Tanya's hands and then rushed off. Tanya was a bit surprised but didn't let it show on her face. She faced the crowd again, that's not just for one person. If you know anyone who is truly suffering, send them to their local market and we'll do our best given the restrictions we're under. A reporter, faster than his fellows, asked from the back, excuse me, Ambassador. But why would you do that? I'm sure this shutdown by the government has hurt your business. Wouldn't this make things worse? She tilted her head to one side slightly as if not understanding the question. Let me ask you a question in return. If you've been stabbed but your neighbor had been shot, is it so strange to attempt to help them despite the pain? If you've lost your job but your brother is starving, is it so unusually that you would share your meal with him? She looked at him calmly. These are decisions we would make every day in the Great War as we all just tried to survive and do our duty. And do not doubt that we are in another sort of war right now. Unfortunately, our enemies aren't so kind as to wear foreign uniforms so that we can tell who they are at a glance. So what do they wear, Frau Digerekhoff? I'll leave that for you and your readers to decide. By their actions, you will know them. She chatted about her time in the Unified States before someone asked, do you have a new song for us? Suddenly, everyone perked up, buoyed up from all the depressing talk. She thought for a bit and then smiled. Since we are talking about helping your neighbors, I think I have something for you. Sometimes in our lives, we all have pain. We all have sorrow. But if we are wise, we know that there's always tomorrow. Lean on me. When you're not strong. And I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on. She sang the lyrics in a clear, soulful tenor with only a hit of a reggae nuance to make it seem a little exotic, but not so much as to make the listeners uncomfortable. Like the hint of a new spice in a familiar dish. The tune was simple enough that they were able to hum along quickly and follow along with the chorus quickly. Even those with long faces an hour ago were smiling as she waved them goodbye. In the train, Visha asked, what was that about the coal mine? Do you already have a plan for that? Tanya sighed as she settled back in her rather luxurious seat. The miners' wages have been locked but the mine is not doing well. That means whoever is paying them hasn't raised what they pay for coal. And the only one with that kind of power is the government. Visha finished the sentence. Exactly. It's probably a temporary measure because it's being used to pay the reparations. Normally, with the prices the way they are, the mine owners would just break the contract rather than being forced to operate at a loss. But Germania needs that coal to meet the surrender agreement. That is barely better than slavery. Governments entering hyperinflation frequently try to implement price controls as if that could somehow change the laws of nature. They'll start with the necessities like rent, food, and coal. All under the umbrella category of necessities. Then they will make these things rights. Visha turned to her own assistant and asked him. So, Becker, what would happen then? Surprised, the man stuttered, After thinking for a minute, he said, no business or landlord can operate at a loss indefinitely so they would just shut down. Tanya grinned. Yes, exactly. Government controls only have two effects, either they are set artificially low and that results in runs on increasingly rare products which means nothing will become available. Or they are too high and the shelves are full, but no one can afford them. Without the free market to help set prices, it's left to bureaucrats to do what they want. Even a well-meaning and intelligent person can't match the wisdom of the markets. That sounds unstable. How can such a situation last? Digerekhoff became grim. The next step is what's euphemistically called nationalization but basically means theft. The government takes over industries either after they are bankrupt, for a pittance or sometimes by simple confiscation. It was a scenario all too believable but still shocking to those who were listening to her. Images of greedy and incompetent politicians taking over the economy and ruining it one industry at a time filled their imaginations. Visha shook her head. Then what is the plan for the coal mine? Oh. Actually, I didn't have any plans involving them, at least not at first. But if this coal mine is suffering like this, that means they probably all are. Now, let's say we acquire all, or even a large percentage, of these struggling mines. What happens then? Becker said, the government would try to force you to sell coal despite losses. Tanya drawled, and. A little bit quicker on the uptake, Visha started laughing. Oh, that's too funny. Tanya joined her laughter. As the other two laughed, the man looked between them. I must be stupid today. Visha filled him in. By law we can't sell anything. Nothing. If they try to force us to do so, we could make them to take us to court to litigate it. Their own law supersedes any coercion they might bring to bear. It might be months before they get even a shovelful of coal, but that would cause them to default on the reparations schedule. The colonel continued, it gets even better. She explained what would happen and how it fit in their plans. Soon all three were laughing in a way that would make the casual listener think witches had infiltrated the train to plot deviltry. ****. Germania, Berun. The TVD main office was quiet that evening. With business stopped, for the most part, there was little need to work late, much less through the evening. The area around the building had become substantially more affluent through both acquisitions by TVD and other businesses striving to get closer to source of so much recent wealth. They, too, were dark for much the same reason as the larger edifice. The darkness wasn't to last, however. A tiny, flickering light suddenly appeared behind a barred gate. Normally it was a parking area for vehicles or deliveries, but it was uncharacteristically empty due to the slowdown. It resembled a candle flame, but only briefly. Soon fire raced across the ground and up the sides of the building, blue flames mixing with red and orange as they spread with unnatural speed. Before even a minute had gone by, the flames were nearly to the second floor. A couple nearly a block away were walking from an evening at the theater. They had saved their money and wanted to forget about the continuous stream of bad news that dominated conversations. It was a Germanian release of the internationally popular Tatiana and Anthony, which that had enjoyed greatly. Do you think that was a true story? The wife asked while holding onto her husband's arm to avoid turning her heel on the cobblestone surface. What? Of course not. I'm sure those people never existed, he said with a little smile. Oh, you know what I mean. Maybe. I mean, it makes a lot of sense. Digirekov is an extremely popular person from all those who have met her. Take the bombing attempt in Irene, she saved both the attackers even at risk to her own life. That poor boy. I can't imagine what he went through. Exactly. But even after her tried to kill her, she forgave him and let him go. From what I hear, she gave him an apartment and stipend along with the other Iranian refugees. Is it so impossible to believe that one of her guards would fall in love with her? She's too young. Well, at least she was. He chuckled. People grow up fast in wartime, they say. But, no, I don't mean romantically. She's an inspirational figure and incredibly charismatic. Attractive too, if you want to add that to the mix. She arched an eyebrow. Are you looking toward a wartime bride? Why would I when I have the best girl right in my arms here? Good answer. She was about to kiss him but noticed something in the distance. Oh, what's that? He looked in the direction she indicated. Is that a fire? I think it is. Isn't that where the TVD offices are? He looked around, worried. We have to find a phone. Before he could move, however, fire trucks with sirens blaring came from around the corner toward the scene. Vehicle after vehicle rushed there while they stood against a wall to stay out of the way. He nodded firmly. I guess we don't need that telephone, eh? It looks like the firemen have this well in hand. Good. But what, love? Didn't they get here a little too quickly? As the firefighters did their best to put out the flames, few people paid attention to figures in the shadows with large books tucked under their arms slipping out of sight under cover of night and confusion. Notes. Lean on Me by Bill Withers was penned when he was thinking about growing up in a very poor coal mining town where people had to depend on each other to get by. I had no idea about this history when I picked this song for this chapter and only found out about it later. And the votes are in. By a 2-to-1 margin, y'all show a deep and abiding need for Tanya/Pokemon. After I finish Tanya/Aliens, I start working on that, though I spend my commute plotting, so maybe I've already started. Chapter 126, SS Weapons. Germania Berun TVD Headquarters. Tanya and Visha surveyed the burned-out building. There was still trails of smoke coming from the ruins, but all open flames have been doused. Dirty puddles of water were everywhere, but since the surrounding buildings were mostly stone and brick, the damage was well contained. Well, that's a complete loss, Tanya said while shaking her head. Was anyone hurt? Visha said, our main building was empty and the fire didn't spread, so there were no injuries at all. Oh, one of the firefighters slipped when the second floor collapsed. His injuries aren't life-threatening, but they are somewhat serious. Make sure the TVD doctors treat him so that there are no lasting injuries. Yes, ma'am. Should we start rebuilding? No, not yet. It's more valuable like this for now. Depending on how things turn out will determine what we do with this mess. In fact, don't clean up anything. I want it just like this. *****. Germania Baron Political Office Headquarters. Brüning, Müller, and Albrecht were meeting again. Due to their positions, such encounters weren't unusual, but the frequency was beginning to be noted by those around them. Still, there was little option considering their burgeoning plans, so the meetings had become nearly a daily occurrence. So why are we here, Müller? Surely this could have waiting until this evening. Brüning rapped on the table with a gold ring he wore on his pinky. The sound was surprisingly loud in the room. Müller smiled unctuously. Oh, I'm sure you'll find this well worth coming here so early in the morning. He pulled out a large ledger that was of a standard shape and size, but the cover had the TVD logo clearly embossed on it. Albrecht's eyes raised, but he didn't move to touch the book. Is that what I think it is? Müller stroked the surface. Oh, it is, it is. Straight from their main headquarters. A good citizen who rushed in to see if there was anyone trapped in the burning building happened on it and rescued it from the fire. We have found the contents most interesting. Brüning spun the smoke-scented artifact around, noting that it was the general ledger for TVD. He knew enough of accounting to realize that this was like a spotlight on the master accounts for the company. He opened it delicately like he was undressing a reluctant girl, bearing all her secrets to his gaze. Müller had conveniently put the attached bookmark to a specific account. His finger ran down the numbers to the final tally. These totals. I assume you confirmed them. It was a statement, not a question. As far as possible, my own accountants have worked all morning and the numbers are internally consistent. Although the internal workings of TVD are opaque to the point of the labyrinthine, this matches what we know about them. He slapped the ledger with a bang. This is perfect, exactly what we need. Break out the good champagne. Mark my words, soon we'll be hailed as the saviors of Germania. *****. Germania, Baron. Alger, what are you doing? A long-time customer looked over the newsstand as the older man was rearranging his displays in the early morning light. The old divisions of dailies versus weeklies or local versus foreign were gone and he couldn't quite deduce the new pattern. It is obvious, is it not? I'm updating my stand. I have heard, put things together that people buy together. If you sell paint, you put brushes with paint, yes. He pointed at right side of his stand. These are the papers that support Frau Digerekoff. This blank spot you look at? I put a copy of Die Wahrheit there soon. I thought they were prevented from doing business. I have news for you. You get my joke, yes. He laughed without waiting for a reply. She is sending a free copy of her newspaper to every newsstand, every library, and every school. I will keep a copy here for people to see and read. The papers around that paper are ones that agree with her, so people will buy them. Quite clever. And the other side is? The old man's face darkened. Something very strange. Until a month ago, even those who weren't so happy with TVD were more balanced, but suddenly they are attacking her like a Francois invasion. I see everything, he waved his hand toward his newsstand. And what I see is a big plan, a big plan. A conspiracy, you mean? Yes, as you say. He scowled a bit. Stupid people are fooled, so many of them. How can you tell they are stupid? Why, that's easy. He pointed with a satisfied expression. They buy papers from the left side. *****. Germania Baron undisclosed location in the countryside. An entirely unballyhood event was occurring in Baron. There was no invitation list, if you weren't meant to be there, you didn't know about it. Had the authorities gotten word of this clandestine gathering, it would have likely raised alarms at all levels of government. Fortunately for the attendees, security was tight and there would be no leak. They looked at each other and then raised their glasses as one. Welcome home, Colonel. Tanya grinned ruefully. I'd like to say I'm surprised by this, but you drunkards will use any excuse to indulge. Why staggered as if he had been struck. Why, Colonel, you wound me with such accusations. Not enough that you've spilled your beer, I note. She raised her voice. Well, you've come here to party, drink up. To the fatherland. Cheers. Many tankards were emptied post-haste. She circulated among her former subordinates, chatting easily and sharing stories of the months where she had been overseas. Having known these men though blood and fire, they were as close to her as if they were siblings, and she found herself genuinely enjoying herself. Hey! Honestly, they are closer to me than my relatives in my first life. Have I ever had anyone in Japan, friends, family, or co-workers that mean more to me? The answer was so obvious, she didn't even bother continuing the thought. I don't even dream of my life in Japan, everything has only been from this incarnation. Is that how it's supposed to work? Except that little part about forgetting my past life, that would make sense. So that damned being X basically just broke the normal system to suit his own twisted ends. If he was my employee, I'd fire him in an instant. She shook off that sour mood as she continued to talk to the members of the 203rd and the few from the Kampfgruppe that happened to be in Berun. Due to her former flight being semi-permanently stationed in the capital, nearly all of them were able to make it to this homecoming. Even, she noted, Onluk, who was walking toward her with a confident stride. Well. You seem to be moving around well, my literary friend. I trust the research department has been taking good care of you. He smiled and raised a glass to workers not present. Indeed they have. Or, shall I say, we've taken care of each other as I am one of their number now. He rapped on his pants leg with a knuckle and there was a slight metallic ring. I'm wearing a very minimalist stall tonight to assist my walking. It's nearly weightless compared to the Uber stalls, of course, but it should be ready to distribute to those in need very soon. Visha smiled and patted his arm. I'm glad you were able to get one to come tonight. Able to get one? Why, Visha, I'm their lead tester. Tanya laughed. Your testing hopefully isn't as dangerous as mine was. I don't see how it could be with that madman Skiggle retired. I haven't heard word of him in years, so he's likely gone for good. How could it be? No, there have been no major explosions, deaths, near deaths, or even serious injuries. It hardly seems like research at all, right? The ex-colonel said drolly, not at all. Oh, remind me, we set up a trust fund for the veteran donations, yes. Visha nodded. Yes we did. So we can distribute those without interference because it's separate from TVD. It's a little complicated but we aren't selling anything, technically, so it should be fine. I don't care if we have to lose the funding from the military, I want those suits where they're needed as soon as we can produce them. Onluk nodded, the factory is gearing up now. By the end of the month, we won't produce handmade units anymore and will be able to rely on interchangeable parts. With a tiny bit of luck, we might even beat your price per unit prediction. Tanya's eyebrows raised. I casually mentioned that we could cut costs by 90% and they actually managed it. I'm glad to hear that, came an urbane voice from behind them. Visha unconsciously stood up straighter. General Zetter. Please, please. I'm just an old man visiting his friends tonight. Indeed he looked like a dignified academic in his civilian clothes. Frankly, Tanya found it odd to see him out of uniform. She didn't realize that many people thought the same about her. And we're glad you could come, sir. How are things going in the army these days? He smiled with satisfaction as he sat with her subordinates, current and former. Very well, I dare say, and so do the numbers. We're much smaller, to be sure, but much smarter and tougher. Oh ho! How do they compare to our troops? Each new soldier is equivalent to 4 at the beginning of the Great War. Impressive. Is that with force multipliers? That's just through selection, training, and better organization, he said with a small smile. Not quite with the qualifications of the 203rd, but more than acceptable. With better equipment, that's another factor of 3 improvement. Of course, that's a moving target since any potential foes can also adopt new technologies or copy our methods. With no immediate conflicts, what are the odds of that? People always think peace is forever when it's usually just a lull between wars. He accepted a glass of whiskey from a sergeant. Our analysts agree with you. Other than restocking munitions and vehicles, most nations are drawing down their forces. Most. Zetter shook his head. The Federation is a notable exception, and a troubling one. Those, commies. Tanya couldn't come up with a worse curse word than that to encompass how much she hated them. I hadn't heard this at all. Is the intel reliable? Very much so, unfortunately. She bit her thumbnail as she thought. Those damned Russies. They will careen haphazardly into advanced technologies mostly by theft, but their main thrust will likely to just be size. Bigger armies, bigger weapons, bigger vehicles. Unfortunately, with their natural and human resources, this strategy is pretty effective. Enough to beat the Empire along with their horrible winters and terrible mud. We're working on some technologies that are almost ready that should help. They were specifically designed to meet future needs. Planning for the next war, not the last one, et. I'd like to say always, but that's your job now. Air power will rule all future conflicts. Those that control the skies, control all. We saw some of that in the Great War, but it will only get worse. What do you think about a technology that can sense incoming craft no matter what the weather? Space-based satellites to track troop movements? Guided munitions to make taking out aircraft and ships significantly more accurate? The general was shocked despite himself. Mein Gott! It's like she can read my mind. In order to use a smaller force, we need better intelligence, sooner, and more ways to concentrate our firepower to avoid waste. With our internal movement strategy, the only one that can work now, we need to move quickly, and that depends on knowing about enemy action as soon as possible. I'm sure those would be convenient. He slapped the table with a laugh. While I don't wish for a new war, I imagine it would be like you against the Dacians all over again. A sudden glint in Tanya's eye was missed by everyone. Yes, it would be a shame to break this fragile peace just to eliminate the Russies. Combat is quicker, but economic pressures will eventually throw them in dustbin of history. That might take decades, however. But if I ramp up the free market faster compared to my old world, they can collapse all the quicker. Why use guns when you can win with good food, blue jeans, and rock and roll? Visha was more sensitive to her moods than most. You don't think they will keep the peace? Tanya sighed. They can't. The essence of communism is control and conquest. It's impossible for them to survive in a competition with a free society, so they have to use force to have any hope of success. If I had to guess, the next world war will be against them as long as Germania doesn't become the focus of the next big conflict. Strong ties with the Western powers, especially the Unified States, will keep us on the right side of victory. Everyone within earshot understood what she meant by world war and were chilled that she casually used the term as if it were as inevitable as tomorrow. Onluk listened with surprising dispassion. As if everything he heard, everything he saw was being filed away for later use. Finally, he spoke. Ah, I understand. That's rather disgusting. The blonde colonel nodded. You see, don't you? She continued to explain to the others. A normal, healthy society grows much like an animal or species. But communism is like a disease feeding off of the bodies of the living and moving from host to host. It might appear to be strong and vital, for a time, but it's essentially destructive. A newcomer, not having heard the previous conversation, broke the grim mood. Ah, Tanya. Fuehrer sat down at their table, a large mug of beer in hand. I knew you'd be talking about something gloomy even during a party. So what is it this time? War, famine, disease, or death? It's good to see you, Maximilian. War for now, but we always have time for the other three. How is your family? Doing well, I trust. The general looked good. In the post-war period, he actually appeared younger and healthier despite a few grey hairs starting to invade his scalp. Amaryllis and the children are healthy and happy. The kids that can speak wonder what new delights will be coming this Christmas. He shrugged. I tell them that you can't spend all day making toys, but they somehow believe you are always in a secret workshop making new wonders yourself. She smiled a bit wryly. I would have to keep up with your brood. How many kids are you up to now? 7? 8? And how do you have any time to do your job? He, and the rest, laughed at this joke. Just the 4. He paused. 4 now. 4 now. My wife comes from a big family. She seems to think that anything less than 10 children means she's a failure in some way. Well, then it's good that we have new products ready then. Visha, did we bring that prototype? Yes. Let me get it. The vice president of one of the largest conglomerates in the world hustled off and came back holding a thing. She handed it to Tanya with a grin. Onluk said, that looks vaguely like a weapon, but it's so ridiculous that my mind refuses to categorize it. Tanya held up the collection of colorful plastic parts that came together to make the toy. This is the evolution of the water pistol. Instead of the propellant, so to speak, being just the pull of the trigger, you can charge up the air pressure reserve here, which also functions as a storage area for water. She gave the device a few pumps and aimed at a wall, across the room on a second-floor balcony. A stream of water shot a good 40 feet away with little apparent effort. Fuehrer was stunned. Ah. There's no magic or other trickery, right? Just pump and shoot. We kept it as simple as possible as it's supposed to be for kids. What tricks would we put in? Visha cleared her throat. Ah, thanks for the reminder. We do have a mage-powered one, just as research prototype. Max range was about 120 feet, accurate to about 60. She gave a little grin. I wouldn't give it a child, though, as it packs quite a sting at short ranges. We don't intend to sell them, but I did bring a few here. Oh ho. Zetter's eyes twinkled. Perhaps we can get a demonstration? As a desk jockey, I have no opportunity to see action and wouldn't mind experiencing it vicariously. Tanya snorted. The chief strategist for the Empire is hardly a desk jockey. I also heard you saw more than a little action back in your youth. Ahem. Perhaps it did get into a scrap or 2 years and years ago. Before WW2, most countries participated in wars of various sizes every decade or two. This mild-mannered academic has seen more combat than most soldiers. Oh, I intend to gift them in a bit. She glanced over the room. It's almost the right time. Once the alcohol supply falls to the 1/4 mark, we'll distribute them. An hour later, the thoroughly drunk soldiers were given magic toys filled with indelible dye and set against each other in 4 companies of 12 men, each with different colored dye and gun color. She announced with a laugh, fight hard. I suspect the loser might have a penalty waiting for them. Hoo-hoo. 48 of the greatest mages in Germania rushed around like school kids on holiday. Chapter 127, Orm Kadukum. Notes. Note, to my German readers, and other educated people. I found the structure of the German government to be a bit convoluted. I borrowed liberally from reality but just made certain simplifications and adjustments so I don't have to explain the web of control hierarchies and who has the rights to do certain things. Basically, anytime I found myself scratching my head when trying to figure out how to explain things, I threw it out. Again, my apologies. Chapter text. Germania Baron Central Command. LT. Grants was saluting General Rudersdorf nervously. The young man had been made the liaison to the general staff at Rerugen's suggestion. His unstated reason was that he thought the ones with the fewest interactions with Digerekov were likely to be the most normal. The reason he was so uncomfortable was that Rudersdorf had yet to return his salute. This was not surprising as the lieutenant, at least the parts that weren't covered by his uniform, were entertainingly colored with very bright pigments that almost glowed in the light from the window. Blue and green blotches covered his hands and face and most of his hair was a shocking pink color. The older man finally completed the ritual and Grants relievedly lowered his arm. So, Lieutenant. I trust everything is going well with the 203 RD. He continued to look at the colorful officer. Yes sir. There have been no issues worthy of note and we stand prepared to answer the call of the fatherland. Their battalion was based in Baron so, if need be, they could reach any part of the country with minimal delay. And nothing noteworthy has happened. All is as usual though, ahem, we have undergone a new training regimen recently. He hoped the general couldn't see the trickle of sweat going down the side of his face. It was suggested by Colonel Digerekov who also provided the training devices. Ah, well. If that girl is in favor, who am I to dispute her judgment? Coincidentally, the shipment of new gear for the 203rd is ready for testing before we approve them for the rest of the army. Oh? That's good news, sir. Every advancement helps us all. It will, once we deal with this damnable political swamp they've made. He made a sound much like a growl. Technically and legally, the army is subordinate to civilian authorities. Frankly, I find the situation detestable. Sir. What the general said was akin to treason. Calm down, son. I meant the current authorities. There are very good reasons why the military doesn't have ultimate authority no matter how irksome it is at times. His voice lowered, or how many millions died because of it. I understand. All we can do is make sure that we serve worthy masters, et. *****. Germania, Baron. With the election approaching, the political office had swung into high gear to support Brüning and Müller. Technically, they were supposed to be neutral in matter, keeping the wheels of government turning while politicians saw to their political careers but only the most naive bystander believed that would be the case. Fortunately for them, naive bystanders also voted. The post-war leadership was fixed by the foreign powers so that they would have a stable government to deal with but it was finally time for Germania to get back to normal. Is everything ready for our grand reveal? Good theatre requires the proper entrance, of course. Brüning examined himself in a full-length mirror. He looked every inch a leader, the incipient signs of a closet alcoholic were gone, washed away by the scent of success. His aide agreed, all smiles. Von Digerekov has indicated she will appear before the Bundesrat today to report on the state of affairs with the Unified States. That will be an ideal opportunity to confront her with the information in the ledger. It couldn't be more perfect, frankly. We will gain the funds to save the country and that hateful child will be crippled by debt. He nodded with satisfaction and his reflection nodded back with a smug expression. Do you believe in fate? Fate, sir. I can't help but feel the hand of Providence guiding our actions. That a great purpose is being laid before me and I need but walk the path laid out. Wealth, enough fame to make my ascension a simple affair, and the destruction of the devil. How can one not believe in a higher power? I've never been one to put credence to such things but the situation is advantageous. Müller laughed. As ever, you are careful with your words. One could say it's my job, sir. He glanced at the agenda. The Federation's ambassador wants to talk about accelerated reparation payments. They are still unhappy about the trial and are demanding concessions. Assure them that all will be handled soon. In fact, I may visit them personally with completely repayment of the A bonds, in gold, of course. In fact, what a wonderful idea. Imagine a world tour riding on a golden chariot, decades ahead of schedule, Germania paying its debts to the world with a new president overseeing the distribution of largesse. After the election of course. Naturally. We can't have to make sure the country, and the world, associates this with one person. No longer President pro tem, as it were. Once the elections are held to change your de facto presidency into a de jure one. Yes, your job will be many jobs changing then. His reflection said with him, many things will be changing. ****. Germania Baron. A long vehicle drove through the streets of Berun. Wherever they went, heads turned, and people stared with admiration or, more often, shock. The design was unusual and was all sleek curves and bold lines, far different from the boxier automobiles on the market. The windows were darkened but the majority of the body was a beautiful silver color while the underbody and hubcaps were a brilliant red. A bystander stopped in his tracks as he stared at the auto. Mein Gott! How did they get that color? It's not paint but more like the metal itself. His friends said, ah. That's probably von Digurekov's car. That colored metal reminds me of some of her recent products. He frowned, back when we could buy them, that is. They stared at the unique vehicle as it moved down the street. Say, did you notice something odd about it? Isn't the whole thing odd? What do you mean? It didn't make a sound at all. What kind of automobile moves without any engine noises? Inside the unique vehicle, Tanya and Visha were enjoying their new ride. Visha ran her hand along the leather seat in the passenger section while leaving the driving to a TVD employee. What a fun surprise! I knew the research team was working on this but I had no idea that they had actually finished it. I have to admit, I'm impressed. Quite the luxury compared to most. This is the special edition as it has a Mana engine. It can only be driven by mages but the amount of power required is a fraction of what a flying mage uses. Tanya nodded. That makes sense. Flying is not terribly efficient and the human body is anything but aerodynamic. It's a shame that only mages can operate it but it's a good technology for non-combat mages. There's a huge list of potential purchasers, ha ha ha. Both for the standard and magical engine models. The assembly line is ready for full production so I had them start. Good. It will make a nice statement that we weren't unduly injured by this mess and will help the bottom line. Diversifying is one of our key weapons in the marketplace. She laughed a bit. For any other company it would be death sentence but have too many good people to stay in just one or two areas. We make things no one has seen before and every product has a passionate team behind it. I guess innovation is our strength, then. Oh, good phrasing. I'll use that when have a proper corporate structure and shareholders. When will that be? Visha tilted her head to one side slightly. They already had plans in place for a more formal structure but they couldn't implement it until the country was more stable. Very soon. Next year, perhaps. That seems ambitious. It isn't really. Oh, we lost a lot of manpower and capital but there's nothing fundamentally wrong with the country. When facing a recession, or even a depression, there are two basic theories on how to handle it. There's the soft landing where government makes all sorts of programs and laws, using money they don't have, to fix things. This does little other than to sap what little vitality remains from the parts of the economy that have survived. Then there's the hard landing where you let individual businesses or even entire industries fail, tighten your belts, and start rebuilding. With the right policies, stability in a year and prosperity in 3 are not unlikely. The car pulled quietly to a stop in front of the Bundesrat. Well, it's time to go. A proper show requires a proper entrance. She grinned showing a bit of fang. Let's give them a show they will never forget. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Germania Berun, Bundesrat. The men of the Bundesrat were a lively bunch if the volume of their discussions were any indication. Even then, they were easily outmatched by the Bundestag when they were feeling their oats, so even the current level was a minor blessing. Brüning monitored the arguments with a Jovian disdain for minutiae. He was about to upend the tables and felt no need to get involved in squabbles that would literally become moot in a few weeks if not sooner. He surreptitiously patted the TVD ledger as if confirming their existence. Another round of audits had shown the information to be credible. Incredible, even. He recalled what his chief accountant had said, with this level of wealth in just her reserves of hard currencies, it's simply staggering. I have no idea how she could amass so much in such a short time but it's a game changer of monumental proportions. You must get hold of these assets as soon as possible. Brüning glanced at the clock on the wall, a large device toward the entrance that was easily visible to him but would require others to turn their heads, or even their whole bodies, to see it. He found it gave him a tiny edge when timing things and subtly keeping people off balance had served him well over the years. She should be here soon. One her few good features is that, as a military person, she is used to being punctual. There's nothing wrong in using that against her. Time to start the show. He raised his voice and got instant attention, even from those who were shouting at each other at the time. Gentlemen, we can bicker about details all day but surely it all comes down to the simple fact that there is no gold in our coffers and the creditors are demanding payment. One member sarcastically replied. Oh, is that all? My goodness, and here I thought it was going to be something difficult. He replied calmly, attitudes aside, we have been mired in details that don't strike at the core of our problems. No amount of tweaks to the budget or similar measures will solve the problem. He sighed theatrically, let me be clear, there simply is no possible way, currently, that the fundamental issues can be solved. None. The room fell silent at such a blunt assessment of the situation. An older member broke this by clearing his throat. You've never been one to not have an idea, Herr President. Why not share it with us rather than dragging out matters? Bruning gave them a small smile. Of course. He stood up and said, friends and colleagues, loyal Germanians, there is a solution. He suddenly felt a trembling in his heart, what his gran would call someone stepping on her grave. He continued gamely, a solution to all these problems. We know that, again he felt it. As if something were reaching inside of him. That unscrupulous tycoons have robbed the people of their fare, again the quiver in his heart, and this time he felt as if his breathing were being restricted. Looking around the room, he saw that several other people looked concerned at the same time as him. It was like the beating heart of a huge beast or the slow, heavy tread of a giant coming toward him. Is it an earthquake? But nothing is shaking. He tried to regain his composure but had lost his train of thought. He tried to back up and recover. Those with wealth hoard it from thump the honest citizens of thump of this country. We've thumped past historic legislation thump to right these wrongs. By now, no one was paying attention and they were straining to hear, nothing. There was nothing but the inexorable approach of something huge but beyond their senses. Suddenly, the door opened up and the feeling of dread lifted. Colonel Tanya von Degerekhoff stood there in her full dress uniform. She sported a half-cape and carried her now iconic cane in one hand. Her vast array of medals were displayed on her chest with the silver wings. Assault medal was polished to a high shine and was placed just below her neck where it was impossible to miss. In fact, she practically glowed as if she were an ethereal being that had descended to earth to speak to the gathered mortals. Hello, everyone. I'm from the Unified States and am pleased to report that all is well there. She smiled and those that saw it felt as if sunshine and a pleasant spring breeze were clearing their thoughts. But I understand you wish to speak to me about something. Bruning found his voice. Why are you dressed like that, Ambassador? Surely it's not appropriate. This? It's a small vanity of mine. This is a formal report and I have the honor and privilege of wearing the uniform of the fatherland, so I chose it for today. She chuckled. Actually, this is the first time I've been able to wear the clothes issued to me years ago. I'm afraid for my active career I was forced to purchase my uniform since there was nothing my size, and only now has my stature come into line with the standard uniform. She raised an eyebrow. I did check with regulations and they do state all active duty and retired military personnel in good standing have the right to wear their uniforms. Did I perhaps misunderstand something? No, it's not important. He looked at her gravely. This isn't about your ambassadorship, but your activities as the head of TVD. It has come to our attention that your company has been illegally hoarding vast reserves of gold in defiance of ban of private ownership of gold and also the fairness in taxation law recently passed. He held up the ledger accusingly. Do you deny the plain facts that we discovered here in your own documentation? She glanced at the ledger and shrugged. Ah, I'm glad to see that was rescued from the fire. I must thank the brave soul who assisted us this way. So you confirm that it is your main ledger? It appears to be, but it's not very accurate. What? This is amazing. She's admitting to account improprieties in front of the entire Bundesrat. You've been keeping double books all along to avoid taxes? The amount of gold noted here is enormous. Tanya smiled brilliantly. Oh, it was accurate at the time. It's just that that journal is out of date. Our reserves of gold were actually quite a bit larger than that until recently. She shrugged. But it's all gone now. Chapter 128, Heavy Metal. Germania Baron Bundesrat. All. Gone. Bruning stared at her blankly, his brain unable to process the information. She nodded with a calm expression. Indeed. Not an ounce is left. Ambassador. Yes, President Pro Tem. She stood confidently, seemingly immune to influence or threats. He stumbled mentally at the recognition of the temporary nature of his position. You do realize it is entirely illegal for Germanian citizens to own gold? Of course. I like to keep abreast of any legislation that might affect me or my business. She shook her head forlornly. It's troublesome, honestly. My time could be better spent. He stared at her grimly, and you are now openly admitting that you broke the law. Tanya looked surprised. What would I admit something that isn't at all true? One of the members said mildly, your statements could be interpreted as pardon me, a confession of sorts. Oh, my apologies. Perhaps I didn't speak clearly enough. The company possessed the gold and, in case there's any confusion, it was only outside Germania proper. It's a sad truth that the mark is not accepted by any business or government anywhere in the world, other than this one. We had to use something that would be accepted anywhere. That's why it was listed separately on our books as a commodity rather than as cash. She chuckled. It's not like there was a huge pile of gold somewhere so I could roll around in it. Bruning listened to her answer and he had the sinking feeling that she was correct. Her international holdings are even more extensive than I thought. If the gold was, as she said, just currency owned by her company, it would fall outside the private ownership law. Why didn't my lawyers notice this? With great effort, he spoke without grinding his teeth. That is all well and good, but what do you mean all the gold is gone? Technically, it's not gone, after all, the gold still exists. It's just no longer on our books. Where? Island. They. Gold. Oh, I'm not the person to ask, Herr Brüning. After all, I turned it over to the Germanian government several days ago. What? His exclamation was drowned out by the cries of the surrounding men. After absorbing that, a slow smile appeared on Brüning's face, though he did his best to make it not appear predatory. So it's a partial victory. We won't be able to nail this upstart Schlamp this time, but even with just the gold on these books, we can pay off the A-bonds completely and have enough money to spend as we wish. More than enough to cinch my re-election. Still, he had a question. The nation thanks you for your contribution to our coffers, but I've not heard of this influx. Certainly, such a large tax payment would have been noted and reported by even the slowest exchequer. Have I been unclear again? She gave him an innocent smile, and for some reason, he got a chill down his back. Goodness, all that time overseas speaking in English and my skills in Germanian have atrophied. She tapped the ground with her cane but obviously wasn't leaning on it at all. I submitted all of it as a prepayment to the tax department. In fact, we made sure that there was enough to pay the entirety of the A and B bonds. A stunned silence lasted for, at most, a second before cheers erupted around the room. Brüning sat down heavily. She already paid it, that means it's on our books already and is earmarked for the reparation repayment. I can't touch a single pfennig of it. The oldest member asked curiously once the Fuehrer had died down. There's still the question of why this was so quietly done. Ah, that's the simplest thing. There are all manner of thieves out there and we were moving many pounds of gold. So we snuck the gold in through a port in Ildoa disguised as machine parts and raw iron ingots. Then we found our way to a local tax office so we could inventory and complete the donation and paperwork. Then we donated the use of our trains to transport the gold with the office personnel. Without looking behind her at the clock, she said confidently, the Baron office should currently be receiving quite a few crates of gold bars as we speak. How cautious of you. You may not have heard, but we had made a very large gold shipment in the past and some criminals had the audacity to steal it. She stared directly at Brüning's eyes, unwavering, cold, implacable. Why, TVD had to found a mercenary company simply to hunt down the perpetrators. I was quite angry at the time, I assure you. And reasonably so, said the old man. He turned to his colleagues. Given the confirmation of this news, I think we can sunset that fairness in taxation legislation today. Today? Brüning said with surprise. Naturally. While it's a large amount, it's just weighing and counting. Certainly such a magnificent contribution deserves equal alacrity on our part, eh? Besides, it has already been verified by one office, so this is merely a formality. Surely, that's moving too fast. The sunsetting rules were written by me, Herr President. I am quite familiar with the provisions. The moment the government has received contributions or taxes toward the A and B bond reparations in full, that legislation is eliminated. As has been said, it was an emergency measure to meet an immediate need, so with that need met, the measures will also go away. The dignified gentleman raised his voice. I call for a vote to recognize this as soon as confirmation is received by this body. Very much against his will, Brüning said, all in favor. There was a general echo of ayes in the room. Opposed? Even his allies dared not vote against the tide and his question was met by silence. Let the record show that the motion was passed unanimously with no dissent or abstentions. How bad can this day get? He wanted to rage. He wanted to break things. But more than either, he wanted a large drink. With great effort, he calmed himself. Despite this setback, I'm on track to win the election easily. Given time, I'll find a way to take her down. Digirekov smiled and said mildly, given that news, I doubt you gentlemen care about my report on the state of relations with the Unified States. You'll receive a copy to your office, but essentially they are excellent. Thank you for your service, Ambassador. We'll speak later. Tanya clicked her heels together and strode out of the room. She paused at the doorway and half turned. Oh, there is one other thing, not covered by my report. Oh, said Brüning, already plotting her downfall. I'll be throwing my hat in the ring for the presidential election. She smiled brilliantly. Let's speak many times in the coming months. Without waiting for a response, she continued out and the doors shut behind her as if commanded by some unseen force. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Near the Colombian coast several months ago. The Queen of Atlantis was docked off a deserted island. It wasn't on any maps other than the Queen's own, as it was only being used as a place to moor while the crew was working. The first part of their mission had been enormously successful. Their target had been found with only a reasonable amount of searching. The recovery proceeded with even fewer problems. Moving tons of mass was simply work, there was no luck or cleverness involved. Now came one of the easiest parts, processing their find. Samuel was stripped to the waist, sweating under the high sun but more from the magic power he was pouring into a large crucible. He had a specialized orb around his neck designed to produce massive amounts of heat and also protect the wielder from the same, but even so, it just barely was able to shield him. The mages took turns keeping the magical furnace hot while the others rested. A chute was set up so that sailors, further away from the crucible, could fill it while the mages worked. What they were shoveling was the surprising thing, though: gold coins, lots and lots of coins. After a minute, the crucible tilted and molten gold flowed from the spout at the top and into channels toward bar molds that had been set up on the beach. The glowing metal flowed through the channels and Renata worked behind him to make sure the gold settled where it belonged with her orb and then accelerated the cooling process. Magic lifted the bars, tossed them to one side and then she called out, "Next batch." Samuel grunted, "Right." He twisted his hand and the crucible tilted again, releasing another torrent of gold. Antonia monitored the process as the sailors used sturdy wheelbarrows to move loads of gold bars onto the ship. All were TVD employees and extremely well paid, but, more than that, they were loyal to their very bones and there was no lust for the shiny metal stacking up in the ship's hold. The ship was designed to carry many tons of cargo and that capacity would be well used. The first mate shook his head. "If numismatists hear of this, we'll be hanged in effigy." Antonia shrugged. It's not like that there was much historic significance in these coins. It was just a method of counting and transporting all this gold from the New World to Europa. "Have no fear," I pulled aside a few bags of anything interesting. "That's a consolation of sorts. How on earth did we even find this if I can ask? I know this was all hush-hush before but we all know what's happening by now." Antonia chuckled. "I suppose the golden cat is out of the bag. The president is a great lover of military history. She discovered that the San Jose had been sunk during wagers action in the early 1700s but the shipment of gold and silver she carried had never been retrieved. Literally tons of precious metals sunk too deep to find. But with the help of skilled mages and detection spells, what was impossible in the past becomes quite feasible today." He raised his eyebrows. "So that's why we were moving so slowly around. It would seem like a futile quest but I can't argue with the results." He sipped his coffee and said, "Should we call this mission complete or do we have more treasure to look for? As soon as we mold and deliver these bars, we can declare Project El Dorado a complete success." Garmisch 2 weeks ago. Sommer approached the warehouse as he had been invited, summoned, to. The promise of a potential promotion and a gratuity began to pale in comparison to the reality of what they needed him to do. Whatever that might be. That mystery would be enough to keep him up at night if he had had enough prior notice for there to be a night between then and now. He had only been contacted a few hours ago and told to bring his measuring tools so he suspected that it had something to do with bullion. Having no idea, he brought his full kit though he never used most of it. The man who had contacted him before was outside, smoking. "Ah, Herr Sommer. So good of you to be prompt. Time is money, as they say, so let's go inside." He stubbed out the cigarette, put the butt into a container, and then returned it to his pocket. Standing around the warehouse were a number of very dangerous-looking men. They wore dark uniforms with a prominent silver eagle on the left side of their chest and on their shoulders. More were inside guarding a stack of small metal crates. Near them was a fairly expensive balance measure, confirming his guess. "You cleared your schedule, yes? It may be a long day." "Of course. Shall we get started?" He opened his case and got his fine weights out. "You probably should get your heavier weights, Herr Sommer." "How heavy?" He raised an eyebrow. "Unless you want to be here all day, I suggest the largest ones." He motioned to the guards and said, "Let's start with crate 1 and go in order." 2 of the men lifted the small crate with surprising difficulty considering its size. They placed it on the table and opened it revealing a row of gold bars. The gleaming bars glowed even in the dim lights of the building. "I can barely look away. I had doubted the lure of gold before but I can see how men have risked their lives or even killed for it. Best do this job quickly as I'm as weak as most." He glanced at the guards. Though they were older, and some were missing limbs, the accountant had no doubt that they were dangerous. The weapons looked very comfortable in their hands. Any hint of envy at the sight of so much precious metal was thoroughly squashed with those seasoned veterans all around. Sommer quickly calibrated the scale and brought out his tally sheets. "Do all of these crates contain gold?" "Of course." He paused and then clarified. "The rest of the gold is the main part of the warehouse though." He turned on a light showing crate after crate piled into neat stacks. "About half of them have silver, though. As I said, we should get started as we'll be here for many hours, even at our best speed. Tons of metal are still tons of metal." After a very, very long day, Sommer had tallied every ounce and given the TVD man a receipt that was shocking in its final total. Likewise, he completed the paperwork to confirm the money was earmarked to pay down the reparation debt. The Silver Eagle Mercenary Company has been contracted to move the bullion to Berun. I realize that this would normally be the duty of the tax office, but I doubt you have the ability to do so. Would you like to travel with the shipment? He shuddered. Heavens, no. I dare not step foot in that town. I barely escaped to Garmisch when they weren't looking. President Digerekov isn't that fearsome. Well, actually she is, but not in this case. That's not the president I'm avoiding. Out of sight, out of mind. Speaking of which, please keep this contribution a secret. We'd like to have everything processed before anyone can interfere. Have no fear. Anything I say would just bring me problems. Better if those of sterner character attract those instead of me. The agent grinned. Have no fear. I do believe the president you are hiding from will have other things on his mind. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. All over Germania, posters proclaiming Tanya von Digerekov's bid for the presidency were affixed to walls by eager TVD employees before they reopened their businesses for the first time in weeks. Notes. For those unfamiliar with it, the San Jose shipwreck is literally the largest treasure find ever and will probably never be exceeded. By my calculations, the $17 billion value is equal to a buttload of gold. When I say tons, I don't mean just a few. I was quite surprised by the weight of it all. Keep in mind, that the weight is actually much higher because a certain portion of the treasure was in silver, which is both less dense and has a lower value per pound. Also, I have Don Felder going through my head right now. Smiley face, Chapter 129, Narrow Bridges. Chapter text. Germania Berun, Political Office. Bruning shouted at his legal team. How can she run for president? She's a war criminal with more blood on her hands than the worst monsters of history, and she's not even an adult yet. You need to be 40. The last I checked 17 is considerably less than 40. The man's face was red and he looked literally murderous, and everyone leaned away from him whenever he got close to a fireplace poker or was holding anything in his hands. The bravest lawyer, or perhaps the designated sacrifice, spoke up after the 20-minute rant. Swallowing heavily, he said hesitantly. We researched this topic and he stomped around the table and towered over the seated man. And what? Can she just flaunt the law now? Has she taken over the country and is just going through an election out of ego? What is it? How can she do this? The lawyer tried to ignore the sweat going down. Mr. President. There is an obscure law she's using. When the fatherland moved from a pure empire to a constitutional monarchy, there were accommodations made. Bruning was taken aback for a second, not expecting there actually was a good reason. The shock interrupted his rant and he sat down heavily. Tell me, please, about these accommodations. Why yes. The old monarchists wanted to make sure that would have sufficient representation in the new government so nobles could participate. And they do, but they are all of sufficient age. The way the rules were written was that any noble that had served honorably, either in the military or civil government, would be eligible to serve in the Bundestag, Bundesrat or, as president. It's a parallel system to prevent the old nobility from being squeezed out of the, at that time, new government. As it turns out, it is never used, but the procedures are there. You're telling me that the von in her name lets her do this? Do I completely understand you? That's what we understand. Surely this isn't some kind of blanket permission. There is a requirement, but it's tricky. Sir. Spit it out, man. The Kaiser, as the highest noble, has to approve of their nomination. Bruning ground his teeth. I don't like that old man and the feeling is mutual. He will be difficult. What are the chances of that? The advisor shrugged. We don't know. He's never spoken of, or even to, Digerekov except in a few ceremonial situations. The lawyer spoke again. Actually, the way the law is written is somewhat ambiguous. Half the team thinks the emperor can object to a candidate and thereby remove them from candidacy, and the other half thinks she needs a literal endorsement. Seemingly calm again, Bruning steepled his fingers in front of his face. Either way, we have to speak to the Kaiser as soon as possible. Set up a meeting immediately. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Germania Berun, Tanya marked. With their doors widely open, the citizens of Germania flooded into the markt. Rather than a gloomy and dusty interior as they feared, the store looked freshly scrubbed with full shelves, plentiful groceries, and new products they had never seen before. The shoppers were filling their baskets, some were taking advantage of new shopping carts that were being introduced at the front of the store, with goods, mostly food. A former frequent shopper asked one of the workers, "Is it okay if everyone buys so much? Won't you run out?" "Don't worry, Alma. We were ready and have a lot in back to restock quickly." The woman put a hand over her heart in relief. "Good, that's good. I won't hurry too much, then." She glanced at a tall poster of Tanya wearing a stylish but modest dress. The image of Tanya was looking into the distance, toward a future only she could see. There was only a single word on the poster, vote. Her eyes widened. So it's true then. Indeed it is. The elections are soon, so we hope you honor us with your support. Naturally, naturally. She shook a small fist full of emotion. I can't believe they did all that to her. And that Bruning was trying to starve us, too. How dare he even try to be our president? Humph. I've never voted before, but I'll be sure to do it this time. Please tell your friends, too. Even those who haven't participated before can always have their first time. We can help anyone with the procedures and can take people to the polls. It's going to be exciting. It's too bad that we don't have more time. The election is imminent, but I think we have a good chance. It all depends on the voters, but I have faith they will make the right decision. We'll show them. Humph. Alma looked around and saw that was something she needed was already sold out. You said they were restocking soon. The clerk saw where she was looking and smiled. She reached under the counter and handed her a box of Zarts. Don't worry, we have plenty. Bless you. She glanced up at the poster. Yes, definitely she has my vote. *****. Unified States Chicago Germanian Consulate. Wilson wheeled in the acting ambassador's breakfast on a cart. It was an interesting piece of technology. Everything from the wheels to the top were the result of new materials or new construction technologies. It was literally half the price to produce when compared to a competing product and was equal or superior in every particular. It rolled smoothly and was nearly silent. This was especially useful if someone was sensitive to sound. Of course, this could be superseded fairly easily. Good morning, sir. He threw open the heavy curtains, allowing the bright morning sunlight to flood the bedchamber. His employer groaned and muttered. Remind me to accidentally push you into the ocean the next time we sail, Wilson. Noted, sir. Breakfast. He lifted the cover of the tray, revealing an extensive selection of eggs, sausages, toast and a variety of jellies with a small pot of fresh butter. So it's come to this, you're trying to assassinate me. He rubbed his forehead and vainly tried to keep the directly sunlight from piercing his retinas. I hope there's some hair of dog in that coffee. Of course, sir. He delivered a strong cup fortified by a hefty dollop of whiskey. He drank it, ignoring the taste in favor of ingesting the liquid pain reliever. Ah. Oscar took another sip. Consider yourself reprieved until the next time. He was tempted to shake his head but decided against it. Why does this keep happening? Far be it from me to hypothesize, but perhaps it has something to do with excessive intake of alcohol. Oscar growled but didn't comment directly. These Americans apparently hadn't heard that the law against imbibing means their tolerance should also go down. I gather that public opinions and private activities may be somewhat divergent. Our employer called it voting dry and drinking wet, but I also agree. He finished off the coffee and held up his hand before Wilson could refill it. As much as another dollop would ease my pain, I'll settle for an aspirin. Hand me the papers and take the rest of that foolishness away. Being the assistant ambassador required him to keep up on the news and to attend far too many parties and get-togethers, which had led to his painful morning. I expect Digirakov to pick up some of the slack once she's allowed, at least in moderation. She seems uncommonly interested in drinking despite sticking strictly to the law, so I doubt she will object too much. From long practice, he skimmed the articles quickly and only did a deeper dive as necessary. As usual, he picked up Die Wahrheit as the objectively most accurate news source. Ah, so it's beginning. The bold headline proclaimed, reparations paid. The article went on to detail, for full accuracy, that only the B&A bonds had been paid, but this was sufficient to remove emergency measures. It was until page 5 that the news of Digirakov entering the race to become the Germanian president was announced in a decidedly understated article. Wilson, is my meeting with President Hoover after lunch today? Yes sir, by phone, but I believe he will want an in-person meeting soon. Of course, course. We've helped him a lot and he undoubtedly will want more help soon. Oscar kept an eye on weather reports from the west. If the ambassador was right, this year or the next would be devastating for the Unified States. We'll do what we can with analysis, of course, but we aren't in a state to give direct monetary assistance. Why would such an important man need a personal meeting, then? Wilson was deeply involved in the consulate affairs but wasn't privy to all details. We can't provide monetary assistance, but widespread food shortages, those we can help with. We've bought large numbers of farms and processing plants. Long-term storage is quite inexpensive if done right, and we are the world leaders on that right now, not that anyone knows about that yet. It seems like quite the gamble, sir. Isn't everything we've done? No, it's time for bold, intelligent action, and truly it's less risky than you might think. If worse comes to worst, we can just eat canned food for a few decades. *****. Unified States, New York. Conrad Meyer was visiting the Unified States main office in New York for the first time in months. He had spent all that time on train after train, adjusting investments, finding opportunities, and making deals. He felt healthier than had since his college days, though considerably more tired. Ah, I think I've walked more in 6 months than the entire rest of my life. Yvette approached him with a cup of water. Try doing it in high heels. She sat down on the couch across from him. I'll pass on that, I believe, but thank you for the water. He swallowed half the cup at once. He pointed at his shoes. You know how many pairs I've gone through? More than I can count. Ah, well, at least it has been worthwhile. She looked around. You got a nice office out of it, at any rate. A bit sterile, though. I've been here less than 3 times, how could it not be empty? Does that include today? Yes. So, this is your second time, then. She glanced again at the effectively new office. I've been very busy. Oh, like I haven't been. Of course not. He snorted briefly. Who knows what you do better than I? I have to admit, I've been spending more time on the phone and the telegraph office and less on the rails, but it's been rewarding. Oh ho. He shut the door to keep their conversation private. Tell me more, pray. His Waldstadt accent became pronounced when he was excited. I managed to complete 70% of Plan B and almost 80% of Plan C. Only my parts, that is. Impressive. My rate was somewhat higher but with smaller total amounts, naturally. Who was the biggest holdout? She groaned. Those damned Russies. They would only accept the full amount. Yvette sat back in her chair in a far from ladylike fashion. She commented shrewdly, I saved them for last because they were most likely to leak the information. I got the strong feeling that they had gotten some promises. Conrad got her point immediately. So they have an ally in Germania that can guarantee their payments? That would have to be someone high up. Very high up. My thoughts exactly. There aren't many who could do that, assuming my presumption is correct. I'd be last to bet against either your instincts or deductions. Have you reported this yet? I was hoping to use your office telegraph. I'll do you one better. Your lovely employer has seen fit to lay a new cable across the ocean, a telephonic one. She looked surprised. That's incredible. So I can call the home office directly? Where's the office? Where else? Right here in the ZKV bank. All the operators are TVD employees, so I'm sure you can get access to a secured line. You can pass along my results at the same time. He shook his head. I functioned as TVD's personal banker, but it's a shame that I couldn't convince my bank to risk their funds. Apparently the scheme was a little too outre for them, they are not ones for undue gambles. She smirked. I can see their point. Buying up the reparation bonds for a mostly bankrupt country, who would think that was a good idea? President Hoover bought some of the B bonds, but even he wasn't willing to touch the C bonds. The Germanian looked at him shrewdly. Did you use any of your own money? Mine? Of course I did. I decided long ago to never bet against von Digerekoff, and this time was no different. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Germania Baron, the royal palace. Brüning was annoyed that, despite being the highest official in all of Germania, he was forced to wait to see the ex-Kaiser. Despite being stripped of power by the surrender accords, and lacking even the ceremonial rights of nobles that the Albaisch monarchy had, he still acted like he was the leader of the empire. For the most part, people went along with this because, even at the height of his power, he operated with a soft hand, suggestions rather than demands, advice rather than edicts. Still, he was willing to bend the knee, figuratively speaking, if it meant getting him to reject Digerekoff's candidacy. As much as he might personally dislike the political office, I find it implausible that he would support a barely adult, upstart noble and a woman on top of all that. It's worth any number of concessions to get a simple statement of disapproval out of him. Fortified by this logic, he followed a servant through the grassy interior courtyard that Kaiser Wilhelm liked to use to relax and enjoy the weather. Within seconds, Brüning spotted the seating arrangements that had been set up. Instead of the flimsy outdoor furniture most would use, these were oversized chairs with high backs, padded seats, and comfortable armrests. It took several burly servants to bring it all out and back again. And, on occasion, at a full run if the weather suddenly turned. Wilhelm was sitting, drinking tea, as if he were relaxing in his parlor. He seemed in an uncommonly good mood. The servant announced, President Manfred Aden Brüning. The older man just nodded, so the servant stepped back and stood at attention with the other servants. Brüning moved to sit in the other seat but stopped suddenly when he saw it was already occupied. Ah, Herr Brüning. I said we would speak soon, but who knew it would be so soon? Tanya von Digerekoff was smiling at him with a cup of coffee in her hand and twinkling eyes. Chapter 130, Party Time. Germania Baron, the Royal Palace. The Kaiser smiled mildly. My apologies, I hadn't realized my appointments had overlapped. He raised a hand and 3 hefty servants brought out another large chair and set it around the table. Brüning noticed that the 3 chairs were evenly spaced around the round table. Mistake, no one would believe that nonsense. He sat down with a smile. No, it's my error. I just came too early today. Tanya nodded knowingly. It's amazing that busy people such as ourselves have any time at all. That you were able to come early is obviously to your credit. Bruning almost stumbled over his next words. Is she implying? His smile was more strained. Perhaps it's a good thing, though. The political office's lawyers were preparing for the election and there was a question about eligibility. She cocked her head slightly to one side. Oh? My lawyers also looked over the documents and they seemed quite clear. Was there something ambiguous? Just a matter of perspective. On one hand, the guidelines might be read that His Majesty, he nodded toward Kaiser Wilhelm who remained impassive, could veto a noble candidate. But the majority opinion was that only the Kaiser should have the right to pick the candidates. Bruning settled into the speech that he had prepared. After all, it would be the height of presumption to try to take that traditional authority away from your Majesty. The older man sipped his tea and put it down gently. Yes, being stripped of my authority would be presumptuous. It rather reminds me of the very recent past when the political office had little concern about such things. It's good to see that they have finally remembered that after a few years. Your Majesty. Wilhelm shut him up with a glance. The steely authority he had refused to use before the Great War was in full force now. I did not influence the government unduly in the past because I, fundamentally, thought the time of kings and kaisers was drawing to a close. Events have led me to believe this may have been an error. The role of a good monarch in these modern times is not to rule, it's to provide vision. To remember the long past as we travel toward the long future. Politicians and businessmen, workers and housewives, they get too focused on now and have no chance to plan 10 years, 20 years, 100 years from now. The value of the nobility is that we have the duty and time to learn from the past and pass that wisdom on. Have there been bad nobles? Stupid nobles? Short-sighted nobles? Yes to all three, but at least we have the opportunity to do better. Tanya didn't bother to speak and simply listened to the man as he pontificated. So, I'll answer your question, stated or not, whether Colonel von Digurekoff requires my imprimatur or not, she has it. Unequivocally. Now, you may go. Wilhelm. The former ruler of the country interrupted the current leader. Did you not hear me? I said you may go. Realizing there was nothing more to be gained there, Bruning stood and exited abruptly, shortly followed by his chair being carried back to the house by puffing servants. Digurekoff allowed her cup to be refilled. Truly a marvelous blend, the Kaiser has a great staff, except for their urge to add cream and sugar. That went faster than I predicted. Humph. I'm surprised he had the gall to come to me. Asking for political favors. He smiled and settled back in his seat when he realized he had half lifted himself. My physicians also told me to avoid stress, so removing him was literally doctor's orders. If you don't have your health, what do you have? Also, thank you for your endorsement. That simplifies things when we have little time and much to do. Frankly, I thought about letting him take it court and in a suitable dramatic fashion show up to foil his plans in a thoroughly dramatic fashion. He chuckled. My wife told me to stop being childish and just do the right thing. Tanya laughed with him. Truthfully, I lean more toward your way of doing things, given a suitable opportunity. My favor comes at a cost, but one I think you will pay gladly. Oh. Make him pay for what he's done to the fatherland. The wealth lost is nothing compared to the blood of millions. Make that bastard pay. He pounded the arm of his chair with each word. Oh, little Aiden will get a long overdue bill for everything he's done. Her voice had a coldness rarely displayed. Every last pfennig. ******. Baron TVD alternate headquarters. As if nothing had happened, the office was humming with its usual activities. While Tanya was running her errands, Visha was catching up with recent business. There wasn't terribly many and most were just logistics decisions involved with the reopening of all their stores. Her aide stood by, noting what needed to be done. Visha leaned back in her chair, obviously satisfied. Demand across the board is 20% higher than expected, but we have plenty stockpiled, so just double the shipments for 2 weeks. Double. There will be a momentum beyond just pent-up need. People may even start stockpiling items for fear of a government reprisals of some sort. Even in the worst case, we'll just have somewhat overfull storage for a few days. Should we be worried about another shutdown? Visha shook her head. No, not at all. But since it has happened once, it might happen again in the public's eye, and that uncertainty causes fear. Make sure we have plenty of canned and, to a certain degree, frozen foods. Noted. By the end of the month, given these predictions, we should be caught up on the losses of the last few weeks. That doesn't matter at all. We're producing as fast as we can and the demand never wavered. We just have to sell what we've already made. The aide, enlightened, viewed her boss with fresh appreciation. I think that's everything. She looked at Visha slyly. There was a personal message, though. Oh. A certain gentleman has left several notes. Herr Z, I believe. Visha smiled. Oh, Ignatz. I'll have to arrange to have lunch with him soon. Find my list of restaurants and make reservation, please. 3 days from now, I think. Reservation for 2, coming up. Actually, make it 3. 3. Yes, Tanya said she would like to join me on my tour of the eateries of Berun. Might as well combine them, yes. See, certainly. I'll do that right now. She had a bad premonition about the event. All together at once? I'm sure everything will work out. The president is very protective but is a reasonable person, really. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Germania, boardroom. Next on the agenda is, the election, said the assistant. The looks around the room were less than sanguine. Finally, someone spoke up. What the hell should we do? Bruning has not so subtly asked for our support and we have numerous government contracts. That's assuming he is the government at the end of the year. He's forcing us to bet on a horse and we don't know which one will win the race. An older executive cleared his throat. What are chances that a political newcomer winning? She has no influence and no contacts in the government. Even if he was just an appointee, he's the incumbent and doesn't have any scandals to drag him down. For the past few years he has been the face of Germania and people know him for that and not for wanton massacres. She does have some popularity, though. She's a child. Can you imagine your typical voter walking to the polling place and trusting the country to someone who won't even be able to vote and yet somehow will run the country? He stated confidently, picture those factory workers, tired men getting off from a long day of work, deciding to risk the fatherland when we have just turned the corner? Why would he vote so foolishly? Voters aside, there's the very real threat of punishment if we don't pick Bruning. Digurekov probably won't retaliate if we don't support her, so do we have anything to lose by picking the favorite? The vote was unanimous after that. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Germania German National Democratic Party headquarters. Sitting around a long table were tired men but they looked satisfied from long labors. So, how are we looking for the next election? The most tired man pushed up his glasses slightly before he read from his papers. I think we'll gain about a dozen seats. HOH, nice. That will give us a decisive edge during the policy talks after the election. Hold off on pushing Bruning now, but hint that we can flip to another candidate unless we get that legislation passed. Will we still caucus with the Independent Centre's Social Party? It depends on how they want to apportion the building contracts in the South. If they are willing to play with us, we'll help them stay relevant in the budget talks. They discussed the numbers for the upcoming election and how the current parties would end up after the elections. Their leader nodded. Sounds good, you all have worked hard. Unlike some parties, the GNDP believed strongly in hard data because they didn't like to operate on mere opinion and hope. The chief statistician also nodded. We doubled our polling numbers, focused on prior voters. He sighed and shook his head. The old voter rolls had to be significantly purged. The Great War. The leader held up his hand. It was bad for everyone, no need to go into it. That we will gain seats even with fewer voters is a sad silver lining. He clapped his hands sharply twice. Everyone get some rest, we'll start our big push tomorrow. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Germania Tanya marked. There was a small crowd of people in the marked after hours. The door was open, and light from the inside was spilling into the darkened street. A passerby raised his eyebrows and approached the store. Hey, I thought the markt was closed at this hour. Posted on the open door was a notice, meeting tonight, all welcome. Curiously, he went inside and saw that one of the store employees was addressing everyone from on top of a crate. The medium-sized crowd was mostly women but there a good number of men as well. Most of them were sipping coffee or had a pastry or other treat in hand. Another employee greeted the man as he came in. You can sit wherever you like. Refreshments are to the left. Danky, danky. He filled a cup and took a bouquetine liberally coated with powdered sugar and sat down to hear what was going on. Normally, he would have intruded when not specifically invited but it had been some time since he could afford treats such as this and the sign had certainly said all welcome. The snack was very tasty. He sat politely and sipped his coffee. He wasn't sure why these people had gathered but assumed that they were trying to sell something. Well, the least I can do is listen even if I can't afford anything. The middle-aged woman continued. So you vote for a party and that will determine the number of representatives that the party has. To create the government, a majority of representatives will be needed, so unless a party has more than half of the total, a coalition government will be created through an alliance of smaller parties. A woman raised her hand. Can anyone vote? I've never voted before. Others nodded in agreement with this. The employee nodded. As long as you are 25 years old and not invalidated for another reason such as criminal behavior or mental incapacity. Naturally, they will confirm your residency but there are really few requirements. She smiled. Okay, those are the basics, now I'll explain about what we believe and why you should vote for us. The crowd leaned forward, listening to every word. At the core, we believe that everyone should have the maximum amount of freedom possible. But, what does that mean? Aren't we already free? Oh? Are you free to own gold? To protest against the war policies of the current government? To conduct business without onerous regulations? She shook her head. There's an invisible cage mostly made of rules and taxes that we have grown used to, but they are there nonetheless. The president, she nodded toward the poster behind her, likes to quote an American president, John Adams. He said, there are two ways to conquer and enslave a country. One is by sword. The other is by debt. The listeners frowned unpleasantly or thoughtfully depending on their personalities. They had been assaulted by one in the last war and the other currently. She monitored their faces. Ah, you understand, then. Are we free? But the war debts have been paid off, haven't they? At least mostly. Again, most of them glanced at the poster. Those debts, yes, but what binds the hands of the government in making more debts? From printing marks day and night to make the ones in your pockets worthless? From getting us involved in new wars we can't win? One man stood up. We didn't start that war. Yes. But when the government had the chance, did they end it? Or did they take our narrow victory and turn it into an overwhelming defeat? She paused to let that sink in. You see how the seeming freedom is an illusion? We believe that with more freedom, we can build our own future, not survive on the promises of politicians. She stopped speaking and the crowd broke up into smaller groups to talk about what they had heard, or to get more snacks. Like many, the man who had come in the end approached the speaker to ask questions. He waited for his turn and approached her with a determined gaze. I'd like to join you. This country seems to be going astray and needs fixing soon. He turned bashful. Can I help somehow? I don't have any particular skills that seem to be relevant. And, although I hate to admit it, I don't even know the name of your organization. We're glad to have you. She shook his hand warmly. Welcome to the Liberty Party. All across Germania, this scene was repeated over and over again. Notes. My Wilhelm II is quite a bit different from the real world's who was much more involved with expansionist policies. Because Germania is not so warlike, I chalked up the reason for this difference was based in his personality. I'm also not going into the intricacies of how a parliamentary government is made up of different factions, there were 17 in 1920, so I just made up one as a sample in the story without assigning specific stances to it. Yet, just about every combination of German, social, national, people and democratic was used. Plus a bunch of smaller ones, het. Chapter 131, Numbers Game. Notes. I really wanted to announce that part 1 of Xenomorphs, Tanya v Alien, would be ready but I couldn't quite get it done. It will be a two-parter and should be quite fun. After that, I'll probably do some more small town girl while I work on part 2. Chapter text. Germania Berun. Judge Richter was having dinner with his son andIgurekov and the mood was merry, especially for the judge. He laughed and slapped the table. I wish I could have seen his face. I knew Bruning couldn't force that old lion to knuckle under. Didn't I tell you, Dirk? Ha ha ha. His son smiled but didn't comment directly. More cases Batsl, Colonel. She patted her lips with a napkin. I'd love to indulge in another serving but, since I've left the front lines, my appetite has reduced somewhat. And it's been many months since I've used that rank. Surely you can use my name now. He shook his head. No matter how far from combat I am, I'm still a captain and you're still a colonel to me. Dirk's eyes got a faraway look. I remember that day in the Rhine when I first saw the 203rd like it was just this morning. We were getting hammered and if there was a patch of miserable mud that wasn't stained with blood, I didn't see it. We had to hold our position because of course we had to. And they're mages. They devastated us, absolutely unstoppable except from an accidental hit from mortar fire. He chuckled, there's another thing I never saw. Tanya grinned. I told my men that if they were ever hit by mortar fire, they should hope it kills them because they would have to face me otherwise. The man nodded knowingly and continued his story. We were going to die and soon. There wasn't a man in my platoon that didn't have their wills made and then, he paused emotionally. And then I saw the mages, our mages overhead and heard that sweet order to clear the theater. I felt hope for the first time. We listened to you almost begging them to just go home and leave our land and could feel your sincerity. Then when you drove them from the field, we too were released from death. But more importantly, from fear. From that day onward, I never again felt the terror like I did then and that helped me survive every battle after that. So, forgive me this, but you image in my heart is indelible. Who am I to ask you to change your heart? Too much was taken from us, I won't begrudge you this. She laughed softly, but that only applies if that Schwarzwalder Kirschtorte I see over there is part of dinner. I saved room and I'll fight you here and now if it isn't. But of course. The judge raised a finger but a servant was already moving to cut and distribute the dessert. While that occurred, Tanya said, I have to thank you again for your election idea. The government was going to be a continual problem for me and this is quite the trick. Now all I have to do is complete it. That, however, depends on the voters. He chuckled. That is so insignificant that it's not worth mentioning. You have a much larger issue, and possibly the only one that matters. Let's go over the basic steps. You need to announce your presence, you need to sway the voters to your side, and then you need to garner the votes. Recognition, persuasion, and consummation. Simple, but broadly accurate. So, your foes might be slow, but they'll figure this out, too. Where do you think they are going to attack you? She tapped her dessert fork on the table and thought. That is a good point. A very good point. I have to thank you for this insight, though it will mean I'll be very busy for a while. Too busy for another cup of coffee. She chuckled. Never. Germania Baron Suburbs. Professor Heidel, having finished the latest stage of the project, had given the exhausted grad students some time off. Likewise, he spent time relaxing and occasionally pulling together the research for the presentation for the upcoming paper. The general outline was ready and the rest was verifying the logic and double-checking calculations. His colleague, Wagner, had a much easier time as a historian rather than an economist, as his work was mostly done. Given that, he was planning his next project and was scratching away on one of a pile of notebooks that he used to organize his thoughts. Since they were collaborating, Wagner was relaxing in Heidel's house as he worked, and they met together during mealtimes to talk and share their progress. How's the draft coming? Heidel asked over dinner. It seems like you've been inspired lately. Oh, swimmingly. I'm outlining Digerekov's history as a holistic work, rather than analytical, and adding her post-war activities to highlight how her philosophy is unchanged. A common philosophy? Does such a thing apply between war and peacetime activities? Certainly it does. Philosophy guides one's life. How it manifests depends on the situation. So how would you sum her way of doing things, or her philosophy as you say? If I had to pick a historic figure she's closest to? I'd say, mind you, this is separate from goals or morals, just generally how she does things. With a build-up like that, you have me quite curious. Then I'd say the nearest model is Genghis Khan. Genghis Khan? The Mongol marauder? While they both have great military achievements, she's hardly some oriental butcher. From previous conversation, he had heard a lot about this ancient warlord. You see, that's why you have to look at goals as well as how they do things. Temujin's goals were land, conquering populations, and domination. Hers were primarily around defense and rebuilding the nation. Then why do you say they are so similar? It's the way they are willing to break the status quo as if it doesn't exist. He conquered a great portion of the known world but made no move to impose religious beliefs or greatly change the cultures of the conquered areas. This was unheard of at the time. Notice that even areas Digerekov conquered, she made no attempt at retribution, and even now happily trades with nations that were treating her as some great devil to be destroyed. Both he and she are ardent believers in meritocracy. Did you know his chief strategic advisor was a blacksmith he found? He was so impressed by the man's intellect, that he raised him up and he helped found their empire. He got excited as he continued the comparisons. Both, in their own way, revolutionized warfare, but they also promoted peacetime improvements. Temujin established the first international postal service, encouraged research, and was in favor of trade over conquest. Tanya's achievements post-war can be easily compared to his favorably, but they are quite similar. Both looked for the best way to make things work and ignored past precedent to make it happen. So, excepting the massacres, wife stealing, and so on, they are pretty similar. I guess I can see that. Trust me, it's a matter of perspective. Genghis Khan is a revered name in the East. All excesses aside, he was one of was the most influential person in the centuries before and after his life. He pointed at his friend with his fork. Digerekov is the same. Her wartime achievements are nothing compared to her peacetime ones. Your research is showing that. Temujin lived to be 65 and Tanya has been a businesswoman for less than 3 years. How will the world change after 50 years? Heidel laughed. If I were her business rival, I think I'd prefer Mongol hordes. Germania Baron TVD backup headquarters. Tanya looked over her closest advisors that evening. Again, I'm sorry for calling you during your evening off, but something has come up that we need to deal with for our campaign. I was talking to Judge Richter and he really opened my eyes on how we organize our efforts. She pointed at a whiteboard that they had just installed in the new location. Okay, we're brainstorming, but we have limited time, so I want you to take these to separate teams to do the work. Don't hold back any ideas, we'll clear out the chaff afterward. She wrote down the 3 headings: recognition, persuasion, consummation. Recognition first. Everyone needs to hear about the Liberty Party. Visha, you and your team take this one. I don't care how silly the ideas are or what budget they might need. We'll get you a list. Tanya indicated assent. I want the most creative people you have. Don't worry so much about promoting the Liberty Party, just get our name in front of them as soon as we can, no matter the means. No one has heard of us yet, so we need to be at least in their minds as an option come the election. Some of the listeners made an entry in their notepads but stayed focused on the presentation. Next is persuasion. This has two forks, likability and logic. We want to work on both because it's uncertain what will convince people. For long-term viability, engaging the electorate's intellect is best, but we'll work on that more for the re-election. The market and banking teams will be primarily in charge of this. She looked at the head of the first Tanya marked. We want them to like us, even love us irrespective of what our exact theories are. This is a matter of trust that we, at the very least, have their best interests at heart. Yes ma'am. Good, I'll be counting on you because I'm not very good at that. The bankers. I want our policies to be bulletproof so that any argument they have against us can be hammered with facts, papers, research, and logic. Work with friendly academics so we can get research papers published pronto. Doesn't matter which country, we'll translate them into Germanian. It might even go over better if the international community seems to support our ideas. Once you have the platform theories supported, boil them down into arguments that nearly anyone can understand and can be taught to our people for talking points. That's a tall order, Hammerschmidt commented. We don't expect them to engage in academic debates. They just need to be able to convey the basics in a clear and understandable fashion. If you can't make it simple enough to explain to your mother, then you need to work on the message more. My mother. Tanya rolled her eyes. Anybody's mother. She can vote, right? We want her to know what she's voting for. Of course. Even my OMA and OPA will be able to discuss it. She nodded. The last team is also split into two groups. Once we have them with us emotionally and ideologically, then we need to get their votes. We need someone in every neighborhood who knows their neighbors and can get them to the polls. If they can't drive, we'll provide transportation. If they are forgetful, we'll remind them. She tapped the whiteboard. There's a powerful psychological effect we can take advantage of. If you ask someone if they will do something, that raises the chance they will do it. But if you can get them to commit to it, perhaps by asking when they would like you to pick them up for voting, that's a higher level of engagement. That seems so simple. It is quite simple. But just getting someone to say the words makes it more real in their head. It gets to the point where it becomes psychologically hard to not do something than to do it. She put her hands on the table. The second part of this team is the most important. Getting enough votes isn't enough. Even Visha was surprised by this, and she generally knew what Tanya was hinting at. It's not. No, we have to make sure they are actually counted accurately. I expect the current administration to pull every trick they can think of. Certainly after we start polling higher than they expect. They will lie to voters, arrest our workers, shut down polling stations or replace the workers with their own people. Her voice rose sternly. They are going to submit false ballots, misreport totals, and throw away good votes either by invalidating them or literally throwing them away. Will they attack? Asked the head of the Silver Eagles. They'll likely try, either through intimidation or actual violence. But even if they don't, even if they have no plans to do this, we'll need to be ready. She clapped her hands once. Okay, meet with your people tomorrow, not tonight. I want you start well rested. She motioned toward Visha. Please stay, we need to talk further. Without prompting, Visha started a pot of coffee as the others left. Before long, they were seated next to each other at the conference table. The two shared a comfortable moment of silence as they sipped their drinks. Tanya put down her cup with a satisfied smile. Have you heard from Arya? She shook her head. Nothing substantial yet. But Agent A says things are going well. Good, no need to correct course, then. Despite what I said, we don't have the manpower to put eyes at every polling place. But with proper intelligence, we can make the most of what we have. It really is like wartime, is it not? But with better food. They shared a laugh at this as they remembered days where any food would have been welcome. How do you view the election turning out? Visha asked with genuine curiosity. I think we can get 20% to 30% and that puts us in a good position in any coalition government. There are a few parties, mostly those not in the current government, that would align with us and we'd have the majority position. She shook her head. Some of them aren't exactly closely aligned with our beliefs. Frankly, most of them are rather fringe and we'd have to compromise. I find that rather unlikely. What? Do you think we'd have a hard time making a proper coalition? Not at all. I think they would love to have us work with them. What's unlikely is that we'd have to compromise. She grinned in a way that would cause strong men to blench if they saw it on a battlefield. After all, if we get 51% of the vote, why compromise with anyone? Chapter 132, Lies, Damned Lies. Chapter text. Germania. With election day approaching, political bills were posted everywhere. The largest, most colorful, and most professional were for the Liberty Party. There was only one printer that could make such impressive posters and, since it was owned by TVD, the competition's offerings looked unimpressive. Like brilliant birds surrounded by dead branches before spring flowers have bloomed, they dominated every wall, and many conversations. There were dozens of different designs and more coming out every few days, so there was always something new, something to talk about. Maybe it was only a single word with a catchy image, but it would set the tone of the day and spread like a rock in a pond, spreading ripples until the next stone appeared. And it wasn't just posters. Die Wahrheit published editorials from the Liberty Party's point of view, but they also highlighted the beliefs, and failures, of the other parties. Separate from the editorials, however, were the news sections. Without fudging the truth in the slightest, they laid out the numerous failures of the administration and those that supported them. But there were new methods and new avenues as well. *****. Atlantic aboard the Calypso. The captain of the Calypso was a happy man. He was fully booked for many months in advance, even the premium Digirekov cabin that had the upgraded sound system and many pictures of the famous ace. Why, I could rent the corridor outside her room and people wouldn't complain at all. Only his common sense reigned in his greed when he momentarily pictured how much money that would produce. His first mate came on deck to stand beside him as they looked over the ship, the calm sea and nearly cloudless sky. "You seem happy, Captain. What's not to like?" He gave a chuckle that wouldn't have seemed out of place in pirates of old. "We bought out our partners before they realized we were sitting on a fortune. Ha ha ha. They were afraid of the cost of the repairs when every hole might have been made of solid gold, ha 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 ha." The first mate nodded. "You told them, so you did your part. Of course, you didn't try very hard to convince them." That I did. "Have you checked the weather reports today?" "No, but is it really necessary?" He glanced at the clear air all the way to the horizon. The captain was silent for a while and then said, "You've never weathered a real blow on the open waters, have you? I mean a real storm that feels like it will break the seas and crack the firmament like a massive hammer that will sunder the entire world." "I've experienced a storm or two, but nothing like that. It humbles you. Reminds a man that he doesn't know everything and that there's always some surprise just over the horizon. Your eyes, no matter how good, no matter how tall your vantage, is limited. No wisdom, no experience can let you know everything. So let's not waste time and go find out if that hammer is waiting for us, at..." Aye, Captain." As it turned out, with a small change in heading, they only encountered the edge of some stormy weather but nothing they couldn't handle. *****. Germania Berun, German National Democratic Party HQ. The leader of the GNDP was taking a break from going over reports to enjoy a long-delayed beer. Just as the stein was nearing his lips, an assistant rushed in. "Ho, boss. I'm glad you aren't busy." He glared at the man and then at his beer and then back at the man. He put the stein down. "What have you got for me?" "I have the latest polling numbers and I knew you'd want to see them." "Oh, that is news. Let's take a look." He handed over a stack of papers. "I haven't even looked at them myself." "Well, then let's see." He flipped through the report and went straight to the results page. We're down from the last poll but not terribly much. The ICSP lost quite a few points. We might have to bring in another party." "They won't like that." The leader shrugged. "Either they have the votes or not. If they don't, they have no complaints." He read down further. "Oh, what's this? The National People's Party down a full 9 points? That's pretty shocking for the leading party in the current government." The assistant rubbed his chin. "Perhaps the displeasure of the war is greater than we thought." He snorted. "Just since the last poll? No, it's something else." He flipped to the last page and his eyes opened in surprise. "What's this? How does other/undecided garner 19% of the vote? I'm not as familiar. There are a plethora of smaller parties but it never tops 5% total." He slammed the report down on the table. "What are those pollsters doing? When they saw results like this, they should have changed their poll. Go meet with them. Get a new poll ready. As fast as they can. That will expensive. Our funds aren't limitless, sir. Going into the election without knowing who our opponent is even worse, don't you think? Now, off with you." The assistant stood up straighter, said "Sir," and ran off. The leader read through the report carefully, trying to find some clue while his beer slowly went flat, unattended. 19%? Preposterous. *****. Albion Haberdasher near Whitehall. Mr. John was frustrated with the government that employed him. Of course, what employee was perfectly happy with their employer? In his case, however, he was a patriot and he was upset when mistakes were happening no matter his personal consequences. The fact that he had to pretend to sell hats for several weeks certainly didn't have any effect. Probably. The shop was clear except for him and his handler. Why is Whitehall dropping the intelligence budget so much? Didn't they just get a big shipment of gold? Don't they realize that the war could have been completed years earlier if our intelligence service was more efficient, not smaller? He held up his hand, stopping the other man from speaking. No, don't answer, those were rhetorical questions and I know the answer. It's always about the budget. It's always about the budget until the bombs start dropping. Then they ask why we didn't see them coming. He rolled his eyes. So, what's my next exciting adventure? Please tell me you're dropping me in the jungle somewhere or want me to cross Antarctica with a dog sled. Maybe going undercover at a leper colony? Please. Not so lucky this time. Your favorite ace is running for president. I realize that I'm not exactly stationed in Berun right now but I am a member of the intelligence department. He waved at a desk toward the back. And I know how to read the newspapers. Despite his sarcasm, there was a tone of hope in his voice. Action, at last. It's good that you have energy. You remember that little play we funded? How could I forget it? That production turned the tide of public opinion. Good work, that was. Doing a lot with a little should be in my job description. Take a trip back to the playwright and get him to make a sequel to Tatiana and Anthony. He's in Ispagna now, so it's not far. A sequel you say? How do you want to sway them this time? Admittedly, it was particularly effective before and we can't guarantee the same results again. The handler looked embarrassed and hid it by trying on a different hat. The higher-ups don't care but they ask, ahem, that you make it marketable. Marketable? Yes. You see, they've cut our budget again. And the only bright spot are the residuals from that play. So if we had a popular new play it would, help the bottom line. So to speak. So the mission is to go to Ispagna, ride herd on the playwright until he creates something to make some cash and then I'll get to go back to my real work. I believe you've summed it up neatly as usual. Mr. John took off the coat that marked him as some kind of tradesman and stretched. At least it's slightly better than going to a leper colony. Slightly. The agent stared at him. Have you ever dealt with actors? ****. Germania. Across the fatherland, army surplus radios were sold to community centers, school, and even bars or coffee shops. Once those ran out, they were followed by reasonably priced new radio receivers. The new radios were well made with a wonderful sound quality. A potential customer was looking at the sleek device, so different from the ruthlessly functional army models. She seemed pensive. Is it complicated to operate? My friend has one of the older ones and her husband has to fiddle a lot to make it work. The marked employee smiled and pointed out a shiny anodized aluminum button. Its bright blue color was quite catch and it drew the eye. On each of the new radios, there is a special setting that will tune the radio to a preset station. No matter where you are in the country, no matter the time of day, you could receive music, news, and entertainment at the push of a button. Of course, there are other stations and you can set up other buttons to match them. She turned on the radio and there was a burst of static, then she stepped back. Go ahead, give it a try. With a tentative finger, the customer gently pressed the blue button. Immediately music started coming out with a beautiful clarity, filling the shop with sound. A smooth baritone man's voice lifted the spirits of those in the inn marked. Unforgettable. In every way. And forevermore. That's how you'll stay. That's why, darling, it's incredible. That someone so unforgettable thinks that I am unforgettable, too. A dignified woman's voice followed the song. That was Unforgettable, written by Tanya von Digurekoff, performed by Philip Beeler and the Liberty Players. The last hour was sponsored by Zart Industries and their new line of intimate apparel. Zart asks why can't comfort and fashion exist together, and at a reasonable price? When you shop, remember Zart, made by women, for women. Coming next is news and weather but first the theme song of the Liberty Party that was released earlier this week. This is the first public broadcast of this song, A New Hope, so please enjoy. In the radio station, Frau Seidel was quietly listening to the orchestral piece contentedly. She had been asked to run the programming and announcements temporarily as Digurekoff would be quite busy with her campaign and had no time for piano lessons. Truth be told, she didn't mind at all and no longer considered herself just an instructor and more a part of the greater team. One of the interns, who would be taking over this duty, listened along with her. They had 4 songs queued so they had more than 20 minutes of music before they needed to get on the air again. Oh, I quite like this one. I'm not one for orchestral music but it's quite rousing, isn't it? All music is connected, Lenny. If one song doesn't stir your soul, perhaps another one will. Are you not fond of music? The young woman laughed. If I wasn't, this would be quite the terrible job. As long as that's the case, you may find that you enjoy many different types. The more you study, the more you will see to appreciate. If you say so. You are the expert of course. She listened some more, so who wrote that piece? Maybe if I heard more from him, I think I could grow to like such work. You've probably heard of him as he is your employer. Pardon me, Frau Seidel, you are saying the von Diegereckhoff also wrote this? I thought she only wrote popular music? How does she have the time? Leni just stared, gape-mouthed. She undoubtedly wrote it, as much as she did Diegereckhoff's March or Ode to Joy. She laughed softly. Some of her biggest detractors are unironically also her biggest supporters. They praise her to the heavens for such works and then complain bitterly when she makes, as you say, popular music. She does make quite a bit of that. Why, I'd wager she has at least 200 songs to her name already. The older woman shook her head. You'd lose that bet, and badly. Oh, is it 3? 4. She kept raising the number but didn't get a positive response. Well, how many is it? Well over 1,000 before I stopped counting. She laughed self-deprecatingly. Every time I had a good total, I'd come across a dozen I had never heard about or she had just written that morning or had even given away without me realizing. Seidel made a helpless gesture. It's as if she doesn't value the music at all, or like they are pebbles beside the road and she can always just pick up a few more after giving them away. 1,000, that seems incredible. Leni grew thoughtful as she imagined that number and how much work it took. Then an idea occurred to her. Wait, you said over 1,000 when you stopped counting. When was that? The woman laughed. Oh, that was months ago. I honestly don't even have an estimate at this point. Chapter 133, Partnerships. Germania Baron. With a half-month left until the election, the various campaigns had hit a fever pitch just shy of election day itself. The slow building of support was now switching that support to enthusiasm and that enthusiasm to votes. Though a bit premature, there were already allegiances forming among the parties. Behind the scenes, of course. It took a discerning eye to weigh the public knowledge with the secret moves and it took a keen brain to sift through to find the truth. Lacking one or the other, most people just muddled along, like, for example, political commentators. So how do you view the election, Friedrich? The reporter was asking his friend, unofficially, just to get anything he could. His usual sources had dried up or were just feeding him pre-packaged talking points. The man sighed. I'll set up a dartboard and let you tell me. It will probably be more accurate. Surely, you must have some idea. That's your job, isn't it? You want my take? Fine. But don't print it. Certainly. The currently ruling NPP was the favored to win re-election with their current coalition. Assuming there aren't any major changes in the lineup, they will likely get a combined 60% total and Brüning will win re-election. He grunted and shifted in his chair. That's the common belief with some evidence behind it. The reporter jotted brief notes but didn't interrupt. But that's only assuming this is a normal election. Point. This is the first election after the Great War. Point. Brüning was appointed, not elected, so is it really a re-election? Point. The demographic shift after the loss of several millions of people cannot be understated. Point. There's the X factor as well. Point. X factor, is it? The unknown in the equation, my friend. Two of the leading polling organizations had a 23% blank spot in their data. Anyone who thinks this election will like any in the past is delusional or drunk, likely both. Come on, Friedrich. All this setup is nice but doesn't tell me anything. If and this is the untested if that 20% is just random discontent, then it is not relevant and can be ignored. On the other hand, if it's a bloc supporting a new party, then it's going to be a force to be reckoned with. Oh ho! His face was expectant, pen poised. I have a contact in one of the polling firms. They recently polled because they were getting unexpected results. He nailed his reporter friend with a steely eye. And if a word of this leaks out, I'll accidentally trip you into the Danube and then accidentally hold your head underwater for a quarter hour. Yes, yes, yes. Most of that other vote is for the Liberty Party. There are really no undecideds this time around. The level of discontent is far more than they understand. The polls mostly asked who people were voting for and ignored why. Doesn't the who follow the why? People will vote for the party that aligns with their beliefs so they are pretty much the same, yes. Not this time, no. My instinct is that when people are this unhappy, the rules of incumbency are flipped. The current administration has to fight to win, instead of fighting not to lose. Right now, it's too late for more polls or to correct their models. In many ways, the die is already cast. The reporter thought hard about this information while his friend pulled a medium-sized box out of a cabinet. So what you are saying is? He opened the case, showing a set of custom darts. How about a game? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Germania. Diegereckhoff had been quiet, very quiet, as the leader of a political party. There had been no big rallies, no rousing speeches, no parades thus far. Advertisements, quiet meetings, and word of mouth had gradually spread the word, and that word was liberty. That ended very abruptly a few weeks before Election Day. Days before, a full-page ad declared, free concert and campaign rally. Celebrate truth and liberty with Tanya von Digerekoff. In smaller type below the banner text, refreshments will be served and children welcome. The image was of a cheerful Tanya singing into a glowing microphone. Similar posters appeared in cities around Germania. At the same time, hourly reminders on the radio proclaimed the series of concerts all over Germania, culminating in pre-election event in Berlin. Don't forget to check your calendars to see when your local concert will be. Remember to bring your hats and sunscreen as the day is going to be sunny. There will be activities for the kinder with staff to monitor them as well. The announcer continued, everyone is welcome, no matter who you support. Come and enjoy a beautiful summer day with Tanya. All over Germania, people did check their calendars and, on impulse, decided that there was nothing to lose by taking a day off. As more and more people requested leave, businesses began to shut down for the unexpected holiday. When those enterprises took some time off, the companies that did business with them decided to do so as well. With so many parents telling schools that their children would be absent for a day, the schools closed that day to the cheers of the students. Germania Düsseldorf. Festive crowds surrounded the Schloss-Benrath under a brilliant summer sun. The vacation palace had been built in the 1700s for Elector Palatine and his wife in a borough of Düsseldorf. The mirror-like surface of the water of the Spiegelweiher reflected the cheerful crowd from one side and the castle from the other. The owners had done a favor for the last Kaiser, officially, in allowing the event to be held there but, unofficially, were in support of the Liberty Party's goals. Frederick and Marguerite, prince and princess in other times, were quite welcoming of Tanya and treated her as an equal as they enjoyed tea, and coffee, the morning before the event. Tanya sipped her coffee with manners born of her past life and solidified in this one. Thank you for hosting our inaugural event. A good start makes a big difference to generate the proper momentum. Marguerite smiled. If you hadn't decided to come here, we would have reached out to you. She was an elegant woman, not a raving beauty, but with ample grace and style. Oh? I hadn't realized that you were such fans of our platform. I'm flattered, truly. Frederick said, we're in line with your ideals, of course. Germanian strength without compromise, and also without the unnecessary and insane brinksmanship of the current administration. He snorted. They got their noses bruised but there's no guarantee they wouldn't try again or something equally stupid. Such behavior with the life of the fatherland at stake proves they are unworthy of the power they've been given. His wife nodded. It makes sense from a historic perspective as well. Historic? How so? Tanya cocked her slightly to one side, causing a lone curl to bob on top of her head. The couple that built this estate were interested in the arts, among other things. Carl Philipp enhanced the economy and infrastructure and also supported research into the sciences. His wife supported culture and the arts, especially music. Elizabeth Augusta was a skilled composer and musician in her own right, so she wasn't just an empty patron of the arts. She laughed self-deprecatingly. I must admit that I lean more toward the patron side, but I do play the piano as well. That's quite the coincidence. I'm proud that you think my modest accomplishments are worthy. Frederick tapped the sturdy table without making a sound as it was quite solid. It was almost too coincidental. I hope you can forgive me, but I had you investigated. She put down her cup. Investigated, you say? Her voice was noticeably cooler, but her mind raced. What was he looking into? My war record? That's all public knowledge. That little incident at officers' school? There's no way he could find out about my past life. No one should know about Project Endkrieg, surely not that. What could he be talking about? Frankly, you're too good. He chuckled. Your accomplishments in art, science, business, and war indicate proper breeding to the point that I thought we might be relatives. Frederick shook his head. Alas, your ancestry is opaque to the point of impossibility. We found the name of your father, but, other than the fact that he was a deceased soldier, nothing. There's even less about your mother. Other than the fact that everyone has to have a mother and a blonde woman claiming that relationship dropped you off at the orphanage, also nothing. Relieved that her real secrets weren't at risk, she gave a small smile and covered her emotions with another sip of coffee. Oh? Well, that's interesting. Marguerite said. You don't seem curious. It was a statement, not a question. Tanya shrugged. Not to be overly blunt, but what have they done for me? A man whose relationship with my mother was so shallow that all I received was a last name and entry into an orphanage for the children of veterans. A mother who, other than giving birth to me, took the first opportunity to relieve herself of the burden of motherhood. No, however I got here, I am my own person, not a combination of the passing drives of others. This absence of a past is probably some contrivance of being X so that I would have no chance for support outside of his script. Not content to dump me in the middle of the war, he had to make me an orphan as well. Well, I managed to get a mother of sorts, but of my own choice. Frederick shook his head but didn't seem overly judgmental. You might change your mind. Being without a past is like being a rootless tree. Do you mind if I continue to look into this? If you wish. I know my past, anything before my birth is open to anyone if they wish. Nothing anyone can find will either encourage or embarrass me. I understand and respect your philosophy even if I don't share it. Either way, you have our support. Please do your best to get rid of that ridiculous man and his dangerous ideas. Oh, I will. Our polling and predictive models indicate that we will manage that at the very least. A grandfather clock chimed the hour. Oh, pardon, that's my cue to get on stage. Thank you for your support and your hospitality. She finished the coffee with pleasure and put it gently on her saucer. She stood at the same time as Frederick and then shook hands. The pleasure has been ours. Please make some time to visit with us after you win. Marguerite gave a slight bow and a friendly smile to the petite colonel as she left the room. Her husband sat down after the farewell and said, "You seem quite confident about the election, my dear." "Am I? I prefer to characterize myself as informed." *****. Germania Baron NPP headquarters. Despite the upcoming election, Brüning still had the task of running the government. Perhaps now, more than ever, he had to show that all was well and he was the architect of that progress. "How goes the trade talks with François?" "With the repayment of the A and B bonds, I was hoping that they would be more lenient on their tariffs." Albrecht waved a hand negligently. "It's hard since we don't have much leverage with them." He laughed wryly. "Were you expecting gratitude?" "Humph. Perhaps I was overly optimistic, but it will work out. With our manufacturing on the rebound, they will want to avoid retaliatory tariffs and will bow to good sense soon. After all, they are our largest trading partners. But they consider themselves the senior member of we too, as you know. The word partner sounds good when you have the power, but it's not as good when you are on the other side," he chuckled. "Of course, truly being equals is quite impossible. As you say. You either are the one with the power or not." He glanced at the clock. "As exciting as this recap is." Albrecht stood up gracefully. "Say no more, say no more. I have my own duties to attend to, of course." He retrieved his coat and hat and said, "Shall we meet for drinks later?" "Unfortunately, I have meetings through the evening. No rest for the wicked, eh?" He left with his typical jaunty air. Brüning turned to his paperwork for several hours until he heard a voice with a distinct Russie accent from behind him. "Comrade Brüning? I hope I'm not disturbing you unduly." The Germanian turned in his swivel chair, eliciting a slight squeak. "How could you, since I was waiting for you?" The man was nondescript to a degree that it seemed he would fade away if you took your eyes off of him. His eyes were a dead grey, though, as if they belonged to a lifeless doll. "Comrade Lewis is, unhappy, with the rate of progress. The A bonds have already been paid in full. And the B bonds will be delivered soon. Surely he can't be unhappy with this. Given the amount of assistance we've provided and broken promises of the past, he suggests that a change of the agreement is in order." Brüning frowned. "I am not to blame for what happened in François, as you know. But you couldn't keep control of your own military, resulting in the loss of many comrades." He shook his head. "We want to be good friends, Day. So you should show more sincerity." He ground his teeth. "What does Lewis want? Instead of coal or other equivalents, we want the B and C bonds to be paid in gold. Immediately after the election would be best." "That much? Do you realize how much I'll have to divert for that?" The other man just looked at him with his flat eyes. "I can just swing it as long as I have an excuse. So how about a trade agreement? 10 years would be good with generous terms. That way I can justify the change in the payment schedule and even argue that it's a good deal all around." The other man paused and then said, "I'll take this to my superiors. I think they'll agree, though. We value our comrades and are always happy to help them." Brüning smiled. "I look forward to working with my comrades. In fact, I will personally escort the gold to the Federation so I can cement the ties between our countries. I'll also ask about that. The more people exposed to a true paradise for the proletariat, the better. Until then." He slid out of sight, leaving Brüning alone again. "Humph. François is large but the Federation is immense. We'll see who is the senior partner after this." Notes. The palace, and the inhabitants, mentioned are real, but I've played with the timeline. In our world, the estate was owned by the government by this time period. Chapter 134, another non-story chapter. Another magical research chapter. You can skip this if you wish, as it has almost no impact on the storyline but lays out my, deduced and decidedly non-canon, interpretations. So, a quick background, do you know how radios work? If you know the gritty physics of it all, you can skip the next paragraph. Basically, waves are emitted from the broadcasting towers, travel through space, and are picked up by receivers. I say space rather than air because radio waves don't require air as a medium. The important thing to note is that it takes energy to create these waves, those waves are actually energy traveling around. Literally, they are a form of light that our eyes can't detect. But they can be made and received. So what happens very roughly is that the radio wave energy enters the receiver. Simple, yes? Energy is turned to radio waves, which travel around, and then the energy is absorbed by a receiver. Now, let's consider magical energy. It mostly seems to follow a similar process. It's created, I use this word very loosely here, sent to its destination, and the energy does whatever it was supposed to do. It's not exactly analogous, but close enough. The point where they intersect is where it gets interesting. We know, canonically, that magical waves can be detected. That's made clear in the AO, manga, and anime. So one wonders, how does that work? Those don't seem to be mages manning those devices, just normal operators like you would see hunting for radar blips or radio signals in our world. So my theory is that the devices themselves can absorb and interpret the magical waves and then, like a radio or other detection device, amplify the signal using purely scientific means so that a normal person can see what is going on. This may seem like a minor point, so what if a mundane device can detect magic? Radio waves have existed all around us even before we started emitting them on purpose, why not magic waves? But the important thing to note is that the actual magical energy was absorbed somehow by the item. Yes, minute amounts presumably, but a magic energy to mundane energy conversion occurred without a mage being involved. This is interesting. If one could find a source of magic, presumably, you could power a device with it. But, canonically, monofixation is impossible except for a single item, the type 95. Now, there still might be non-technological magic items or sources of magic. Perhaps the monofixation ban was only for constructed items. At any rate, magical orbs do something very similar, but the source of the magic is a person and not some inanimate object. Okay, now we will go into non-canon territory. Yup, all the above can be justified as reasonably canonical. In my story, mana has a solar origin, but the atmosphere blocks direct application of mana directly to the planet. It is a diffuse force that mages are able to absorb from their environment. Mages are humans that have the ability to absorb and concentrate magic and then use it for a variety of things. Now, what if a device had the ability to tap into that ambient magic? It would likely be several orders of magnitude less energetic than a mage, but, still, this isn't totally worthless. Our own modern society has almost made it a mandate to do more with less when it comes to our lighting and electronics. Ultra-low power devices are starting to be developed that are either partially or completely run off of ambient energy of one form or another. Body heat, vibrations, and so on are all sources being used today to do useful work. Of course, not to run cars or for industrial purposes. But for tiny things such as low-power microprocessors, magical energy might be ideal, and free. And there's always the possibility that those magic absorbers could be made much more efficient. No magic would be stored, see no monofixation above, but regular electricity generated by the system could be, of course. And many purposes don't require a lot of energy, just a small, steady supply. The real question is whether you could turn mundane energy into magical energy. I wouldn't say it's a one-way street, but some things are harder than others. Various sources of energy will eventually turn into entropic heat, but going the other way is impossible, at least in net amounts. For now, let's just say it's inefficient and difficult. But why would you want to do that? Well, there are things that magic can do that it's hard for mundane energy to manage, so it might be worth a ruinously poor efficiency under limited circumstances. At any rate, you may see technologies come out of TVD labs based on this, someday. Chapter 135, Blind Spot. Germania Munich TVD Research Labs. How is that high priority matter coming along? Lang asked one of the engineers. Normally, Digurakov gave them free rein over their work and what projects they worked on. Occasionally, though, she would request something specific and it would always turn into something amazing. Schumacher nodded. The materials team finally got the right coating for the plastic. That is, once the plastics team found a good formulation that doesn't stretch too much or is too brittle. You wouldn't think that would be so difficult. Ah, I'm very impressed by those fellows. I couldn't handle all that stuff that deal without going half mad. Give me a precision instrument or an electronic device any day of the week. Funny you should say that. The piezo team could use some help now that we have the plastic ribbon issue mostly licked. Oh ho. That's the last phase, isn't it? Yeah, the battery team was done months ago and will be moving toward full production on industrial and consumer cells even before the rest is wrapped into this project. He scratched the back of his head. So many teams are working on this, I don't even know which budget to put it under. Lang laughed and patted him on the shoulder. Does the colonel worry so much about that? Just throw anything that doesn't fit elsewhere under End Creek since it's all moving toward that plan. He stood up and said, let's see if I can help out over there, at Germania, Dusseldorf. The festive atmosphere suffused the gathering, especially among the children. There were play areas set aside, supervised by watchful women, filled with numerous outdoor toys. The colorful plastic squirt guns were particularly popular as the kids ran around, enjoying the brilliant summer day and the fun water games. More than one adult looked interestedly, or enviously, but could not justify joining them. A well-dressed man, in particular, was looking at the colored plastic toys used by the children as he wiped the sweat from his face with an already damp handkerchief. One of the staffers saw the look, and his sweat, and said, "If you are hot, sir, you should go to the rain tent or get a chilled drink." She looked at him carefully. "If you feel unwell, just move to one of the first aid stations." Rain tent. He looked up. "But there isn't a cloud in the sky." The man spoke Germanian with a distinct American accent. She laughed lightly. "No, no. The rain is inside of the tent. It's quite a bit cooler there." Thank you. It's huge and hard to miss." She pointed over the heads of the crowd. "It's quite large and hard to miss. You can also listen for the thunder." Curious, he wandered over, getting a cool glass of beer on the way, and, indeed, saw a flickering light and heard a roll of thunder coming from a tent. Underneath, people were looking around with bemused expressions or cheerful smiles. "HRM? It's cooler under here." It was certainly shadier, but Thiet didn't explain the difference. The lights flashed again and again. There was sound of thunder, not so loud as to disturb anyone, and a fine mist was released high above. For the most part, it evaporated before reaching them, leaving nothing but cool air. How clever! It seems obvious in retrospect. He spent a few minutes and finally moved out so that others could enjoy the atmosphere. He looked around for a place to deposit his mug and saw a barrel with a pictograph of a glass with an arrow pointing downward. He hesitated to deposit the glass there, afraid of breaking it. Someone wandering by said cheerfully, "Just drop it in." "What? Won't the glass break?" I was shocked, too, but it's some new kind of glass. "Try it out." The man released his mug and winced as the sound of glass hitting glass occurred, but nothing else. He glanced inside and saw the half-full barrel full of completely unharmed glasses. "Incredible." The other man nodded. "I'm not sure what they did, but these mugs are pretty amazing, eh?" The older man just nodded. He had broken the lens on a pair of glasses recently but, thankfully, had a backup pair that he always took when he traveled. An unbreakable beer glass was one thing, they could be easily replaced, but his spectacles were a different matter. As he was not a Germanian citizen and couldn't vote, he felt a touch guilty over partaking of the refreshments, despite the workers telling him not to bother, so he left a donation at the entrance as he left the palace grounds. His driver, a local man, met him nearby with his vehicle. "Where to next, sir?" "Let's go back to the hotel. I need to have my secretary make me an appointment with TVD. I had heard they were advancing science tremendously and these are just their finished products." "Yes sir, Mr. DuPont." Back at the rally, music was playing around the grounds as they got closer to the speeches. It was mostly popular music and, perhaps predictably, mostly from Tanya's label. There were posters everywhere which, while political, were colorful and attractive, causing many people to ask where they could get copies for themselves. In addition to a wide variety of beverages, mostly chilled fruit juices or water, there were convenient foods of all sorts. Soft pretzels, several sorts of bratwurst in long buns and pork schnitzels were in abundance. For those with a sweet tooth, Leckerchen, Berliners and Bethmannchen were piled high on tables. Smaller treats were also available in the form of small Pfeffernusse, Zimtstern and vanilla Kipferl, the latter causing adults and children alike to lick the powdered sugar off of their fingers appreciatively. A young couple got closer to the main stage, though there were speakers everywhere so you could hear the speeches from anywhere. The woman had a paper cup filled with Quarkbällchen, a pastry that resembled donut balls but were made with cheese and covered by cinnamon sugar. Her boyfriend didn't have as much of a sweet tooth so was enjoying his third crispy breaded schnitzel using folded paper to keep the oil off his hands. "These are pretty good. How's yours?" Tasty tasty. But the Zimtstern were even better, you should have had some." He chuckled and kissed a bit of sugar from the side of her mouth. It felt weird to have those in summer. "Don't be so picky." "Okay, I'll try one later. Oh, I think it's starting." A handsome man stepped onto the platform as the stirring strains of A New Hope finished as he approached the microphone. He held up his hands and said, "Don't worry, I won't take too much of your day. We promised music and there's plenty more to come. We said there would be food and it's pretty tasty, eh?" Scattered cheers met this sally. Now, some people have asked me, do we have to pay for this? Now, that answer is, no, not in money. But we would like to ask for some of your time. He adjusted his glasses and said, "I'm Ernst Durchtenwald and I'm a banker by trade but I also do accounting, some management and so on." One man, who was a bit tipsy, called up to the stage. "Is this a speech or a job interview?" Several people chuckled while others hushed him. Ernst grinned. "Maybe both?" I'm just pointing this out as I'm not a politician of any sort. Just another citizen, volunteering my time for a cause I believe in. Honestly, I used to be so apolitical, I don't recall ever voting in an election, but after the Great War, well, I knew I had to get involved. He looked out over the crowd. I'm glad everyone is having a good time, but I can't help but remember those who aren't here and how fragile this peace is. He lowered his voice, and those responsible for it. He cleared his throat, the smile coming back to his face. At any rate, the Liberty Party wants to rein in the power of the central government, especially those currently in control. I think we all know that some terrible decisions were made and that they weren't made with the best of intentions. So a smaller, more responsive government that is our servant rather than our master. Germania survived, but we paid a terrible price. We need to remember this always, freedom is never free. There was a moment of silence that was broken by the chords of an electric guitar, skillfully played like the lights coming on in a darkened house. Soon it was accompanied by a bass guitar, grounding the piece and giving it weight. A few measures later, the drums started with a sweet tenor completing the whole. It was obviously Tanya, but her voice had an edge, a drive that it normally lacked. Waiting for the winds of change. To sweep the clouds away. Waiting for the rainbow's end. To cast its gold your way. Countless ways. You pass the days. She walked up the stage dressed in an attractive yellow summer dress with small blue ribbons around the hem. Tanya wasn't wearing a hat but did have a thin blue ribbon tying back her unruly hair, which was styled just enough to keep it under control without looking like a hairdo. Waiting for someone to call. And turn your world around. Looking for an answer to the question you have found. Looking for an open door. Her voice swelled with this stanza, challenging the listeners, reminding them that passive acceptance was not enough. You don't get something for nothing. You don't get freedom for free. You won't get wise. With the sleep still in your eyes. No matter what your dreams might be. What you own is your own kingdom. What you do is your own glory. What you love is your own power. What you live is your own story. In your head is the answer. Let it guide you along. Let your heart be the anchor. And the beat of your own song. The crowd applauded the new song. But there were a few people whose applause was muted and there were troubled faces here and there. Thank you. I reiterate the promise. Not too many speeches today. If you want to know more, there are pamphlets, free ones, available at any booth that has merchandise. She gave a little laugh. I'm sure you've heard the Liberty Party is a part of the next election and I'd like to be president. This is true. But I'd like you to vote for us because you believe in our ideals and our plans, not because you like my singing or because we make great pens. Now, everyone else laughed as well. In the end, the difference is simple. The current government is corrupt to the core. Their attempts to wrest a profit from that horrible war led to our defeat and the death of millions. Our party wants to put a leash on government and put it in your hands. War is a last resort to protect the fatherland, not a tool for some fecklessly bureaucrats to play general from the safety of their luxurious barren offices. She clenched her fist and it shook with passion. So many times we could have had peace. So many opportunities lost. The generals told them to stop the war. But they wanted more bloodshed, more victories on the graves of brave men, more. Not a person stirred, not a person spoke. She became grave. But there came a time, when there was no more. Our ammo depleted. Our coffers emptied. Our blood drained out on distant lands until there was nothing left. Only then, only when we could no longer lift our heads and the strength had left our arms, only then were they forced into what they call peace. Tanya looked out at the crowd, seemingly making eye contact with everyone there. I'd like to remind everyone that surrender isn't peace, it's slavery with a different name. The current administration aren't leaders, they are the prison guards. Their job was to keep the prisoners quiet enough to keep working on the prison farms to send our produce to the masters. She gave a bitter smile. You can't point at Francois or Albion or even the Russie Federation and blame them. The fault is inside our border, right in the heart of the empire. We have barely met those reparations, but the government is already planning on spending that money. They borrowed and spent during the war and apparently it has become a habit. But whose money are they spending? And whose futures are they borrowing against? She paused and it was lost on no one that the one who had paid the reparations wasn't the government but instead this young woman in front of them. And it was true, the great problem of the reparations and resentment against the Allied forces could hide any number of lesser problems. The government had announced all manner of new programs but without any details about how they would be funded. Well, that's enough gloomy talk, it's a beautiful day. I have a few new songs to share with you and, she sniffed the air, unless I'm mistaken, they chefs have some Flammkuchen on the way to share with everyone soon. ******. Germania Baron, GNDP headquarters. More than a week before the vote, the leader of the GNDP has the new poll in front of him. The other category had been replaced by specifics if the people had decided. As I thought, most of that was due to the Liberty Party. How could they have been so careless? As soon as the pollsters had seen such a large flaw, they should have regrouped. Still, he felt like he was missing something. New parties came into existence all the time. Sometimes they even became important as this upstart was. It would shift the political landscape, to be sure, but not beyond recognition. The NPP would be expected to be the major player in the new government with a coalition formed with any number of willing partners. But he felt like he was missing something, so he took with him after leaving the headquarters. He read it on the bus home, during dinner, to the displeasure of his wife, after dinner, and even in bed, to her greater displeasure. He started rereading the methodology section which was professionally produced. He only trusted respected pollsters and everything seemed in order, but his attention kept returning to that section. Something in the back of his head told him there was a problem there, but what? Sighing, he put it aside and settled down to sleep after dousing the light. His wife murmured, "Finally. Any longer, and I'd have you sleeping on the couch." He kissed the back of her head, the only side near him, and just said, "Sorry. No more bringing work to bed." He couldn't make out her reply and tried to still his restless thoughts. Just as he was about to drift off, he thought of his wife of 30 years. It wasn't easy being a politician's wife in the best of times, and their lives had been uncertain during the Great War. But he could see signs of prosperity coming as long as this post-war period was handled well. "I don't know what I'd do without her. As long as she's on my side, I can never lose my way." When he sat bolt upright a half hour later yelling, "That's it," she did kick him to the living room, not that he could get any sleep that night. In the early morning hours, he finally got the polling organization to answer his calls and even could talk to the chief in charge of his project. Just one clarification, and this is vitally important. When you are polling a household, how do you conduct the questioning? The somewhat sleepy man answered promptly. "We talk to the head of household, ask them how they are likely to vote and then multiply by the number of eligible and likely voters." The GNDP leader suppressed an urge to curse and asked, "So you don't poll the other people in the house? What if there are differing opinions?" "Oh, that happens sometimes, but the methodology assumes households vote pretty much the same. We've found this to be quite consistent and errors tend to cancel each other out." He threw away the report he was holding as worthless, though the man on the other end of the line couldn't see that. "Do all your competitors follow the same procedures?" "Hey? Well, I can't know for sure, but it's likely. Our polls results are usually fairly close to each other. So they are all careening into this election blind, and so are we." Notes. This happens in polling all the time. Not this particular issue, but certainly others. In the US there was an election that completely fooled the pollsters that relied on phone polling during a time where owning a phone was less common. So poorer people were vastly underrepresented in their data. Remember when Alf Landon beat Roosevelt? Well, no one does because it didn't happen even though the polls said he would win handily for this reason. Chapter 136, Changes in the Weather. François Parisy. Monsieur Allard strolled down the streets of Parisy, enjoying a brilliant summer day. It took skill to stroll at just the right pace so that one didn't sweat unduly and yet still manage to actually get anywhere in a timely fashion. The young man walking with him apparently was less experienced and suffered for it. "Conductor, you seem rather busy these days. Will you be leading any performances soon?" The man was an entertainment reporter trying to get a scoop. "He rather resembles a dog hoping for a treat, youth. Well, might as well throw him a bone then. I'm still collaborating with MLLED Girekoff on her latest albums." The man looked surprised. "Oh? That seems quite ambitious. Surely she's busy with her political aspirations." "I haven't noticed any decrease in her output, if I may strain your credulity. She sends crates of scores and we speak on the phone every few days. I have a team of 10 to help arrange and rescore the music and then I send them back in significantly larger crates." The big man laughed loudly and then winked at a young woman that was startled by the sound. "Crates, you don't seem to be exaggerating." "Oh, I'm quite serious. She did say that her output would be lower for a while. What should we expect from her next album?" "Albums? Probably around 10, I think. Half will be focused on her new electric guitar and electric organ and the others are quite different from her usual fare." The reporter's eyebrows raised curiously. Allard leaned closer and whispered conspiratorially, "All of them are." The young man also leaned forward. "Love songs?" Allard laughed again, disturbing more people in a flock of pigeons. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Germania Baron political office. Naturally, the National People's Party also commissioned its own polls so they had the same info as the other groups. So, like the others, they proceeded confidently toward a future of their own imaginings. Bruning looked at his own report, not entirely pleased. This close to election day, there likely wouldn't be too many changes. At any rate, a coalition government was always certainty, but instead of one partner, will likely require at least two. In the end it all came down to numbers and no amount of showmanship or impassioned speeches will make a bit of difference. He called to his aide, "It's early, but has the GNDP given a preliminary agreement for the post-election? Our numbers a bit down, so we might have to play them off against each other to get the best deal." The aide looked a touch uncomfortable. They were in favor at first, or at least receptive to the idea, but have become more standoffish recently. At this stage, the lines should start to be drawn, but this post-war period is frankly a mess, sir. He frowned. Is there any chance another coalition has formed? Even theoretically. I can't see how. Not with their stances on, well, on everything. Steel, farmers, finance, they are so separated that they're no issue, even two issues for them to organize around. Once you juggle three, it's simply impossible. What about Digirekov's group? The Liberty Party has low double digits. Even worse for them. It's impressive for a first-time party, but their stances are rather anti-government power. Can you imagine any other major party wanting to form a coalition with that messaging? So her party platform is to cripple themselves from getting anything done at all. He let out a long and hearty laugh, his breath almost running out before he stopped. There's no way that can have any significant impact. It's akin to a temper tantrum. A few voters unhappy with the war will flock to her, realize that there's nothing to be gained, and will abandon her come the next election. As you say, sir. He glanced at the closed door to the office and continued, "Should we continue with the cooler summer plan?" Bruning rested his elbows on the desk and steepled his fingers. "While a coalition is impossible to avoid, I'd prefer a two-party solution with us in the dominant position. Go ahead and, wherever possible, let's take from little Tanya, et. *****. Germania traveling. Le train to Tanya traveled through the night, carrying Tanya to the next venue. At every stop, she would pick up supplies and any messages that weren't sent over the wireless. As when she was in America, her business affairs were mostly self-directed, and Prince Oscar handled her diplomatic duties, leaving her free to deal with other matters. The current other matter being the presidency, of course. Tanya relaxed in a very luxurious chair, enjoying the trip. Every few months, incremental improvements in the train made them more efficient and comfortable. A man stood nearby while the train very gently swayed as it sped along. Frankly, he didn't notice the movement after the train stopped accelerating. Oh, things seem to be going well. Tanya flipped through the reports quickly, mostly just scanning the summaries. Polls look good, all three fairground trains are, literally, on track, the field and parade project is ready, and even the weather forecast looks good. She chuckled wryly. If I were superstitious, I'd be worried that things are going too well. Given that being X exists, perhaps being paranoid is appropriate. He's a sentient mass of bad luck to give Murphy a run for his money. Speaking of which, what has he been up to? Not that I want that overpower egoist to come bother me, but he must be up to something, somewhere. The whole idea of being X planning something that would bite her unexpected made her want to curse out loud, but she controlled the impulse from long practice. Let's focus on an enemy that I can actually punch in the face, figuratively, of course. Maybe. She flipped to the last page and, for her, the most important one. Frankly, I thought Bruning would have played some tricks before now, but this will provide a shield. The messenger, an assistant of Visha. May I ask a question about that? Seeing her assent, he continued. Why did we pursue this so aggressively? We're losing money on this contract, and I understand that this might be necessary, but I can't understand why it's necessary. Tanya raised a finger and Mercedes hurried without rushing to refill her coffee cup. You are familiar with the three phases, yes? It doesn't matter how many people love us, how many people trust us, even how many people vote for us, that all might not matter. Consummation is the end of the race, you can run the fastest but you still have to cross the finish line. She sipped her coffee and put down the cup firmly. Remember this, whoever counts the votes determines who wins the election. *****. Germania. Across the country, 6 teams, arranged in 3 pairs, were in charge of setting up and breaking down the rally venues. The boss of Team 3A was directing his crew. None of them were professional promotion crews and were a mishmash of engineers, radio personnel, reporters, and railroad workers among others. He raised his voice unnecessarily over the mild sounds of the train. Listen up. Here's how it's going to work. 3A pulls into the town and the flyer team will post the bills while the construction and sound teams will prepare the venue. Team B will source the food supplies and arrive with the chefs shortly afterward. As soon as the event is over, Team B will clean up and head out while Team A breaks down the stage and equipment before heading to the next stop. A worker, strong but perhaps not too bright, raised his hand. Could you explain that again? I mean, there are 6 teams A and D. Another co-worker, used to explaining to him, said, Adler, it's like setting up a line of dominoes, but you have to pick up the last fallen domino and move it to the front before it's pushed over. The man scratched his head, furrowed his brow, and then his expression cleared up. Oh, I got it. So we are the back and front of the line at the same time, and pushing them over is like pushing ourselves forward as we fall down. He nodded with apparent understanding. Someone else was about to try to clarify further, but the other man shook his head with a worried expression on his face, so everyone let that point pass. The boss continued. We'll be moving fast, so you'll sleep on the train and the engineers will refuel and maintain the trains during the events. What about food? Asked Adler again. I get pretty hungry, yeah? And we are going to be working all the time. With long patience, the leader said. We're traveling with a trainload of chefs and will be cooking mountains of food. Eat during the events or after breakdown. He looked at them solemnly. All of you know what's at stake here. The future of Germania may be decided by this election and we all have to work hard. The workers cheered and they broke up to get some rest, but Adler was just shaking his head. His friend patted his shoulder. Don't worry about it. All we have to do is get our work done and let the bosses handle the rest. Oh, yeah. I'm not worried. I wonder why everyone else is fussing since Tanya is going to win. The man raised his eyebrows. Well, I'm pretty sure she's going to succeed, but it's not certain. Adler nodded knowingly. Nah, it's good as done, really. Getting a little impatient, but controlling his temper, he asked, how can you be so sure? Before I got this job, someone told me about being a pollster, so I decided to try it out in my village. It was way too much work. Being a pollster is rather hard, there's a lot of math involved. Math? Ha! It was easy. You just ask people, mark next to each choice and count. I can show you how I did it. His friend was surprised at his utter confidence. Why is he so certain? Adler, how many people did you poll in your village? Well, all of them. He lowered his voice. I had to do it twice because some people weren't old enough. He raised his voice again and looked quite cheerful. Yeah, this is going to be a great show. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Germania Baron Political Office. There was plenty of activity in the political office, but most didn't involve the business of government and was instead focused on the upcoming election, working for the incumbent, of course. It wasn't technically illegal, it was literally illegal, but there was no one to gainsay them. Herr Albrecht, looking as suave as ever, strolled through the busy workers like car driving through blowing leaves. He moved with purpose and they just fluttered around in his wake. He glanced at well-positioned mirror to make sure his hair was in order and smiled at his reflection as it confirmed that all was well. He was such a regular and respected visitor that all the layers of underlings hired to stop people from coming in simply allowed him to pass unimpeded. Manfred. Busy as ever, I see. Running the country takes more time than legislating, apparently. Still, he didn't seem upset about the visit. As you say. Still, it gives me time for a few minor side projects. I was curious about the Liberty Party's movements, so I started asking around. Oh? They haven't done anything unusual, have they? As you say. He paused significantly. But isn't that a bit odd? She heading toward what seems a permanent minority status with no power and no possible coalition. Come the election after next, she'll have no accomplishments and sink without a trace. Bruning snorted. Another sign of an amateur. Come now, let's not be dismissive. A political amateur she may be, she can count as well as any. There's no way she could have gotten to her position in the military or business without such simple skills. The president leaned back in his chair. So what are we missing? Tell me. Obviously, she thinks she has a shot at being a majority partner in a coalition government. But where are those votes coming from? Even if she has a shot, as you say, we started the cool summer plan. We can snip away enough votes to cut enough support to make those theoretical votes moot. You might want to rethink that, my friend. I did a mini poll of my own. It's too late for a formal one at this point, so I just asked a few friends. Bruning frowned. Albrecht. I do have things to do. Can we skip to the conclusion? The other man shrugged and pulled out a small object and tossed it onto the presidential desk. It was obviously soft and light and bounced once before stopping. It was a roughly pink package with a white paper band holding it together. There was a light scent of lilacs coming from it. What on earth do you have one of those things? As I said. I got it from a friend, or rather the wife of a friend. He reached out and turned it over. The Zart logo was exposed. Go ahead, open it up. Bruning seemed reluctant and Albrecht chided him. Oh, for the love of God, man. It hasn't been used. Trying to hide his reluctance, he peeled open the paper band, revealing a message. Election day is coming, don't forget to vote. Albrecht continued. I talked to a few dozen women. Over half of them have never voted before but will be voting this time. He gave a wry smile. And I'll be blunt. The vast majority of them aren't voting for the NPP. Nor the GNDP or the ICSP. 4 out of 5 are voting for the Liberty Party and they are very firm about that. That's hardly scientific, but his voice was hesitant. You think I don't know that? But think about it. It's a demographic that is mostly invisible to us. Whatever you think you're doing, it's not nearly enough. Bruning wasn't stupid and could calculate the numbers as well. Finally, he replied, so what do you suggest? Start hot summer. And do it quickly. You need to put her in front of the voters in a public forum and show the differences between you two. That's a gamble, and it could be viewed as weakness since I'm the incumbent and she's heading an unblooded party. This is not the time to avoid facing facts. If the LP is beating the NPP come election day or even if we are tied, are you sure she won't get a coalition before us? The National People's Party has been on top for a long time. Which means all those fringe parties that have been at our door, hat in hand, maybe now they will want to turn running things. I'll get my people on it. Immediately. Albrecht smiled. Good, good. And don't hold back. She's an expert in war but not the more dignified war of politics. Are you sure she'll accept? If you are right and she's significantly ahead, why would she agree to debates? Hit her with negative publicity, she'll want to clear things up and she doesn't seem the sort to back off from a fight. You're right. Between cool and hot summer, we'll make her quite uncomfortable. Chapter 137, Operator, well could you help me place this call? Chapter text. Unified States New York City GDT office. The meeting room was repurposed as a classroom or, rather, had been designed to be multi-purpose from the beginning. The dozen or so women seated there felt out of place in the plush leather chairs around the large hardwood table that was carved artistically with brass inlays and generously coated in a lovingly polished epoxy resin layer. The instructor stood in front of what looked like a wide shiny whiteboard mounted on wheels. At the top was a line in black ink, Instructor Mabel Smith. Now, ladies, welcome to TVD. I know you're excited to get to work but we have some training to get through first. However, don't worry, time spent training counts as working hours. A titter of laughter traveled through the room, releasing much of the tension. This branch, as you know, is the North American headquarters of Germania Telephone and Telegraph, GDT for short. As the owners of the first and, currently, only transatlantic communications cable we have a great responsibility. Her hand flew across the white wall as she wrote important points in a brilliant green ink. This office and our sister location in Brest are the hub of international communications now and for the foreseeable future. She gave a light laugh. Even countries that would like to have their own cables balk at the complexity and cost. It's much easier and cheaper just to use our service and use it they will. That's where you ladies come in. She switched to a red pen and wrote, friendly. Efficient. Discreet. This last point is so important, I'm tempted to write it 3 times. We have unprecedented access to private information so being honest is as important as your other skills. Everyone here has operator experience and all of you are bilingual or better. You've gone through 3 different interviews but this is a test of your character. Eavesdropping or sharing private information are grounds for immediate termination. The solemn expression left her face and she smiled again. But I'm sure everyone realizes the risks aren't worth it. You are now the highest paid operators in the Unified States with other benefits unmatched by other companies. So if you ever come across information that you'd like to gossip about, just ask yourself, is it worth the risk? Using a cloth, she erased the words on the wall and continued to write. There are 131 lines in the cable. 76 are allocated to telephony and 53 for telegraphy but we have ways to change the ratio in the future. Several women raised their hands. But doesn't that leave 2 unaccounted for? Mabel nodded. Good catch. There are 2 dedicated lines that are for the sole use of TVD. It leads directly from Bayonne to Chicago and doesn't go through any operators. Even the repeaters are routed separately into the building in a hidden location. So there's no need to worry that you'll hear a conversation from her accidentally. Do you mean President Digirakov? Naturally. Who knows what interesting deals or world-influencing negotiations will be occurring on those lines. Fortunately, you don't have to worry about being tempted since the forbidden fruits are well protected. One young woman giggled, so if we eat that apple, we'll be cast out of paradise. Mabel cocked her head to one side. After a fashion, but I don't think the president will be nearly as kind as the Almighty. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Unified States Chicago Germanian Consulate. Naturally, this quite exclusive line was there to be used. Halfway across the country, that very line was in use as a prince talked to an emperor. Their titles remained even if the authority behind them had been removed and they were usually referred to as such. Though not to each other, of course. Father, this call was unexpected. I hope all is well. Unexpected? I did tell you I would be calling. That was what was unexpected, when you do you give me a warning before you do something troublesome. The older man laughed. How goes your assignment? Your superior seems to be on vacation back home while you are managing things there. Oscar shrugged even though no one could see him. Honestly, not much has changed. Despite being the ambassador, she was much more interested in business while I handled the majority of the diplomatic issues. Of course I know that, son. I mean your other assignment. Ah, that. What can I say that I haven't said before? She's an attractive and altogether impressive person. I can see why her men followed her into the direst of battles and continue to follow her in the battlefields of business. If I had to pick a single person that encapsulates the future of Germania, it would have to be her. And. Trying not to sigh resignedly, he said, so, you were right. A chuckle entered his ear from the phone receiver. Can you elaborate more fully? Maybe repeat that? It's rarely that a father hears such words from his children once they grown taller than waist height. You're right, he repeated. I couldn't find a better match. I like her. She's beautiful and has an excellent personality. Other than a desire to be the one in charge, a drive I understand fully, I can't find a flaw. Hell, father, I wonder whether I'm good enough for her, not the other way around. Let me impart some more wisdom on you, the same as my father told me, a marriage is a partnership, not a struggle for dominance. You aren't a housewife going to market, haggling for the best deal and making sure that the merchant doesn't have his thumb on the scale. The question is whether you can work with her? Can you live with her? Can you plan a future together? Oscar paused and finally said, I think so, no, I know so. His father laughed. Good, good. I'm glad you've seen the light. Now comes the hard part, convincing the lady of all that. ****. Germania. Tanya got her daily report, this time from Visha via phone during a layover. She had just finished another show and was resting while her employees were busily packing up for the next venue. While not a secure line, the TVD office she temporarily commandeered was as close as they could manage on the road. After some pleasantries, Tanya got to business. Is there anything to report? They want a debate a week before election day. You accepted, of course. Visha giggled a little. I did. But I got some concessions first. No moderators, we choose the venue, and we reserve the right to broadcast the event. Tanya blinked. They agreed to all that? I'm surprised that they didn't balk at least a little bit. I was a little startled as well. I thought we'd have to fight for the broadcast rights, but I worded it as either side can broadcast the event as they wish, so perhaps they didn't think we'd have an advantage there. If I had people like that working for me, I'd fire them immediately. Well, they didn't have you to instruct them, did they? Some things should be obvious. When the goal is to sway minds and hearts, then how can you disassociate communicating with the ears and eyes attached to those other organs? That's a weird image, Tanya. Regardless. If they want to hand this to us, it works since that's the only thing we wanted from the debate. Any sign that they'll take advantage of this as well? Nothing we've heard, though they are ramping up their newspaper ads. Still, they wouldn't ask for a debate if they weren't prepared to capitalize on it afterward. They probably have some paid shills that will try to paint us as dangerous extremists or some such. We can safely ignore anything mundane like that, but keep an eye out for anything unusual. Will do. She jotted down a few notes. Other than that, there's nothing to report. Oh, there is one thing. Would you like to join me and Ignatz for lunch when you get to Berun? Oh, that fellow you met during business? Why, yes, let's all get together. Time to meet this Lothario sniffing around my Visha. As if I'd give up my valuable human resource without a fight. ****. Albion. While personal telephones were becoming cheaper and more popular, they were still a luxury item. Despite the expense, there was a lengthy waiting list as the wire laying and installation crews were constantly busy but couldn't keep up with the growing demand. With money and connections, the process could be expedited, however. Mr. Clark had both. He spoke firmly into the device. Be here in an hour. I want updates and results. He hung up the phone and his servant took it away, coiling the cord as he left the room. His guest raised an eyebrow but didn't comment about the call. Albert, you should be retired by now. You've done your part and, if I can be blunt, how many more years do you have left? Turn over the reins to someone else, go to a restaurant, go on vacation. Something, anything. Do you think I could really do that, Francis? I could quit, but who should I turn the company over to? My son. He gave a bitter laugh. Food tastes like ashes, wine like dishwater. Albert. His friend continued. What would I do on a so-called vacation? With whom would I go? Marianne left this world too many years ago. Tell me, with whom? Francis sighed and sat back in his chair. I know I've said this before. Then there's no need to repeat yourself. He ignored this interruption. But life does go on. Wouldn't Marianne and Arthur want you to actually live and eke some joy out of this existence and not wallow forever as you are? Mourn, yes, but then move on, man. Don't you dare lecture me. The old man was harsh and unforgiving. Francis snorted. Who else will do it? You've driven everyone else away with your awful personality and brooding. He sighed. I miss her as much as you do, she might have been your wife but she was my sister too. Arthur's loss was hard, I know. He was a fine young man and died far too young but he was a soldier in the end and the war is over. Is it? He said in a dreadful voice. It is. He took one last sip of his tea and then put the cup down with finality. I apologize, but I have to take my leave now. Things to do, places to go. He stood and put his hand on his brother-in-law's shoulder. At least think about what I said, Albert was about to get up but he waved him off. No need, I'll see myself out. Take care. The old man brooded as the day waned. Finally there was a knock on the study door. His servant said, Your appointment is here, sir. Let him in. Nigel walked in, his leather shoes making no noise on the large rug. He was a man with a forgettable face, a forgettable voice, and a thoroughly forgettable presence. Rather than a person, he was like the space between people, a middleman to the core. Talk. Clark said bluntly. With her increase in power, many opportunities have been closed off. Are you saying you can't do it? After all that money spent? He spat this out. Hardly, sir, he said dryly. Other opportunities opened themselves up. In Chicago, she had access to many resources that she had to leave behind. Are you trying to make a fool of me? The 203rd is in Germania. Nigel nodded blandly. Certainly, but they are hardly her personal army and they are mostly stationed in Berun. As president, she will frequently have to travel away from their base and deletions are usually done quite quickly before defenses can be mustered. No, the advantage lies with the attacker and not the defender. And yet you failed last time. Advantage, not certainty. As our prior contract made quite clear. Be that as it may be, we have new agents, ones well placed in Germania. Given your generous payment, we were able to hire the best this time. I will not accept failure. Failure is unacceptable. Nigel bowed his head slightly. I will take my leave then. In a nondescript house in a mundane neighborhood, Nigel made a call. I'd like to put in an order of caviar. What brand, sir? We have several varieties in stock. Ostra and Beluga. Ah. The voice was surprised. Beluga it is, sir. I guess your pockets are deep today. Yes, deep indeed. I expect delivery as soon as possible. Chapter 138, G4 Conference. Germania Berun. Two representatives, one for the Liberty Party, and one for the incumbent, met at a small cafe in Berun, using it as neutral territory for their talk. The venue for the debate had been arranged by TVD along with the sound system based on an excellent argument. We have given concerts all over the continent, yes? With the amount of time available to prepare, could you really arrange for an appropriate stage? We want the maximum number in the audience, yes. Tanya's agent argued persuasively. Still, there are issues. We'll pay for everything. Done. Extensive coordination ensued to make sure that the debate would be scrupulously fair to both participants. The NPP representative asked, what about the other parties? What about them? We're bankrolling the stage and the broadcast. If they want a debate and have double-digit support, we'd consider a debate with them, too. Or they can arrange things we'll show up at their debate. He humphed dismissively. I gathered from your invitation that you weren't considering them at all, yes. No, we weren't. We think the two viewpoints should be sufficient for the Germanian people to decide how to vote. Well, then, we are in agreement. The two representatives had a remarkably amicable meeting and, indeed, made plans to meet for drinks after the election. *****. Germania. A group of young women gathered weekly after work as was their habit. They had met in middle school as they happened to be in the same class and coincidentally all named Gretel. The four became fast friends and had continued their friendship into their early 20s. Did you bring the wine, Ines? A blonde woman said from the small kitchen where she was preparing snacks for the evening. The woman who just came in pushed the door close with her hip and held up 2 bottles. Of course. By the way, why am I always the one who picks up the wine? You're the oldest, naturally. Glasses are in the usual place. Where are Dree and Fuehrer? I'm not sure, they just said they were picking up something special. Ooh, I'm intrigued. Since we've finished that novel and poker fizzled, we needed something new. Fuehrer opened the door without knocking. Fear not, my fellow Gretels. I have brought light into your benighted existences. She held up a shopping bag with a grin. Dree came behind her with an electric phonograph player. I think you mean we did, and I have the heavier part. Clear some room so I can put this down. Oh, is that new? Zwei looked at the shiny exterior of the device. Isn't that pricey? I borrowed it from my parents. Dree rolled her eyes as after she put it carefully on a side table that had been cleared off. I almost had to sign my life as collateral to get it so no one do anything crazy. Fuehrer looked at the wine on the counter. I don't know, that's very nice wine Ein's got for us. She widened her eyes and gave a manic grin. This might be the night I totally lose control. So what are we listening to? Fuehrer didn't keep the others in suspense and pulled a brand new boxed set out of the bag. Ta-da! The other Griddles gathered around and looked at the cover of the box. Love songs? From Tanya. Ein said wonderingly. That's not like her, is it? Island. Not. Fuehrer said confidently. Zwei looked at the spine of the box. Moreover, there are 3. Put one on. As Dre prepared the player and put on the first album, Fuehrer read the convenient booklet that came with the set. Looks like Dikurekov is playing the piano as well as singing. The others nodded, makes sense. Dre shushed them and the sound of a piano and violin came out of the speakers with surprising clarity. After a few seconds, Tanya's sweet, lilting voice soothed their ears as they sat around the player. Dreaming, I must be dreaming. Or am I really lying here with you? Baby, you take me in your arms. And though I'm wide awake, I know my dream is coming true. And, oh, I just fall in love again. Just one touch and then it happens every time. There I go, I just fall in love again, and when I do, I can't help myself, I fall in love with you. Zwei nibbled on Erdnus flips while she listened but the crunchy snack drew annoyed looks so she stopped quickly. Magic, it must be magic. The way I hold you and the night just seems to fly. Easy for you to take me to a star. Heaven is that moment when I look into your eyes. And, oh, I just fall in love again. Just one touch and then it happens every time. There I go, I just fall in love again, and when I do, I can't help myself, I fall in love with you. Can't help myself, I fall in love with you. Ein sipped on her wine. That's a little bit steamier than she normally gets, isn't it? Dre shrugged. She's a few years older now. Maybe she's a late bloomer. That makes sense. There can't be many opportunities in the army to date, right? You sure about that? There are so many really fit army guys. She was surrounded by an unending man smorgasbord. Zwei rolled her eyes. She was barely older than 10 at the time. Still just a child. Fuehrer objected, even young girls wish for romance, my friends. I know we are a few years past childhood, but surely you remember those days where you dreamt of who might meet you at the altar. General nods of agreement met this question. Point, admitted the rest. The next song started and Tanya dropped her pitch somewhat and was joined by backup singers to harmonize with her. This song featured the new electric guitar which added a touch of novelty to the arrangement. I've been cheated. Been mistreated. When will I be loved? I've been put down. I've been pushed round. When will I be loved? When I find a new man. That I want for mine. He always breaks my heart in two. It happens every time. Dre listened carefully and suddenly said. What if she has already had her heart broken? I have been in those shoes and can certainly relate to this song. That makes a certain sense. Maybe a one-sided infatuation. Ooh, I can see it. A dashing older officer and a rising, but too young, heroine. Forever kept apart by their ages. Time in a bottle, longer, and you can do magic elicited appreciative comments as they finished off the first bottle of wine. You did get 3 bottles, right? Fuehrer asked. Eins laughed and expertly removed the cork of the second bottle. How could I forget after that first time? Do you know how hard it is to convince a store to open after hours for a tipsy Fräulein? Hey, there's a lyrics sheet in the booklet along with the credits and pictures. Soon the 4 were belting out a fair rendition of Your Wildest Dreams along with the music. Mostly on key but with great enthusiasm. How Deep Is Your Love was likewise popular. Dre suddenly laughed, causing Zwei to look and ask, what's so funny? Imagine if a man tried to sing this song. She shook her head. Impossible. Those high notes are brutal. Queen of Hearts and Love is a Battlefield rounded out the second album and the second bottle of wine. Zwei kept the snacks coming, stopping them from getting drunk immediately, but it did little but slow down the inevitable. Top of the third album was All of Me, which showed that she could make her voice buttery smooth as the lyrics. Tainted Love had a harder edge, a somewhat shocking contrast to the previous song. Once I ran to you. Now I run from you. This tainted love you've given. I give you all a girl could give you. Take my tears and that's not nearly all. Tainted love. Dre glanced at the others with a knowing look. Not wanting to interrupt the song, she put her fists together over her heart, tore them apart, and then rubbed her eyes as if crying. Fuehrer rolled her eyes and just refilled her glass. The crooning, alluring It's Now or Never was followed by the over-the-top energy of Total Eclipse of the Heart. Pumped up by the last song, and more than a little tipsy, Zwei announced, I'm singing the next one. She squinted at the lyrics sheet and managed to follow along with only a few fumbles using her excellent memory that apparently functioned even after multiple glasses of wine. You never close your eyes anymore when I kiss your lips. And there's no tenderness like before in your fingertips. You're trying hard not to show it, baby. But baby, I know it. You've lost that lovin' feeling. Whoa, that lovin' feeling. You've lost that lovin' feeling. Now it's gone, gone, whoa. She held an empty wine bottle like a microphone and serenaded her friends while they giggled and pretended to swoon. After the last now it's gone, she collapsed on the couch laughing. Relaxing to the bouncy 8 days a week and the silky smooth unforgettable, then came to the final song. Oh, oh, oh. Here's another one to sing together, I know it. They gathered around the lyric sheet again and after a stanza, they were able to follow along. Dree restarted the song carefully, having had her fair share of wine as well. It started with a piano solo and then Tanya's voice came on strong, forcing the four to happily match her intensity. I know just how to whisper. And I know just how to cry. I know just where to find the answers. And I know just how to lie. I know just how to fake it. And I know just how to scheme. I know just when to face the truth. And then I know just when to dream. And I know just where to touch you. And I know just what to prove. I know when to pull you closer. And I know when to let you lose. And I know the night is fading. And I know the time's gonna fly. And I'm never gonna tell you everything I gotta tell you. But I know I gotta give it a try. And I know the roads to riches. And I know the ways to fame. I know all the rules and I know how to break 'em. And I always know the name of the game. But I don't know how to leave you. And I'll never let you fall. And I don't know how you do it. Making love out of nothing at all. Zway sat back down again and said, wow, just, wow. Right. Fuehrer hiccuped and looked unhappily at her empty wineglass and almost claimed Dree's but the proper owner grabbed it first. Ines rubbed her chin with one finger, deeply in thought. My dear friends, I have a theory. Oh. Do tell. Ines continued. Tanya is currently the most eligible bachelor in Germania, no, the world really. Dree nodded. She has influence, money, fame, and maybe the next president, so I can't fault your argument so far. But she's been in situations where hasn't been able to date. As much as the romances talk about love in the trenches, it's not very practical. Since then, she's been terribly busy building her business for the past few years, not to mention having to go to the Unified States and working for Germania there. The others seemed interested but a little confused. And? Where are you taking this? Fuehrer waved her empty glass toward Ines. Hold on, I'm getting there. Now, suddenly, this album comes out. Not 1, but 3 when she has avoided love songs in the past. The conclusion is clear. It is. This is her way of telling people that she's ready for romance. Maybe not consciously, that's hard to say, but listen to all that. And? Zway blinked. And? Ines smiled sagely. Such a thing doesn't come from nowhere. I don't think she isn't just ready. She's met Mr. Right and the feelings have overwhelmed her. This is a love letter to a certain someone. Dree agreed but said, who is it though? That. Well, that's the question, isn't it? She sipped her wine and said, I'm sure we'll learn more after the election. The girls pondered this when suddenly Fuehrer said, wait. You mean this girl who's barely an adult will be all that and have some hot guy romance? Mike riddles, we have to improve our game. Asterisk. Similar scenes occurred all over Germania. Concurrent to her campaign tour, the trio of albums was released nationwide. So for one reason or another, frequently both, her words were on everyone's lips. Asterisk. Unified States Chicago weeks earlier. Tanya was talking to Monsieur Allard over the new transatlantic cables, making their collaborations more convenient and much faster. Allard's larger-than-life energy came across even the imperfect telephonic device. So, what muse has graced you recently? I realize your tasks have kept you busy but I sense that you have much more music to share. I can go a variety of ways. She thought for a second. Actually, what's popular now? I mean what would sell a lot? You've never asked something like this before. Surely you aren't sacrificing your art for mere money. Tanya laughed. I will never be a starving artist. But, right now, there is an opportunity to make great profits depending on your capital. It's a bit risky because it involves buying bonds based on expectations. I've leveraged my funds significantly and an infusion of cash soon would pay off handsomely. You're a sure money maker, my dear Digirekov. You can pre-sell the entire run to music stores before you press even a single disc. You lose a bit on the percentages but if you need money right now, that's the way to go. Of course, you have to pitch them an idea that will thrill their hearts and entice their wallets. What would sell? Not to be an egoist, but I think I can come up with something that matches whatever their tastes are. His answer was short, love songs. As many as you can with the quality you are known for. She paused. Love songs. Why did it have to be love songs? Love songs. You hardly have any in your repertoire and there have been many requests by those who know I work with you. Can you deliver that? Tanya gave an even longer pause as she struggled with herself and finally said. How about 3? She could hear the smile in his voice. That would be just fine. Chapter 139, Sweet Dreams. Germania Baron-Sustrom. Visha and Ignatz sat in a trendy new cafe in downtown Berun. Numerous pastries behind the glass counter, cakes under clear domes, and rows of colorful hand-drawn menus comprised much of the decor. Music played quietly in the background, enough to set the mood without dominating it. Ignatz glanced at the menus as he sat at the round table inlaid with colored glass and decorate pebbles. So what's the news, Visha? You said to be prepared for a surprise. Does this mean she's ready to take our relationship to the next level? Certainly, I've been sending signals. Maybe she's only pretended to be oblivious. She laughed and leaned over to pat his forearm. A little patience, please. He glanced at her surreptitiously. She is dressed up more than usual today. It's rather hard to have polite eyes when she sits like that. He thought for a second. Maybe this is my chance, though? I think it is, she's responding at last. He smiled warmly. I'm a patient fellow. Visha chuckled. We'll order soon, don't worry. She's smiling more than usual and seems happier. There's definitely a twinkle in her eye and a bit of flush in her cheeks. Let's lean a little bit in and let her cross the last distance. A kiss by day and something more fun by night? He moved closer to her, expecting she'd meet him halfway. Contrary to expectations, she sat back up and raised her hand. We're over here. Ignatz, confused, looked around and saw a blonde woman walking firmly toward them. He could almost hear Digirekov's march in time to the firm cadence of her steps. Having apparently given up on a battle against women's clothing, but not yet conceding the war, she was dressed in an outfit that was reminiscent of a riding outfit. She had knee-high leather boots, hip and thigh-hugging white pants and a buttoned half-coat that emphasized her movements. Her ever-present cane was enough like a riding crop that not a whit was removed from the illusion that she just got off a horse. Ah, Visha. She replied warmly. So, this is your new friend. Ignatz got up abruptly and almost gave a bow. There was something about her presence that demanded respect, and she got it. Ah, Miss Digirekov. Tanya, this is Ignatz, as you know. Pleased to meet you, Mr. Zollinger. I heard so much about you. And you, of course. Good lord. I've seen pictures of her but they were so out of date compared to this girl. I mean woman. I must say, I wasn't expecting to meet you today. She raised an eyebrow. Oh, am I intruding? Visha laughed. You are my surprise. Let's eat. I hear this place is scrumptious. They sat down and Tanya glanced over the menu on the wall and ordered like she had done it 1,000 times before. This place is surprisingly avant-garde in the presentation and how they manage their business. How did you find it? My second surprise. I own it. Both Tanya and Ignatz looked a bit shocked but Tanya recovered quickest. Congratulations. I see that you are taking my lessons to heart. The man asked, but why a cafe? Isn't your main business interests with women's products? I wanted a place I could visit where I would be happy with the coffee and food. Where I could send a friend and know they would be satisfied with they got. Tanya looked around more carefully. Ah. You're talking about that conversation we had about what would make an ideal cafe. But that was years ago. No wonder this seemed so familiar, you could find places like this everywhere around the time being X kidnapped me. I just loved your vision of a nice place to relax and have a treat. It took weeks to train the staff to make a decent cup of coffee. She looked quite determined, cutely determined. At times I wished I could have used your methods of training. Tanya responded dryly, civilian authorities frown on interrogation resistance training, artillery shelling near trainees, and the use of whips as a teaching tool. Visha clenched her fist and said portentously, the fools. Then she broke down laughing. Did I sound like a tough boss? Very very tough. Ah, our order is here. Let's see if your harsh training has borne fruit. The waitress brought out their drinks and treats with a smile. Do you need anything else? Visha said, we're fine, thank you. She watched carefully as Tanya took a sip of her coffee and waited with bated breath as she savored the taste. Finally, unable to contain herself, she asked, well, how is it? Tanya put down her cup with a satisfied expression. It's good. I'd say about 80% as well as you can do. Ignatz tried his coffee after adding cream and sugar and found it excellent. This is just an 80%? But, wait, she's been using Visha as secretary? Maybe I can score some points here. This is quite good. But, Visha, do I understand that your duties include making coffee? Isn't that beneath you as a vice president? Both of the women stared at him and he was quick to note that their expressions weren't very pleasant. He quickly backtracked. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I'm sure expertise like Visha's doesn't come along very often. I'm sure. Ahem. Before the situation could get more tense, one of the cafe workers came over with an apologetic look on her face. I'm so sorry to bother you, manager, but do you have a moment to talk to one of our suppliers? It should only take a few minutes. Visha glanced helplessly to Tanya who just waved genial. One of the problems of being the boss, I'm afraid. Don't worry, we'll still be here when you get back. Ignatz smiled at the attractive ambassador. I guess we can take this opportunity to get to know each other better. The more I look at her, the better she is to look at it. More ice queen than girl next door, I think. Comparing the two is a nice contrast. Of course, I've heard about you. And I've heard about you as well. She sipped her coffee and looked at him over the edge of the cup. Ignatz Zollinger, 32. Rising executive at National Eisenbahn. Rising, that is, until blocked by those better connected, more talented, or better positioned. Frustrated from the standard channels, you've been looking for an alternate route to advancement. Ignatz started to sweat, not sure how to respond. Your parents are alive but you are estranged from them. You have 2 siblings but you likewise only contact them rarely. You are unmarried but have had romantic relationships with 12 women and have 1 child out of wedlock. How did you? He stopped before he admitted anything. I know you are ambitious. I understand that urge. She locked her gaze with his, her blue eyes steely and unwavering. But never ever forget that Visha is no mere commodity or benefit. She is my most precious comrade and I would gladly lay waste to entire armies to protect her. One ambitious boy would be nothing at all to me. Do you understand? You just have to say yes or no. No need for anything else. Why yes. Tanya smiled like a hungry tiger sizing up her prey. Excellent. She sampled one of the petit fours and ate it in front of him while he swallowed nervously. Her teeth were very white and very sharp. They say the number 13 is unlucky. In your case it is very unlucky. Perhaps you have changed your ways and have fallen deeply in love and would never do anything to hurt Visha. If so, proceed with my blessing. She's a big girl and has killed more men than most career veterans and can take care of herself. If not, perhaps you should rethink your plans, Visha returned then and immediately apologized. I'm so sorry about that. I hope I didn't take too long. Not at all. When you're the boss, sometimes your time isn't your own. We were just getting to know each other better. She indicated the small dessert snacks. These are quite good but why did you choose a Francois treat? The younger woman laughed. They look cute, can be eaten with your fingers, and taste great. I got advice from your lawyer friend and he had a lot of good advice. No shame in checking with an expert. She glanced at a clock. Ah, look, it's almost 13. I best be off. Ignatz almost jumped up at the sound of the number but managed to control himself. Still using military time, Tanya? Visha asked. It just makes more sense. It prevents misunderstandings. She turned toward the man. Wouldn't you agree? Yes. I mean, yes, of course. He stood up as Tanya hugged Visha briefly and then shook her hand trying not to show reluctance. Congratulations again. I look forward to seeing a chain of these stores across Germania. She left with her boot heels clicking on the tiled floor with every step. Visha was all smiles as she sat back down. Not to brag, but I managed to keep up with her a little bit in the war. She posed and flexed the muscle of her right arm. You couldn't tell it to look at her, but she really did earn her rank through battle. No. I believe it. I believe it. ****. Germania Berun Political Office. The moderator, an editor from a centrist newspaper in Berun, talked to the 2 candidates. As agreed upon, I'll ask a few open-ended questions to prime the conversation but will otherwise just let you debate. Try to share the stage so I don't have to pull anyone's mic, Ed. He was a grey-haired veteran of political journalism and was looking forward to being at the dawn of a new era. No matter who would usher it in. Let's hope they bring the fire. A good show will move a lot of papers. Tanya held out her hand. Let's have a good talk, Manfred. Although rankled that a teenager would be so familiar with him, he shook it. Certainly. Tanya. He couldn't leave it be, though. Quite informal, aren't you? I am the president after all. She smirked. You were the president. The electorate will decide who is president. Bruning's professional smile became a bit strained. The moderator's eyes sparkled. Ah, there's the heat. ****. Germania Berun. With breathtaking speed, 3 different TVD teams descended on Berun. A large staging area, earmarked for future development but conveniently empty, suitable for a massive audience, was quickly readied for the debate. The rather wide stage had 2 podiums, with the camouflaged risers so that Tanya would be at the same height as Bruning, and a row oversized Germanian flags behind them forming a wall behind them, creating a space for them to debate. Behind the stage area were much taller walls to give a sense of space, but the front was wide open so a large number could witness the debate. And the crowd was quite large. Each of the campaigns had 100 people as general support, but the rest had been drawn entirely from the population of Berun. Demand had been so large, they had been forced to institute a lottery system with more than half the crowd in a nearby outdoor venue with speakers to broadcast the events. Literally thousands of people had gathered and stretched quite the distance on the otherwise undeveloped field. It had been mowed with lanes laid out with posts and colorful ropes. There were a few rows of chairs in the front, mostly reserved for those who would have problems standing for long periods of time. Some reporters were offended that they would have to stand, but they were told bluntly that if they were physically capable of standing, those seats were reserved for those who couldn't. The moderator stayed off stage and the 2 candidates came out between the flags on either side. From the very beginning, there was a striking difference between the 2. Bruning was dressed soberly in an expensive and well-fitting suit. Up close, or in a meeting, he would have been quite striking with a dominating presence. But so far back from 95% of the audience, he was just a dark shape against the background. Digirekov, on the other hand, had chosen a more vibrant sky blue dress that instantly drew the eye. Her brilliant, gently curled blonde hair, blue eyes, and, quite against her preferences, makeup made her seem like a demigod gracing the mortals with her presence. The world seemed to revolve around her, focus on her as if she were more real than the ground beneath her feet or the sun above them. To Manfred's eyes, as he was much closer, her appearance just seemed garish and out of place for a serious political discussion. So tawdry. It's as if she is going to a club or out to dinner. If this is the level of her political acumen, this election will be simpler than I thought. He resisted shaking his head and smiling, instead keeping a stoic and calm demeanor. The moderator turned on his microphone and started with a minimal preamble. We'd like to thank our candidates for coming here today, and all those in the audience for witnessing what is sure to be a historic event. Germania is a crossroads unlike ever before and we are facing unprecedented challenges. Enemies abroad still fear and hound us, perhaps to become a threat at any time. At home, economic woes are likewise daunting with a devalued mark, rampant inflation, and worrying unemployment. Perhaps our first question for the candidates is why they would even want such a job. General laughter met this sally, reducing the somewhat somber mood. On your left is Manfred Bruning, who has long served in government, both as a parliamentarian and more recently as the president in the post-war period. The politician smiled and waved genially to scattered applause. On your right is Tanya von Digirekov, who, as it turns out, has also spent most of her life in service, as a soldier, as a businesswoman and currently as an ambassador to the United States. She, too, waved, but the response was considerably louder and more enthusiastic. It took several minutes for the noise to dim down enough. Manfred ground his teeth while still maintaining his smile. Point to you for your fame. But this will come down to experience, ideas and intellect. Since you lack all 3, we'll see who they favor in the end. Chapter 140, Beginning to End. Both Bruning and Digirekov had prepared for this debate thoroughly with the help of their advisors. Bruning, in particular, had years of experience bringing aggressive arguments to break down and humiliate his opponents. First question to President Bruning and then we'll open it up for discussion. The economy is in, frankly, dire straits. What are your plans to correct this? While we've suffered under crippling reparations, a massive loss of wealth and untold damage, we have big plans to reinvigorate the economy. Major public works programs will both enhance our infrastructure and also put many citizens back to work. What Germania needs a strong, experienced hand to guide it through these tough times. He gave a superior smile. Governance is no job for amateurs. Tanya cocked her head to one side as if puzzled. How interesting. So your plan to invigorate the economy is to initiate massive programs with equally massive costs. And this money will come from where? Perhaps you will go down and run the money printing machines and continue the policy of record-setting inflation? I'm sure that couldn't cause any problems for struggling Germanians whose wealth has been slashed under your regime. Of course not. We will fund everything by raising revenues. The economy is coming back and with the right hands in charge, it will recover fully. So when you say raising revenues, that means massive tax increases, right? What a fascinating plan, send the tax collectors out to squeeze what they can out of those who have survived. You've raised taxes, taken out massive loans from our enemies, issued worthless war bonds, and literally stolen our gold. Is there some new kind of theft you've discovered where no one is harmed? This witch. It's like she's heard all these arguments before. There are ways to raise fund without. Without what? Without destroying what's left of the economy? Do you not realize that bleeding an injured patient only hastens his death? Do you think some witchcraft allows you take money from businesses without harming them? She gestured eloquently. This is the time to let the country recover. We've all suffered so much and your plan is to send your leeches out because that's so much better. And what's your idea, then? In your vast years of experience, what have you come up with? Tanya grinned like a wolf upon seeing a baby fawn wander in front of her jaws. Why, yes, thank you for asking. To preface, though, decades of experience as a street sweeper or plumber doesn't make one superior to a new doctor when you have a broken limb. And what the country needs is not the so-called leadership that has already led to disaster. She interrupted before he could respond to this. But since you asked so nicely, let me elaborate. First, before you consider any of my policies, I should point out that, unlike the current administration, I'm a successful businesswoman. Despite hurricane-level headwinds, my partners and I have built a company in the ruins from the Great War. We employ tens of thousands of people directly, and there are many more satellite companies that directly depend on us. All told, there are nearly 2 million workers, and their families, that owe their livelihoods to TVD. This drew a reaction from the crowd as most knew someone who worked for TVD. And for those that didn't, everyone purchased their products. So, instead of having the government's ham-fisted careerists decide our fates, let's have the people do it themselves. Not more tax and spending from proven failures but letting people keep their money and letting them navigate their own lives. I think we've all had enough of bloated bureaucracies leeching our hard-earned marks away, so instead of more programs, let's have less of them. That's a recipe for chaos. Oh, letting people spend their own money and run their businesses efficiently is chaos? You seem to have little trust in the people of this country. But I trust them. I think if you release the shackles of a bloated bureaucracy, those wonderful people will achieve greatness. He responded strongly, drawing on the talking points he had prepared. And who will build the schools, build the roads, construct the dams and ports? These things don't just spring out of the ground. Why wouldn't citizens build them? If there's a need, people can come together to make many things, whether businesses or dams. Perhaps you haven't heard, but my company, just a single company, has funded dozens of schools and orphanages. We are building railroads and other roads across Europa. My people are constructing ports here in the United States to encourage trade with the biggest economy on the planet. She smiled brilliantly. I suppose a major dam might be harder, but right now we have been contracted by the United States as a partner to make a dam across the Colorado River. The moderator, sensing the first subject had played out, interjected. Next question to von Degirikov. Your reputation has been, to be blunt, less than stellar internationally. What do you intend to do to rectify this? Nothing. Excuse me, did you say nothing? She shrugged. Nothing special. Bruning, sensing weakness, interjected. Isn't that the height of irresponsibility? You are arguably the least popular and, perhaps, even the most hated person on the globe. How can this not have an effect on your ability to function as the leader of Germania when you would become the face of the fatherland? The exigencies of war are different from times of peace. The worldwide sentiment isn't against a particular soldier, or a particular officer, it's against the prideful governments that pushed the war to these extremes. Bruning tried to interrupt, but Tanya's voice overwhelmed him and he found himself uncharacteristically mute. After Germania, the one most devastated by the war is the Francois Republic. In TVD, again after Germanians, the group we hire most of are those we fought not too long ago. And the majority of those are veterans and mages. Who would have more grievances than they, and yet they work happily for me. We have Dacians, Americans, Ildoans, Ispignans, English all working together, even a few Legadonias. She smiled, no Russies, though. The audience laughed heartily. There was a certain animosity towards the Federation that even exceeded that against Francois. Just because you pay someone, doesn't mean they have become friendly to you. Nor their countries. There's deep-seated animosity that won't be washed away by money. She raised an eyebrow. Can you think of a better way to wash away bad feelings? Isn't that why reparations exist, to make them feel like they won something and let everyone get back to peacetime activities? By working together, even if it's because of a paycheck, we grow closer. Attacking someone you have ties to is easy. But attacking someone you have a relationship is much harder. And you know what? Everyone gets used to working with each other. Germanians become less scary, English less haughty, Legadonians less aloof. Everyone becomes just, people. That's the perfect tone, I think. If everyone signals their intentions properly and each side sees the advantages of cooperation, it would be foolish to wage war per Thomas Paine. Of course, fools exist everywhere and non-republics don't follow these rules, but the force of public opinion should at least keep the former in line. And for the latter, well, that's why we have a military. He tried to avoid sneering. Such naivete is hardly befitting a leader. That's a recipe for the world to take advantage of us when we're at our weakest. Did strength stop our enemies? Good relations are a strength as well. Overwhelming power might do for a while, until a greater power comes along. How long did the Romana Empire last? They conquered almost all the known world, but they were brought down by barbarians. In the end, all their might was insufficient. Ugh, I hate quoting the Bible but... She strengthened her voice, remember, sow the wind, and you shall reap the whirlwind. The moderator couldn't help but grin, carefully out of sight of the audience. A boring debate, this is not. President Bruning. What will bring to the role that your opponents cannot? My friends, governing a country is not simple. It takes experience, training and, yes, perhaps a touch of genius. It's one of the most difficult jobs that exists. Protecting and guiding a country of over 70 million people is not easy and only a precious few can be counted on to do it right. I've been given this great responsibility and have proven equal to the task. Having been successful so far, I believe, no, I know I'm the only man to lead this great nation no matter what may come. Tanya looked at him and then slowly said. You have an interesting definition of success, mein Freund. Catastrophic decisions led to overreach in the Great War when we could have exited several times without an ignominious defeat and mortifying surrender. Having been ground down by enemies on all sides, we all suffered as they squeezed blood from the stone with your oh-so-willing help. If this is success, I'd hate to see what you call failure. But we were surrounded. Beset by the entire world, this was the best result possible. Someone in the trenches can't see the big picture. I didn't need to see the big picture. I saw my comrades dying day after day after day. It was a picture of blood and mud and death. She pointed at him accusingly. The High Command suggested not once but many times we end the war, but some bureaucrats in comfortable offices in Baron decided that this was a chance to make some kind of gain, some kind of profit on the back of dead soldiers. If there's another war, I will personally send every bureaucrat that sat out the last conflict immediately to the front lines. Any that survive can come back with a new perspective on the value of war. Bruning got a chill as he saw the icy look in her eyes. Unlike her heated words, there was a cold calculation on her face, a promise of retribution to come. Mein Gott. That's a threat. She intends to kill me if she wins. Maybe even if she loses. I need to make plans to protect myself as soon as possible. It's hardly fitting to send untrained civilians to a war zone. But sending literal children is acceptable? Exactly how flexible are your morals, if you have any at all? You say this after a reign. I was under orders, sir. Disobedience to an order in war is literally a capital offense. If not for that, I never would have done it. If I had a choice, then I would have been responsible for the consequences. No way would I have bombed Irene without the cover of being under orders. The moderator redirected before it turned into an exchange of insults. Colonel, what is your vision for Germania? Her demeanor changed as she got a far-off look, seeing something visible to her and her alone. Her silence was more potent than speech and every eye was riveted on her. My vision? I see a free people, unafraid. Masters of their own destiny, not beholden to man or government. Each person should be able to follow their own vision and achieve it through hard work and determination. We don't need the government to make our dreams come true. We just need them to get out of our way. She looked at him directly, we need you to get out of our way. This drew applause from around half the audience. That half was quite enthusiastic, however. How will Germania be protected then? Your magical moonbeam wishes can't protect us. Only our careful management kept utter destruction from eliminating the fatherland entirely. Only we kept the losses from becoming worse. You were responsible for the safety of the fatherland? Is that bragging or a confession of incompetence? Under your careful management, 2 million soldiers died. That's Germanians alone. Do you have any idea how many lives that is? You probably think it was a justifiable sacrifice for your ambitions, but the toll of human suffering cannot be measured by your bean counters in the political office. He had prepared for attacks like this, challenge her directly. And you can. He almost sneered before he remembered his public appearance. I'd like to see that. Tanya's voice dropped down. I can't, but I can do this. She raised her hand and the wall of tall flags behind the stage started moving slowly apart from the center to reveal the fields behind them that were hidden before. This is hardly appropriate. We are having a debate, not some kind of dramatic performance, girl. You said you wanted to see, now we shall all see. As the curtains folded to either side, the audience could see small fluttering things on the ground and they quickly realized what they were. Flags. Row after row after row of small flags planted neatly. Uncountable Germanian flags arranged in the carefully mown plains. The black, white, and red stripes repeated over and over again, an army of flags standing at attention. Every flag was put there in honor of a dead soldier. This is what 2 million bodies looks like. There were gasps from the audience as they saw how far back the flags stretched over acres all the way to hills in the distance. Even Bruning looked stunned by the endless fields of gently waving flags. How did Our factories were idle for several weeks and so were our workers. So the ladies at Zart made these flags out of respect and every one was placed by a veteran of the war, they wanted to honor those who didn't return. The curtains, full opened now, showed hundreds of men standing to either side in neat rows much like the flags themselves. They were dressed in their uniforms, with modifications. Pin sleeves and empty pants legs were common, as were eye patches and scars that were not hidden by their clothing. Those who were unable to stand at all sat straight in their wheelchairs. A woman in the crowd looked over the crippled, no, not crippled, just damaged soldiers. She also saw the millions of flags for those who couldn't stand before them today. Tears began to flow from her eyes and her sobs were quite audible to those around her in the sudden silence. Hers were not the only tears and not just women as men were openly weeping as well. After a sufficient time, Tanya said. Thank you all. It was an honor to serve with you brave men and the people of this country owe you a debt that can never be repaid. She saluted first and they responded in unison. The highest ranked officer, a major, said, mission accomplished, ma'am. All present and accounted for. Good job, all of you. She closed her eyes, and then opened them after a moment and commanded, dismissed. Yes, ma'am. They saluted again and left as the curtain slowly closed to the eyes of others to preserve their dignity as they left the field. I did this because the oh-so-wise leaders of this country refused to recognize their service. Not even the most minute shred of sympathy or official notice. Even though we, were defeated through not fault of our own, there were no parades, no welcome homes. Nothing. She pointed at her opponent. And the man who spurned those brave survivors. It was Manfred Aden Bruning. He was the one who denied them a simple thank you after all they had done. Be ashamed, sir, be ashamed. I never did. Before he could complete his sentence, a greatly magnified image of a parade request was projected over the stage. The lurid red denied with prejudice visible for all to see and, below that, was Bruning's flowing signature. She lowered her voice, but it still carried to all present, and many more listening. Can you deny it? Will you deny it now? Bruning was about to defend himself but he realized that anything he said, anything at all, would make him sound worse than silence, so he remained silent. The moderator let the silence continue for a long minute and finally said, and that concludes our debate. Chapter 141, War Stories 1. Chapter Text. Newspaper headlines across Germania. Germania weeps as veterans abandoned. Digurekov, omen of war or hope for peace. Bruning bowed by bellicose bombast. Debate broadcast wows nation, newsreel showings packed. Germania ready for woman president. 2 million flags, too many lost. And in the entertainment section. Titania sequel opens to rave reviews and sold out theaters. ******. Unified States Chicago Germanian Consulate. Prince Oscar Carl Gustav read the papers with amusement. He had received a transcript of the debate earlier and could hear the verbal abuse meted out the previous day. I never liked that Popinjay, Bruning, so this will be quite entertaining. What will be, sir? Wilson arrived with a new newspaper and a light breakfast. Oscar hadn't realized that he had spoken out loud. The election back home. By all reputable analyses, Digurekov will win. Oh, congratulations are in order then. He poured the coffee and removed the dome from the meal of mortadella, a soft-boiled egg, and Kaisersemmeln with rosehip jam. Well, she hasn't officially won yet. Wilson raised an eyebrow but didn't clarify. Ah, you mean for me, don't you? Very clever of you to notice. How could I not when you have missed the obvious look on your face? I'm sure you're just exaggerating, sir. But this wouldn't be the first time you've received an unexpected promotion. Some observers would say you had a charmed existence. Oscar stared at his Batman, mouth agape and then started to laugh as he remembered. Ah, so much luck. Barat, near Bazar Valley some years ago. Captain Gustav looked at the snow-capped mountains as he and his horse arrived at the Alba-ish military camp. He sensed that the men were tense, both the locals and his European hosts. Nearly any other time of year, this valley would be lush and quite a bit hotter than he would find comfortable. Now, however, well, he was glad for the heavy woolen overcoat that was part of his uniform. A private noticed his arrival and rushed over. Ah, he struggled to read Oscar's Germanian insignia. Ah, Captain. I'm sorry but there's a lot going on now. Oscar responded dryly. Apparently so. Can I meet General Wilcox and report in? The private looked apologetic and said, helplessly, he's meeting the brigade commanders now and said not be disturbed unless they, fucking legions of hell knock on the door and demand to be let in for tea. The young man's lips twitched. That's a quote, sir. I believe you. Well. Can you lead me to my billet until the general does have time to meet with me? Of course, sir. For the next few days, despite repeated requests, he got no further in his attempts. Soon, the private he met the first day had taken to moving away rapidly when he saw the Germanian. Oscar's frustration was growing, but he drew the line at attempting to get intel via illicit methods. He had eyes, though. A lot of men and materiel were in motion, and his officer school knowledge came into play as he estimated the forces being deployed and when they were expecting to encounter the enemy. They're obviously going to engage soon, but how soon, and against whom? He was tempted to mingle with the lower officers, but instead moved resolutely to the area for enlisted men in an exercise yard that had been set up. There was a healthy mix of Alba-ish and local troops using the facilities, though each group generally exercised separately. Oscar left his uniform and any external insignia in his tent. At least in Germania, there were no ranks in the gym because excessive recognition of status got in the way. The segregation between officer and enlisted, locals and Albs, were alien to him. Still, this might work to his advantage. The Gurkhas, Sikhs, and Punjabis, especially the Gurkhas, were focused on utterly practical skills, knife fighting, wrestling, and crawling and climbing drills. The Albs, on the other hand, spent more time with push-ups, sit-ups, weight training, and the like. Despite the cold, Oscar shrugged off his jacket, revealing a sleeveless undershirt. His arms and shoulders were impressively large even among so many fit men. He swung up onto the parallel bars to run his normal workout, though slower than usual as he hadn't warmed up as much as usual. Dips and presses helped him to get in the rhythm before he went to more energetic maneuvers. From an L-sit to a rather impressive planche, his movements smoothed out the longer he practiced. I guess I'm not as rusty as I thought. He segued into a straddle L, then to a press handstand and finished with an acceptable moi that would look impressive to an amateur. The Germanian was tempted to do a few flashier maneuvers, but instead of a well-padded floor beneath him there was the cold comfort of hard-packed earth, so he opted for the better part of valor. Though no one approached him, he could tell he had gotten some attention. 2 Gurkhas were discussing him because of his actions. Of course, in their native language. That fellow has some impressive muscles, eh? His friend rolled his eyes. You know these Europans. Some of them look impressive, but it's all for show. 10 rupees says he fights like my grandmother. How will we find out? Easy. He waved Oscar over with a broad smile and pointed to where the Gurkhas were wrestling with each other. The prince walked over to them and could interpret what he meant. Faster than I thought, but that works out well for me. Using a combination of sign language and broken Alba-ish, Oscar got the gist of it. It looks like gouging out eyes, breaking bones, or attacking genitals were against the rules. Those look like the only rules. These Gurkhas are known for their fighting skills, better not take them lightly. The first man grinned widely and dropped into a wrestler's crouch, waving to Oscar to do his best. He did. 6 times. His streak was broken by a serious-looking fighter sporting more than a few wicked scars earned in many battles over the years. With a tricky sidestep, he brought down the Germanian noble in a very undignified fashion. Breath knocked out of him, he lay wheezing in the dust when a man walked up to him. You awake? The voice reflected middle to lower class Alba-ish, a tiny accent he couldn't identify, and with a layer of amusement on top. Catching his breath, Oscar said with some difficulty, the jury is out on that. He grabbed the outstretched hand and let the newcomer help him. You really impressed them. That's hard to do. The speaker was a slightly tanned Albishman. Do you speak the local language? He gave an easy grin. You can say that. My grandmother spoke it fluently, but I get by. The name is Wilson. Gustav. He shook his head. Honestly, I didn't think my performance was worthy of note. Ah. You have the wrong point of view. You won big just by being willing to fight. And then you went 7 rounds without calling it quits. He laughed. Gurkhas admire bravery and strength. That's one of the reasons why they are willing to fight alongside the Alba-ish based on past conflicts, even though they were on opposite sides. That's a good way to measure a man, certainly, he said with a grin. As they left the exercise yard, he asked the man. So what do you do around here? Technically, I'm a sergeant due to my language skills. I heard you talking to the locals. Your accent sounded native as far as I can tell. Didn't I mention? Before I joined up, I was a budding actor. He demonstrated several Alba-ish accents before ending with a spot-on upper-class Germanian accent. Have to say that I'm not needed as much as you might think. Some locals speak pretty good English. Oscar laughed and commented. Standard intelligence procedures, always have your own translator. The man gave a sly smile and dropped. Even with your allies? Especially with your allies. They went to the canteen to grab some food and talk. Can you tell me anything about what's going on? I know you have limits, but anything beyond the obvious. Oscar shook his head. I'm supposed to be a liaison to assist with specialty supplies and munitions, but I've been held up by an utter lack of any access to the officers. Wilson grimaced. I know some things but can't tell you about what I've heard, sorry. Don't apologize, I expected that. He swallowed some tepid tea, that being the only drink more interesting than water available. Nothing classified, but what would you do in my shoes if I knew what you knew? The sergeant chuckled as he scratched his head, disarraying his auburn hair. That's a tricky needle to thread. I've seen troops moving and logistics are in motion. So it's pretty obvious that something is happening. A blind man could tell that. Wilson spoke very carefully. So you know something is going to happen with all those trucks moving around. Oscar nodded, not interrupting. But you weren't blocked from entering the camp. That's true. I wasn't exactly welcomed with open arms, but the camp was still accessible to me. At least the mess, the privies, and a place to sleep, if not much else. Now, after you were allowed in, you haven't talked to any of the people who make decisions around here, much less the commander. He looked at the Germanian with a slight smile and encouraging gaze. Oscar thought very hard about his situation. So there's a major operation going on, but I'm not given any information about it. So they are trying to keep something undercover, obviously. And yet I'm not blocked from entering because that would either reveal information they don't want revealed, or the fact that I'm turned away would send intel in its own way. Wilson pretended to focus on his toast as she scraped some jam onto it. So that means not just a tactical or strategic move, Skies. They aren't just moving their camp or extending influence. There's going to be a shooting war any second now, and I'm going to be caught in the middle of it. Excellent meal, Sergeant. It was a pleasure speaking to you. Unfortunately, I realize that I've wasted a bit too much time in camp, and I think I'll wait back in town until they are ready to speak with me. It's a shame, but do what you have to do. I remember there's a nice hotel that has a fairly decent beer if you know how to convince the owner. He rubbed his thumb against his forefinger in a classic fashion. I'll make sure to look for it. I hope we meet again. Of course, Captain. Be safe out there. They shook hands before Oscar went back to his tent and quickly packed his kit and hurried without, obviously, rushing. The stable hand was slightly startled by the sudden appearance of the man, but understood what he wanted by hand signals and limited Albaish. With his help, Oscar got his horse saddled and ready and headed for the entrance to the camp. The private he had met on his first day rushed up as he got near the entrance. He was puffing visibly as he reached Oscar. Excuse me, sir. Can I ask why you are leaving the camp? No particular reason. Since the commander is busy, I was going to go back to town for a few days until they can spare some time. I'd like to grab a shower and get food prepared by someone who does it for a living. Can you inform the general that I'll be back in about a week? The enlisted man looked troubled. That might be inconvenient, Captain. I'm pretty sure the general will have time in just a day or two, and it would be best if you were available. That's rather inconvenient. Just pass along my message, Private, and I'll back soon. He raised his voice to the gate guards and said, "Open up. I'm coming through." Before the barrier could be moved, however, the sound of trumpets sounded out, followed very quickly by gunfire. Oscar looked back at the camp scrambling and he suppressed a curse. The encampment may have been planning to move out, but apparently the conflict had to come to them instead. Chapter 142, War Stories 2. Berat, near Bazaar Valley some years ago. Oscar found himself crouched behind a bullet-riddled transport vehicle. Technically, he shouldn't be a target for the attackers, but he had found their ability to distinguish between Albaish and Germanian citizens to be rather lacking. Of course, they might just have poor aim, but the point would be moot if he stopped a bullet by accident. He did his best to defend himself without getting involved in the conflict. He literally had no business getting between the two sides. At least the Albaish troops are pointing their weapons in the right direction, he muttered to himself. He spotted one of the invaders getting too close to his location and snapped off a shot. The man cursed and ducked, in the wrong direction. Oscar managed to coolly shoot him in the shoulder afterwards. Not a fatal hit, judging by the voluminous cursing, but the attacker retreated and was unlikely to return. The Germanian didn't need to check his ammo supply, as he knew to the round how much he had remaining. He only had his personal sidearm for defense, but knew from training that the rounds used by the local troops were entirely incompatible with his weapon. They seem to be trying to surround me, not a good time to be popular. He got low to the ground and scurried to a new location, trying to ignore the weight of a bullet near his head as he found refuge behind a rare wall. Unsurprisingly, he found someone else hiding there, considering the lack of cover, plus the corpse of a defender who apparently hadn't ducked in time. Seeing red hair, he held his fire. Wilson grinned at him. "Welcome to ritzy Berat. Never a dull moment, and the locals are so friendly. Not to be ungrateful for the hospitality, but where are all the defenders?" The sergeant gave a wry grin. "Well, you didn't hear it from me, but it seems that there might have been a big push to go out there, but those people came here. He nodded toward the hills around them. Lots of gullies and trails up there. So missing each other isn't likely, but not impossible. I'm guessing they wanted to throw a surprise party, but the guests of honor weren't at home. What a mess. How long for the main forces to turn around and come back? Half a day. I don't know if my ammo will last that long." He counted his rounds to make sure. 4. Fuck. Out loud, he merely said, I'm down to 4. Why not use Kabir's weapon? I doubt he'll complain. Wilson nodded toward the man with a hole in his head. As much as I'd love to, and I may be forced into it, it would look far too much like Germania taking sides in this dispute. He glanced skeptically at the officer's sidearm. Oscar noticed his gaze. That's different, it's a matter of appearance. I think you'll care less about appearance if the alternative is ending up like Kabir, right? That's when it matters most. He snorted. Survive first and worry about gossip later. Part of being a prince is how one presents to the world. As a nobleman and an officer, I must be proper in behavior and how I'm viewed because I represent something more than myself. More important than my own survival if it comes to that. Wilson gave a slight, genuine smile. You know, for the first time, I might see a reason for the noble class to exist at all. Only the first time? What about? Wilson interrupted him, no. Don't spoil it for me. Just take the compliment and move on. Amused, Oscar responded. Then, thank you. Another bullet hit their cover, breaking off a chunk of the weakened wall. On to less important things, I think we might have to move soon. The sergeant nodded to the area across the yard. The command tent has sandbags around it which should provide some protection. Taking his own advice, he salvaged an ammo bandolier from the little mourned Kabir and said, I'll cover you and follow. Which one of us is the officer? Still, we are in different chains of command and I'm not even an observer here, so this makes sense? Let's do that. Keep me alive, Wilson. Apparently unafraid of snipers in particular, and bullets in general, Wilson started firing in all the directions he thought attackers might be hiding while the other man scrambled for the dubious protection of the sandbag-ringed tent. Oscar felt a itchy feeling right in the middle of his back with every shot as he sped across the open stretch. On some instinct, he dodged right and then dived behind a low row of sandbags just as a round hit a bag right next to his head. A burst of sand rained down on him as he got his breath back. He shimmied over 10 feet while out of sight, counting to 5 as they had planned and then popped up to cover the Albishman. Seeing 2 rifles swing toward him, he fired off 2 quick shots before ducking back down. He wasn't sure, but he think he actually hit one but there wasn't any yelling and the nearby gunfire died down for a few seconds while the redhead raced after him to cover. The man laughed as he rolled to safety. Blimey. When you provide cover, you do it with style. Did I get one? One. I think you both of them. I can't take credit for good luck. Who are these guys, anyway? The Zakakal. They don't like to play nice and they know the region better. The front doors to here have friendly tribes nearby but the damned Zaka are relentless when they decide to stick one in the back. He reloaded his weapon while they talked. They've gotten quiet, that's either good or bad. One of these times, I'm going to make you just tell me some sort of unalloyed pleasant news. Sign my paychecks and you'll hear nothing but sunshine from me. I'll hold you to that. It would be worth it no matter how much it costs. He sighed and said, tell me. The good news is that they aren't shooting currently. They might have realized all the people they want to shoot aren't anywhere near here. The bad is that they are really good at that knife in the back I mentioned. So they could be anywhere around us is what you are saying. I guess if you wanted to take it to the basics, that's right. But at least they are terrible shots. I think sitting here will eventually just lead to them overwhelming us. The rest of the defense, if you can call it that, is scattered and being hunted down now. Let's rejoin the main forces, wherever they are right now. The redhead appeared thoughtful. They'll be back eventually and then this rabble will be routed or run off. Eventually might as well be never at this rate. Best to break out now when they think we are going to hold up and stay on defense. Wilson mentally went over the layout of the camp and the probable number of the attackers and didn't like the result. He sighed and said, you're right. We'll need a distraction, he said as bullets pierced the tent behind them or hit the sandbags they were leaning against. The redhead looked thoughtful. If something were to blow up, perhaps, that might work. Even better, we can blame it on those blighters since of course we wouldn't deliberately destroy army property. You have any fuel tanks? Yeah, a stack of cans behind the depot. They are mostly empty ones, though. Oscar grinned. Even better. It's a little known fact that gasoline isn't actually flammable. It's the gasoline vapor that's the dangerous part. And even then, only if there's enough air to support the combustion. My brothers and I had a lot of fun with very, very small amounts when the adults weren't around. Wilson blinked and then laughed. So, how will we do this? Several minutes later a series of rapid explosions occurred causing much yelling and gunfire in the distance. The two men were running out of the camp, ignoring the entirely expected sounds behind them. Wilson said, good thing that the general had that fancy bottle of brandy, eh? Who would have thought that it would burn so well? When the noble failed to respond, he pushed a bit. You don't seem surprised. My siblings and I set a lot of things on fire when our parents weren't watching. He kept looking around, not slowing down his speed at all. They kept their voices down, and they were easily drowned out by the ruckus behind them. Once we get past those hills, as long as they haven't set a watch, we can bugger off with none the wiser. As if to gainsay his word, a sudden volley of gunfire interrupted their conversation. Already fast, they broke into a sprint, sacrificing any stealth. The wheat of bullets sounded around them as they dodged desperately. Just before they made it to the sparse treeline of the ridge, Wilson stumbled. Oscar slowed and the redhead grunted, "I'm right behind you, keep going." "The hell you are!" He grabbed Wilson's weapon and started firing at the men following them. He didn't bother to aim or take cover, he just laid down as much lead as he could manage, swapping the magazine twice before the attackers pulled back. He dropped the spent rifle and rushed to give the sergeant first aid. "This is going to hurt because your foot is mangled all to hell." The Englishman slurred. "Your bedside manner is awful." He winced as Oscar savagely tightened the bandage to forestall bleeding. "Don't fall asleep now." He slapped his pistol in the man's hand. "What am I supposed to do with this?" "Shoot people. My hands are going to be busy." He hefted the man onto his shoulders as if he were a large sack of wheat and started jogging up the steep hill at a pace that would admirable on a level road. Unable to do anything else, Wilson just hung on and tried to watch behind them. His vision kept getting hazy and he had to keep forcing his eyes back open. They were about to crest the hill when he yelled, "Drop!" Not stopping to ask, Oscar fell to the ground as a man jumped out and slashed his back with a wickedly long knife. Before he could turn to fight, 2 reports from his pistol sounded, sending a spray of blood over the 2 men. Oscar winced and complained. "Does everyone in this country have a huge knife?" "Basically, yes." "Oh, you're out of bullets now." He handed the weapon back and Oscar holstered it reflexively. The officer couldn't quite see his wound. It seemed painful as hell but not debilitating. "How does it look?" "In my expert medical opinion, you'll likely survive but have a hell of scar to show to the ladies." "Then let's go find some, et." He picked the other man up again, wincing this time, and walked with a noticeably reduced speed on the well-traveled trail. After several hard hours, they found the supply caravan behind the army just in time for Oscar to collapse from blood loss. The rest was a bit anticlimactic for the men. After all, the Alba'ish troops and their local allies far outnumbered the rebels, who were quickly routed once their location was discovered. Though there was much cursing by the brigadier general when he found that "those bastards got my brandy." As they lay in adjacent beds in the aid tent, Oscar couldn't help but notice that one of Wilson's legs was shorter than before. The sergeant was awake, though, and seemed to be in reasonably good spirits. "I guess we both survived then." "Brilliant deduction," he responded drolly. He glanced around and noted they were alone. "Mind if I ask a quick question?" "I think you've at least earned that right, don't you think?" "All that talk about using the proper weapon and appearances, that was all bunk, then?" Oscar, not expecting this particular line of inquiry, paused and then just shrugged his shoulders, which sent terrible pains in his back. "Appearances are very important. I meant that. But loyalty is even more important. If I had to live with one or the other or die with only one or the other, I made my choice." "Got time for another question?" "Apparently," he said wryly. "I'm going to be cashiered because of this injury." "You hiring?" Oscar gave the first broad smile the Albishman had seen. "I think we can find a position for you. ******. Unified States, Chicago, Germanian Consulate. Why do you think von Degirikov installed this sauna in the consulate?" Oscar shook his head. She didn't seem the type for excessive luxuries, but a full sauna and a deep soaking tub. Wilson poured some more water on the heated stones, releasing a cloud of steam into the air. "Most women aren't overly fond of the cold, from my understanding." "True. Chicago is a lovely town, but its excesses of weather remind me more of Norton than Adola." Even in the dim light, a long jagged scar was visible on his back. Likewise, Wilson's missing foot, normally hidden by a prosthetic and long pants, was in evidence. Oscar rose and stretched. "I suppose we can't idle all day, and I believe someone has reserved the next hour." Wilson hopped up onto his remaining foot. "Indeed. Time to get back into character." They left the room and went to the dressing room. After drying off, Wilson strapped on his prosthetic. It was a clever device that he used with enough skill that few could detect it at all. As the main shaft was thinner than usual, he kept a few things hidden there: a garrote, a small pistol, and a thin-bladed knife. He had used all of them at one time or another. "Will you be meeting with the water commissioner in the main office, sir?" he asked with a completely different manner. "Must I? The man keeps trying to bribe me and seems oblivious to my refusals." "Of course not. Being entirely without a regular source of water builds character, they say. Once more into the breach, then." He sighed and straightened his shoulders. "Once more, my friend," Wilson thought. Chapter 143, and the winner is Germania, Frankfurt. Sophie and Alma carefully unrolled the bill to reveal a large campaign poster. Sophie gushed, "Oh, that's a nice one. Indeed it was, it showed Digirekov in a pose popularized in recent comic books. She was flying in an arc with one leg straight, one half bent and her fist raised up with a shining city below her, well lit by brilliant sunlight. The only word on the poster was vote, nothing else was needed. She sighed. I wish I could vote this time like you. You'll get your chance. Neither of the girls doubted that Tanya would have a long career and be on future ballots. Alma continued. Which one do we put up? It's hard to choose. Scattered around the room were around 20 different posters, all different, all striking. One banner was different and proudly proclaimed, headquarters of the Frankfurt Teens for Tanya. There was a TFT symbol that strongly resembled the TVD logo prominently displayed as well. A male voice interrupted their discussion. Why pick just one? Oh, Papa. Sophie said, turning toward the man. How will we do otherwise? I can make some frames so that you can display several posters. I even have a friend that can get me some glass to protect them from the weather. Thank you. She turned to her friend. Did you hear that? We don't have to pick and choose which ones to display. Thank you, Mr. Fuchs. Before he realized what was happening, he discovered that he had promised to provide displays for all their posters, current and future. The wall of posters became a local attraction because, even mounted too high, it eventually almost circled the suburban house. *****. Germania, Nuremberg. Oi, Silas. Do you have my shipment ready? The foreman called out to a large, rough-looking man near him. The man shook his head. Give me 2 days. I have to go pick it up myself this time. That's inconvenient. But as long as I get it no later than then, it'll be fine. You think it's inconvenient for you? I'm a man down, and that's not a short trip from the factory, you hear. As long as I have my supplies, everything will be fine. He suddenly thought of something. You'll be out of town during election day. Aren't you voting? Silas shook his head. Why bother? It's the same thing every time, nothing ever changes. Didn't you vote for the GNDP last time? The man rolled his eyes. And you saw how that worked out. Anyway, it'll turn out the same without me, so I'll pass. As long as you make it back with my shipment, you can vote for my dog for all I care. Germania Schwerin. Neat stacks of ballots were set up at every polling place across Germania. 2 experienced poll workers were sitting at one table, waiting for the doors to open, while fellow workers manned other tables around the room. Are the ballots different this year, Haydn? He glanced at the neat rectangles. They are on a higher quality paper than before. Good point. The ballots last year were so cheap I thought they may come apart just a gentle breeze. And I think they shipped us far more than last time. The back room is absolutely packed with boxes. Well, there's more interest this time around. Though I must say, all the new processes seem a little overwhelming. A poll monitor walked by and stopped when he heard them talking. Some question about the procedures. Ah, Marzel. No, we were just curious about the reasons. The man smiled and spread his hands. Efficiency mostly. Better procedures reduce errors and speed up vote counting. There have been elections where entire boxes of votes weren't found until months after the election was over. He shook his head. Makes sense. Still, aren't there a few too many ballots? Just then, the clock sounded the hour and main doors to the town hall were opened. The revealed courtyard was filled with countless citizens. As far as the eye could see, people were visible and, in the distance, more people were gathering into progressively more disorganized lines. Marzel gazed out at his fellow citizens. No, I don't think so. As the workers did their best to keep up with the demand, no one noticed a man wearing janitorial clothes wheeling a crate out of a room and into an unused room on the other side of the building. Germania Baron TVD headquarters. Tanya von Digirekov, leader of the Liberty Party, ambassador to the Unified States, and president of the a major multinational, was spending election day calmly sipping her morning coffee while her subordinates were busy coordinating their efforts around her. This is so different from the era of television, or even radio. The candidates are busy until the last minute trying to swing just a few more votes, but here and now? Everyone has made their decision and it's just making sure that the tallies are correct. One worker called out, "We need more watchers in 2 boroughs because of unusual turnout." Another responded, "We have 12 on reserve, 2 are mages. Do you need them there fast?" "Yes. On it. We'll send out the mages first and then 4 more behind to relieve them so they can return to standby." One woman talking on a phone shouted, "We need more ballots in the east. How is that possible? We overstocked them by 20%. People are voting in the wrong district and they are allowing them to vote anyway. Skies. Send a full truck over. Have the truck deliver half a load and wait there in case we need to drop off more on that side." One staffer, who normally worked on agricultural logistics, stared gape-mouthed at the controlled chaos. One thing stood out to him, however. Why are we shipping ballots? Tanya, not having anything better to do at the moment, chose to answer him. Because we won the contract to print them, so it's in our interest to make sure there are plenty to go around. Oh, Madam President. Jizine said, startled. We lost quite a few marks on that deal, but we wanted to make sure that the count was honest and the old methods were laughably inadequate. She topped off her coffee from the insulated carafe. More to the point, the cheaper ballots were an excuse to get them to change their processes. The worker listened carefully and then got a look of enlightenment on her face. Ah, I see. She's willing to take a loss to help make elections more fair for everyone. The changes might ensure honest elections for many years after she has left politics. How can she be so selfless? Tanya saw her expression and thought, it's good to have clever subordinates. Even as young as she is, she understands the concept of a loss leader, taking a short-term loss for long-term benefits. I'll have to make sure to pay attention to such resources. Several months later, Jizine's pay was raised unexpectedly, but she never found out the cause. Germania Baron government offices. Bruning was also sitting while others worked, but he had a stout door between himself and the chaos. His drink was of a higher proof than mere coffee, however. His assistant came in with a handful of papers and said, President, we. Shut the door, he said with the snap of command, sharp as a whip crack. Sorry, sir. I have an update on, he lowered his voice, cool summer. Continue, man. Must I drag it out of you? Yes, of course. I mean, of course not. Still rattled, he continued. Half of the plan worked flawlessly. We acquired enough ballots to swing the vote by a good 10%. The problem has been eliminating other votes less favorable to us. They have the completed ballots locked down hard and there are 3 vote counters for each ballot. What? 3? How does that even work? We have suborned quite a few of the counters but haven't been able to get a foothold anywhere. All our people are grouped with others. The man looked uncomfortable. If the ballot doesn't have 100% agreement, they call in a monitor to adjudicate. So unless we have all 3 at a table. When did they? No, never mind. It's too late to change the matter. Tell the agents to get another batch of ballots, just in case. Is that necessary? 10% should put the GNDP firmly in first place, perhaps even a majority. It's more than necessary. Without an unstoppable lead, it's possible the LP might cobble together a coalition. He stared at the assistant. Get me 10 more %. Not a vote less. Sir. He hurried out to make a lot of phone calls. To his credit, before the end of the night, his minions had completed their task using the massive voter turnout as cover. Germania. Finally, the results were being tallied. Only after the polls closed were the counters allowed to do their work. Many teams tallied through the night all across the country. Far from being done on election day, they were busy until the dawn of the next day and even toward noon in some regions. In another change from previous elections, due to the momentous importance of the first vote after the Great War, the leaders of all the balloted political parties were gathered together to hear the results. The ballroom was largish and comfortable with ample refreshments. Other than the leaders, only their aides were allowed in to pass messages and carry out tasks. Noticeably, all the aides looked exhausted and the candidates not much better. More than one was skipping the water carafes and hitting the alcohol instead. Bruning avoided looking annoyed by simply not engaging with the others and just talked to his assistant in the corner who was kept busy running in and out. Amongst the men, there was noticeable absence, one Tanya von Digurekov. She was magnificently present without being there at all. The minor parties, having no hope of getting a leadership position in the new government, were rather casual with each other. Their ideological differences were forgotten in favor of gossip. The head of the Independent Centre's Social Party, who was expected to come in second just a year ago, was looking more tired than most. He was drinking with the NPP chair and was among those quaffing the strongest brandy available. The two weren't very close on policies but found they could work together at times. So how do you think she did? He didn't have to say who she was, of course. I'm of 2 minds on that. Our polling says easily over 25% if not better. Same here, but there are practical concerns as well. He didn't specify what he was referring to, he didn't need to. With those in play, who's to say where the advantage lies? They glanced over at Bruning without being obvious about it. Some people will do whatever it takes. Enough to get a majority? That's a lot of practical effort. Again, whatever it takes. The topic of their conversation, apparently too busy to drink himself, was fuming as his assistant rushed off. I'm surrounded by incompetence. Simple instructions, any idiot should be able to follow them. But they can't even tell me what the results are. The first thing I do after the election is to clean house of these morons. Lacking anything to do at the moment, he decided to finally sample the brandy before his rivals emptied the table. Just as he was raising the snifter to his lips, the double doors opened widely. "Hello, my friends," Tanya said with a broad grin. She was wearing tuxedo pants, a brilliant silk shirt, black cape with red lining and her ever-present crystal-topped cane. "I heard there was a get-together today, so I thought I'd stop by." Bruning sneered. "You're rather late, don't you think?" She raised an eyebrow. "How can I be late? The decision is up to the voters of Germania and we must simply be patient until they have exercised their franchise. This is not our day, it is theirs." She glanced at the well-used liquor decanters. "But I supposed there were attractions." The ICSP head felt a weight lift with realization. "She's right. The die is cast, there's no need to stress anymore." He responded mildly. "It's not totally useless. Future coalitions are born in rooms like this one." "Ah, the omnipresent coalitions. Hard to avoid, truly." She looked very sympathetic. "I'd like to say, though, that any true leader can usually find accommodations even with those who don't agree with them completely. If some party represents 5% of the population, then that's a lot of concerned citizens who deserve to have their desires addressed." "That's quite the optimistic view, perhaps even naive." "Well, we can't please everyone, I know, but aren't we all part of Germania? Don't we have a connection that goes beyond our respective parties?" He paused and then smiled. "I guess we are. Well, win or lose, caucus or not, I look forward to working with you." They shook hands amicably. Just then an election official came into the room holding a sheet of paper. The older man had a stony look on his face, revealing nothing. "Attention gentlemen, and lady." Bruning stepped forward, taking control. "Ah, Dietrich. Please inform us of the results. We've been waiting for many long and weary hours. Time to bring this show to an end." Of course, of course." He put in a monocle and then cleared his throat as he squinted at the paper. "As per our regulations, we have triple-checked all the numbers and auditors have verified the tallies in each district." Close to losing his patience, Bruning said icily. "Just tell us." "Ahem, yes. The leading party with 62.8% of the votes is," he looked closer and nodded. Even the most patient sent hostile stares at the official as he squinted at the paper. "The Liberty Party." Bruning shouted, "What?" drowning out whoever came in second place. Chapter 144, Goddess of Victory. Germania Baron Political Office. Bruning stormed to his office, not bothering to hide his rage. The door banged open and he went immediately to his office bar. "Willem. Get in here." His assistant rushed in and stammered, "Herr President. Get me Muller and Albrecht. Now." He was on his third drink before the two other men arrived. Muller looked like he had just escaped from a pack of wolves, his sweaty pale face and shaking hands made him seem like he was moments away from collapsing. Albrecht, by contrast, was his usual calm, charismatic self. His impeccable clothing, just the right amount of cologne, and his slight smile made him seem like he was ready for a trip to the theater. "Ah, Aiden. I hear that you wanted a conversation." "A conversation? A conversation? Muller, what happened to your people? Where are my votes?" They said that they had the ballots ready but the monitors rejected them because the boxes hadn't been checked out properly. When they tried to, insert other ballots, they didn't match the voter records. He wiped his forehead with an already soaked sleeve as he had lost his handkerchief much earlier in the day. All the ballots were uniquely numbered. Anything that didn't match the voter list records was rejected out of hand. But that's not the important thing. Manfred. Don't call me that. You need to get in contact with your friends in the judiciary and stop the election results. Have them make up anything. Claim that someone has rigged the election and get those ballots. Burn them if you have to. He noticed that the other man wasn't reacting. And how can you say that's not important? Listen. The assistants who helped retrieve that certain ledger have been arrested. That can't affect us. You hired them through a proxy, right? Bruning snarled. Muller looked confused. A proxy? What do you mean? The soon-to-be ex-president almost staggered. They know who you are. Are you a moron? Never mind, I know the answer. He turned to the other politician. Albrecht, do you have any ideas? This is tricky. Normally, you could just regroup and get ready for the next election, but since the Liberty Party has a simple majority, you can't even leverage a position in the new government. If the new president is the vengeful sort, it could become difficult for you. Do you think they call her a devil as a joke? She has destroyed entire cities that got in her way. Your best bet, then, is to seize a position that takes you out of the country. If you have contacts with foreign governments, then she would be less likely to be able to retaliate. Germania's position is still weak on the world stage, so picking one that's hostile would actually be best. So you think running into the arms of the fatherland's enemies is the absolutely best plan? Albrecht shrugged. Beggars and choosers, my friend, beggars and choosers. But it's at least a possibility that might have a chance. It would get you out of the country, they could protect you, and maybe you can leverage your skills to advance there. Surely your years of experience and acquaintances are worth something. That's a possibility. Muller, seeing Bruning's expression, looked at Albrecht hopefully. What can I do? Albrecht put his hand on Muller's shoulder. With your contacts, you should be able to get a sentence in one of the more pleasant prisons. ****. Germania Baron. Albrecht breathed in the clear night air, finding it quite refreshing. A taxicab took him to a nearby nightclub that had high costs and private rooms. The staff was familiar with him and an attractive waitress guided him to a room that had been reserved. After ordering and receiving a rather nice whiskey, he told her, "Leave the bottle and stay out. I'll be drinking alone tonight." She nodded and withdrew smoothly. He pulled out a humidor with a selection of fine cigarettes but then snapped it shut again on second thought. He sipped his drink slowly and then he heard a voice, "I appreciate you not smoking, Herr Albrecht. Politeness is essential to society, is it not, Madam President?" Her ability to appear is rather frightening. I can only imagine how her enemies must have felt facing her. Tanya sat down and received a glass from him. Essential? No. Useful, I'll admit to. We'll have to agree to disagree, then. Also, I'm not officially the president until tomorrow. My people are keeping the bean counters honest so I don't expect it will take long. She sipped the drink and raised her eyebrows at how mellow it was. So, how did it go? The dominoes were set up and they fell down. All within expectations. Will the rabbit jump as expected? I have a lot of things to prepare. Of course. From what I saw, he was already moving in that direction with a little prompting. Good. I'll make sure not block his way. She took a very small sip. The high-proof liquor was quite potent and didn't want to dull her wits. I look forward to working with you, Chancellor Albrecht. Like you, I haven't been sworn in yet but I appreciate the sentiment. De facto trumps de jure but it's nice to have both. Have an excellent evening. She smiled and then somehow faded from sight, leaving only a half-filled glass behind. He raised his glass to the person who had left and spent the next few hours drinking and thinking before leaving for the night to prepare for the future. ****. Germania Baron TVD headquarters. The evening after the results were announced was a jolly time for Digerekov's supporters. All across Germania, and in quite a few other countries, TVD offices were closed for celebrations large and small. Perhaps it was a sign of extreme optimism but more than one person noted that the party supplies had been purchased in advance and deployed to each location ahead of time. Certainly the main headquarters was no exception. It was only rivaled by a simultaneous party in the Chicago consulate headed by Prince Gustav. The main floor was filled with workers, both regular and those who were just there for the election. The local chapter of Teens for Tanya was in charge of keeping the table stocked with treats and snacks and they were kept busy going back forth to the kitchen. Everyone was in an ebullient mood and it was quite noisy in the large room. My! I heard there was a party here tonight but no one told me there would be this many people. Tanya was standing on one side of the room, fists on hips and smiling brilliantly. "Oh, it's the president," shouted someone. He started clapping which was taken up by everyone in the room along with excited shouts and whistles. She raised her hands until the applause stopped. "Please, everyone, that's more than enough. This isn't my victory, it's our victory. Every person here worked hard and you are the ones who deserve the praise. So I may not have a chance to say this often, but I'll say it now, thank you, one and all." She gave them a deep and formal bow to their surprise. She straightened up and then clapped for them with a smile on her face. Tanya von Digerekov. Tanya. 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 The chant went around the room, causing the walls to shake before it collapsed into general conversation again. "Colonel." Visha rushed over and gave her a big hug to the smaller woman's surprise. Reflexively, she hugged her back, not quite sure what to do with her hands. "You'll never let me give up that title, will you? I've retired." Visha laughed. "No matter what you do, you're still our commander. Now and forever. I suppose I'll just have to surrender gracefully, then." She glanced at the drinks table. "I assume we have something interesting available. We cleaned out the local liquor stores and even got some imports from Ildoa, François and Ispigna. I have a somewhat important event tomorrow so I won't be able to indulge to excess but I think just sampling a sip here and there should be doable." Her eyes sparkled. Later, however, no holds barred. She tilted her head slightly. "I don't think I've ever seen you properly drunk. This will be an entertaining experience for me." Tanya rolled her eyes. "Just because your Russie blood allows you breathe alcohol like air doesn't mean the rest of us are here for your entertainment." She smirked. "Oh, are you not? But so far that's how it has worked out. She laughed along with Tanya and everyone within earshot. Germania Baron Tiergarten. With buttery smooth efficiency, a venue had been prepared by the TVD workers for another outdoor event in Tiergarten Park in central Baron. The stage was carefully placed so that the victory column topped by the magnificent gilded statue of the goddess of victory was visible behind the podium. The gold on it had been barely saved by Tanya's timely donation, as the former government had been scraping the bottom of the barrel to meet reparations demands. Muller's acceptance speech would have been in Reichstag, but Tanya, obviously, overruled that plan. The surrounding crowds were absolutely massive, dwarfing anything before seen. In addition to the numerous speakers set up, the entire event was being broadcast to the country and also around the world. Despite a slight hangover, Tanya was in a great mood. Finally, there's the goal in sight. The ultimate position behind the front lines. Barring being dropping an asteroid on Germania, I should be safe for many years. The thought of the enigmatic and annoying self-proclaimed god brought down her mood slightly. Like paranoia, can you really call it mere superstition if a supernatural being really is out to get you? He's been suspiciously quiet recently, so either he's planning something big or is restricted somehow. Could he have been weakened? He's neither omniscient nor omnipotent. Maybe all the tricks he's been pulling have had a cost? She bit her thumbnail as she thought. Yes, that makes sense. He didn't mind igniting the Great War, but that leverage is gone now. The factors that made the conflict almost inevitable are gone now. In fact, it's even better than after WWI, because that war was just a precursor to World War II. If I can expand trade throughout Europa and overseas, then that might forestall any truly dangerous conflict through the rest of my life. Under the dyadic and systemic democratic peace theories, this should eliminate hostilities from all our surrounding neighbors. Well, I'll deal with whatever comes along. First things first. She squared her shoulders and walked into sight to thunderous applause. The faces of the crowd were bright and full of smiles, even those that had tears streaming down as they clapped for her until their hands were red and pained. An unfelt wind caused her cape to flutter behind her as she strode across the stage toward the podium. She smiled and waved until they finally calmed down. Thank you so much. However, remember, I'm just one person in a great country. Something truly important has happened today for the first time. But I don't mean my election. This isn't about the president being a woman. Nor is it about a former orphan reaching that lofty post. No, this is about a terrible war that nearly tore the world apart. About the strength of a people drawn into that monstrous conflict and surviving it. Bloody, but not bowed. Sadder, but also wiser. We have paid a great price for this wisdom, and we need to never forget how much it cost so that we never have to pay it again. I want to dedicate my administration to strengthening Germania, keeping the fatherland strong while we forge a path to peace and prosperity. She waited for the applause to die down before continuing. My first announcement as your new president is that we have paid off all the reparations. Not a single debt from the war remains to beggar our children and grandchildren. Rejoice, my countrymen, because this truly marks the end of the Great War. After a tiny moment of stunned silence, the applause renewed to such a degree that aerial observers felt like they were hit by a literal wave of sound. Tanya just smiled as she waited for them to calm down. After all our hard work, it was amazingly easy to pay them off in the end. Because TVD bought the C-bonds at Pfennigs on the mark, all the gold we poured into that was basically paying ourselves. We lost a bit on the purchase and we didn't get all the bonds because we tipped off the American president, but we gained so much more. Now all the gold we got through various sources is on the books without a whiff of illegality. And we gained a strong ally in the Unified States. TVD has prepaid our taxes for a decade to come, and the country has eliminated its foreign reparations debt. She continued her speech, keeping it short, and mostly filled with platitudes from famous speeches from her previous world. They worked even better than expected. I guess they are so happy to be done with those payments and giving my administration a honeymoon period right now. It raises the bar a bit, but nothing we can't handle. Well, it's time to finish this and get to work. We are facing times when we will struggle, but we will prevail. There will be obstacles and maybe even hard times, but we will succeed. When a challenge confronts the fatherland, ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. The applause lasted long after she had left the stage. For years afterward, the speech was hailed as one of the greatest of all time and was translated into nearly every language in the world. Behind the stage, Visha said to her, "A lovely speech, Tanya." Her eyes were wet with tears that she had hastily wiped away several times but still remained somehow. It did the trick, didn't it? Any word from Albrecht? She nodded. Just now. He said, and I quote, "The last bone has fallen." Tanya's smile widened into a dangerous grin. Excellent. It's time for Project Endkrieg to enter its final stage and finish this once and for all. Chapter 145, Bright Side. Germania Baron Central Office. It took less than an hour for Bruning to discover there was no way to overturn the election results. Friendly judges refused his calls. Fellow politicians shrugged at best but were more likely to just avoid him. The last call, to a general in Central Command, was greeted with a loud expletive and a slamming sound as the call disconnected. Is my only option to flee from Germania. This is my country, mine. But, what now? That murderous monster will have me killed as soon as she feels like it. Our last meeting was definitely a threat. The military is on her side and she has the authority of the president. Who can stop her? I wouldn't even know how I died when she comes for me. The fear of the blonde reaper settled into his body, making his breathing labored and draining the strength from his limbs. He sat heavily in his chair, not thinking at all, trying to avoid his grim future. His radio was not on but he knew Digirekov was giving her acceptance speech because every other receiver in the building was tuned to the broadcast. Tanya's voice echoed in the large building, weirdly echoing due to the number of radios. This isn't about the president being a woman. Nor is it about a former orphan reaching that lofty post. No, this is about a terrible war that nearly tore the world apart. Why didn't she just die then? So many problems would have been solved. Instead that stupid bitch kept coming back. He slammed a fist on his desk. So many fights, she was the target of the whole Beta-Med world and they could kill one little girl. He finished off his drink and poured himself a new one, the fifth that day. I want to dedicate my administration to strengthening Germania, keeping the fatherland strong while we forge a path to peace and prosperity. The stirring words struck Bruning's soul like a hammer. Why do they believe her? She's just a brutal killer, not a leader, not even a man. My first announcement as your new president is that we have paid off all the reparations. Not a single debt from the war remains to beggar our children and grandchildren. Rejoice my countrymen because this truly marks the end of the Great War. Reparations? Hey. That was my achievement. Wait, though, this might be perfect. The Federation owes me a huge favor. And that damned girl has also paid off of the C-class bonds so that's a huge amount of gold. They'll need a proxy to deliver the reparations. He got up and looked through the paperwork that had piled up there and found the paperwork from the Federation. Yes, this will work. He quickly assigned himself to the task using his waning authority. He made a quick call to the Russie embassy, connecting it himself. He was connected to his contact there, the man who usually dressed in the drabbest grey clothing. I take it you are confirming the payment we discussed before this most unfortunate elections. Bruning did his best to ignore the jab. Rejoice. I'll be delivering the gold as promised but not just the A and B bonds, but the C as well. You can tell Comrade Lewis that I personally guarantee its safe delivery. I'm sure he will be quite pleased to receive it on behalf of the people of the Russie Federation. And we do need a certified agent in which to entrust this task. I gather you may wish to stay and visit afterwards. I've long wanted closer ties with the Federation, he said with the convincing fervor of an experienced politician. I have some free time right now, what better opportunity than now? Asterisk. Germanian border near the Russie Federation. While the train cars were primarily designed for transportation, Bruning couldn't fault the comfort of the passenger car he had been assigned. The ride was smooth and there were even refreshments provided. However, the Russie Federation refused to update their tracks to match the newly evolved standard, so there would have to be a transfer of the cargo containers from one train to another. Ironically, it was the new shipping system invented by TVD that allowed the transfer to happen so easily. He had carefully monitored the loading of the gold and now he watched the transfer of the sealed shipping containers to a Federation flatbed car. Just a few more hours and I'll be safe. And as egalitarian as they act, Loria showed that one could be quite comfortable in the Federation with enough influence. He grimaced. A horrible man who met a horrible end. Still, it's a pity he didn't finish the job. Herr Bruning, the passenger car can't go to the Federation so you'll have to travel with the cargo. The train worker looked embarrassed. The Russies didn't send anything, I'm afraid. The ex-president stifled a complaint, cognizant that his new hosts might have a spy listening in. Unnecessary luxuries makes people weaker, eh? I'll just ride with the cargo until we get to our destination. Sorry for the inconvenience, sir. We can at least move over some furniture and the snacks and drinks. Bruning unlocked the emptier of the two cargo containers for the shipment after cutting off the seal while the workers brought over a chair, table, and some supplies. A quick glance showed the crates were still in their original locations, not shifted from their position even after the container had been lifted onto the new flatbed. He locked the container from the inside and then set himself up in the central area and then turned on an electric lamp. Humph. Not as luxurious but it looks comfortable at least. He settled himself into the overstuffed chair and had to admit it was quite pleasant. He poured himself a drink, eschewing the prepared snacks. As he sipped it, he felt his tension drain from him. Crossing the border lifted a psychological pressure on him. No matter how murderous she is, she won't risk another great war. No, I'm finally safe from her. Bruning drifted to sleep for a time but woke up because he thought he heard someone calling his name. Manfred. Ma on Fred. Wakey wakey. Mein Gott. It's Dikurekov. He tried to struggle out of the chair but found his body strangely lethargic and unable to move. Way. His voice was weirdly slurred and he couldn't. Her voice continued as if she were in the room. No, don't get up. Not that you'll be able to anyway. I imagine that the first thing you did when you came here was to get a drink so the drugs will be fully in effect. I'd be quite embarrassed if I'm wrong about this, but it won't affect what's going to happen. There was a pause. Oh, if you're worried, there are no lasting effects from the medication. It's just there to give me a captive audience. She finished with a light, musical laugh. That crazy witch. She can't attack me. I have to survive. This is Federation territory. The weakness in his limbs still held him, but his mind was completely clear. The hidden speakers continued inexorably. It's rather amazing the efforts I'm going to, I hope you agree. Setting up a situation where you'd be forced out of office, even out of the country, very tricky indeed. I had teams of people make the technology to create tiny flat panel speakers, audio tape machines, and even sensors to monitor your breathing to make sure everything will be triggered properly. Fortunately, we'll recoup our investment costs fairly quickly with how popular these products will be. Is she really spending the time to just gloat about how helpless I am? I should have blown her up or sent assassins after her when I had the chance. Her voice became more academic, as if she were lecturing graduate students at university. Why is this so amazing? Well, look at the situation from my point of view. Literally most of the countries in Europa were trying to kill me. Some even came from across the ocean or from Africa. But I'm not spending even the tiniest bit of effort to get back at or have my revenge against all those people. Wars happen and people fight and die on every side. But then the wars stop and everyone needs to get on with their lives. We wash off the bloodstains, patch the bullet holes, and rebuild everything the conflict has destroyed. Perhaps it seems idealistic, but it's not really. Simple logic dictates that revenge is just as wasteful as the original fight when those resources could be better spent towards something productive. Bruning tried to lift his arm again, unsuccessfully. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead from the effort. No revenge. Does she really think I would believe that? I'll show that darn what revenge is someday. But war is war, and no matter how painful it may be, it isn't personal. However you, Manfred, have made this very, very personal. Her voice dropped half an octave and was laced with menace. Putting it all together took time, oh yes, but eventually it all became clear. Wait, is she talking about? Bruning fought harder than ever but was still a prisoner of his own body. The only thing that changed was that he produced odd grunts and groans as he struggled. I obviously know the central office sold me out to that laughable kangaroo court. Honestly, I expected that the government required a scapegoat, but I was surprised at easily it occurred. Not a whisper of controversy was heard, so that meant someone at the highest levels wanted to sell me out. More to the point, there was no support from the oh-so-supportive fatherland. Legal help was not demanded, nor even a monitor to ensure my physical safety. This is all standard, but I received nothing? Very odd, indeed. But, at the time, I was too busy staying alive to think long on it. Next was the whole ugly incident in Waldstadt. This time, however, I heard a name. Your name. She sounded a bit disappointed in herself. I missed that clue and didn't follow it up in time. Somehow the movement of my funds were leaked to those mercenaries and the bank was prepared to steal from me. That shows someone with the ability to plan had set me up. But more to the point, someone who could find out my movements so precisely. Tricky, you must admit. To my shame, I actually lost my temper a bit. Ah, well, we are all human and fallible. The rocking of the train and the clacking of the wheels on the rail were the only sign that they were still moving to the final destination. Bruning didn't know what was going to happen, but he knew it couldn't be good. It was about that time that the thoughts of revenge might have entered my mind. Again, I'm just human, right? But that was solidified in Ildoa. If her voice was chilly before, it was absolutely glacial now. The kind of voice one hears just before the executioner drops the blade. Again, someone knew exactly where I would be when we just chose the location just a few days before. They managed to organize a kidnapping using local thugs and flawlessly transfer me to Fatherland's greatest enemies. And, not coincidentally, the last people on the planet that I wanted to be a prisoner of. Here's the interesting part, Manfred. This could only have been planned by someone in Germania who has a close tie to the Russi Federation. Interesting, so interesting. This was the point where I really started to hate my anonymous enemy. Her tone became more conversational. I hope I'm not boring you. Don't worry, I won't talk for much longer. After all, the tape has to end eventually. At any rate, it's hard to describe what it feels like to be totally at the mercy of someone else. To be a captive without any possibility of rescue or reprieve. To be utterly and completely alone. Of course, I did eventually escape and the villain was suitably dealt with. One of the villains, that is, just one. Was the sound of the train changing? Different scenarios raced through Bruning's mind. For the love of all that's holy, the things she did to her trainees were so brutal and she was trying to keep them alive. What could she do to me? A bit of research kept bringing up just a single name, quite a coincidence, eh? I guess the only surprising discovery was that you don't seem to be responsible for all those assassination attempts. I lost a few marks betting on you, Manfred. But now that I knew you were the enemy, how should I deal with you? Well, since I hate you and loathe those communists, why not screw both of you? She laughed delightedly, loud and long. Even now, he could hear a clean and genuine humor and yet it sounded like a death knell. So, though it seems a bit roundabout, the easiest way to do both and protect myself was to become president. That removed you from power and, as a bonus, gives me a chance to clean house of all the parasites that caused that little border conflict to become the Great War. That's me. What does she mean about the Federation? Where is this all leading? The train seemed to be slowing down, he was sure of it now. You're probably wondering about my revenge against the Russies, I bet. Patience, little Manfred, patience. I thought it might be appropriate to use your own trick against you. With enough clever mages, it's quite easy to fool someone into thinking a load of worthless lead is actually gold. Since you are the agent of the Russie Federation, that means Germania is free and clear of the debt. You accepted the gold and signed the receipt. So you get the blame, I get the gold, and the commies get nothing. Honestly, that revenge is almost perfect. The train's speed slowed and there was the slight squealing of the brakes. In just a minute, he heard the sounds of metal being roughly broken from nearby. To make it truly perfect, we leaked information about the switch after the deal was completed. Not any hard evidence that they can take to court, but enough that the commies would get very paranoid. He could almost hear her shrug. It's not difficult with them. They aren't a trusting bunch. The rumors will indicate that, as a last service to the beloved fatherland, you have tricked them and have hidden the gold. Before they can get the information out of you, you will supposedly take poison. Aiden heard shouting in Russian and he tried desperately to escape the drug. Damn it, damn it. Get up. Get out now. You're a clever fellow, you can probably figure out how this will all turn out. So I won't drag out the details. I really hate it when a novel over-explains things, don't you? How should I use the rest of this tape? There was a finger-snapping sound. I know. How about a song? What? Some things in life are bad. They can really make you mad. Other things just make you swear and curse. When you're chewing on life's gristle, don't grumble, give a whistle. And this'll help things turn out for the best. And always look on the bright side of life. Always look on the light side of life. If life seems jolly rotten, there's something you've forgotten. And that's to laugh and smile and dance and sing. When you're feeling in the dumps, don't be silly chumps. Just purse your lips and whistle, that's the thing. And always look on the bright side of life. Come on. Always look on the right side of life. That crazy bitch. Singing. Bruning could easily imagine his fate at the hands of vengeful communists and his imagination was far more effective than any description. The sounds of the voices came to the back of the shipping container and pounded on it. He was too shocked to remember his Russian and couldn't understand what they were saying in his panic. For life is quite absurd. And death's the final word. You must always face the curtain with a bow. Forget about your sin. Give the audience a grin. Enjoy it, it's your last chance anyhow. So always look on the bright side of death. Just before you draw your terminal breath. Life's a piece of shit. When you look at it. Life's a laugh and death's a joke, it's true. You'll see it's all a show. Keep Logan as you go. Just remember that the last laugh is on you. I really love that song. Oh, I know you've been concerned about this so I want to set your mind at ease. For a brief moment, Bruning had a moment of hope, desperately searching for any reprieve. The tape deck and speakers will self-destruct. Can't have the commies getting advanced technology for free after all. So, chin up, Manfred, your comrades will be here for you soon. There was a hissing sound and the smell of burning just as the shipment container doors were broken open. A Federation information officer walked in, pulled open Bruning's eyelids, and shined a light into them. He's still alive. Excellent. We don't know how long he'll survive the poison so let's begin the questioning of Comrade Bruning. A man with a white coat and small round glasses asked, speed is of the essence. He unrolled a bundle of leather and there was the clanking sound of metal implements. As long as he can speak, do as you wish. We just need to know where our gold is. The other man gave a little grin. Ah. I love a challenge. It's amazing how long adrenaline can keep someone going even on the brink of death. His hand hovered over his tools and picked up a small stainless steel device with several screws. Fingers first, sometimes the classics are for the best. *****. Germania Baron President's Office. Tanya von Degerekhoff sat in a large leather chair, watching a clock on the wall as she enjoyed a drink of a fine brandy she found in the office. She raised the glass at the top of the hour. I'm pretty sure being X is required to resurrect you, Manfred. Let's hope you're not such a piece of crap in your next life. She found herself humming and had to stop herself. A healthy dollop of schadenfreude is not bad, but let's not get addicted to the suffering of others, eh? She took another drink and then smiled widely. Well, maybe just this once. Notes. And there you go, the end of the arc. As you may have guessed, I'm a huge Monty Python fan. I even had the pleasure of seeing a live show with Graham Chapman where he took questions from the audience. We spoke briefly and I got his signature. A truly funny man who is sorely missed. Of course, I didn't close off anywhere near all the plot threads, the show must go on. How will Tanya use her newfound power? What is being X doing? What about that darned prophecy? Will there be any sexy fun times for our favorite Fuehrer? From the comments section, I think the last one is what's on most people's minds. If you like rereading, you can go back and see all the clues that were dropped leading up to this, Endkrieg, indeed. We have caught up with the latest chapter, last updated October 29, 2024.